Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an Airbus A330 pilot, and welcome to our first look at the iniBuilds Airbus A340-300. Now, to be completely fair, first look is a little bit of an exaggeration over here, because I had the airplane for a couple of days now, getting familiar with it, giving iniBuilds a little bit of feedback, and generally making sure that the aircraft is in as good a shape as possible. Now, obviously this is a pre-release beta version that I'm using to stream this today, so naturally speaking there will be a couple of quirks still in the aircraft. Now, no guys, there is no release date known yet as far as I'm aware, so we can't really talk about that just yet. But I would say we just get straight into this and have a look at the airplane, take it flying, crossing the Atlantic today all the way from Frankfurt to Boston on the Lufthansa Flight 422, which is a real-world Airbus A340 service. Now, the first thing that I want to get out of the way with the A340 over here is that the performance of the aircraft has really surprised me. It is performing a lot better than the A350 is, even though the cabin looks just as good. Now, if we do activate the frame rate overlay over here, you will see that they will generally be around in the 80s or 90s, sometimes in the 70s here in Frankfurt, which is of course at some point down to the airport and the VATSIM environment in which we are over here as well. We'll have to see how that performs. However, generally you can see it really makes good use of my GPU up here, bringing it in the nice 90s, even close to 100s, especially together with the streaming software. And, well, we'll have to see if the frame rate display is going to come active. It, theoretically speaking, should. But you guys know how that goes. When there's 500 people watching a live stream, then obviously some things simply go wrong. Alright, so that much about this. Let's go ahead and actually start having a little look at the aircraft then. We're going to start with a little walk around over here, and well, here is what it looks like. I just gotta say I totally love the looks of it. Not the least because obviously it is very, very similar to my Airbus A330, basically just having two more engines and a couple different systems and all that kind of stuff. And there is a very good question from Frank in the chat down there. That's whether this is a paid review or if this is all my real opinion. Now, obviously, I got a pre-release version of the aircraft from iniBuilds, and obviously I got that version for free, but other than providing me that free copy of the aircraft, iniBuilds did not, I repeat, not pay me any money for this review. But let's just face it, I would have done this anyway, because this is just one of those aircraft. Now, JRAS remote CDU, not at this very point, but you can use the profile through MobiFlight to connect the, what's it called, the WinWing MCDU to the A340, and you can simply use the A330 profile for that, so that is compatible straight out of the box. There is no price known at this time, at least as far as I'm aware. I haven't watched the entire 1-hour video of iniBuilds yet, because I obviously wanted to prepare for the stream. Now, that much out of the way, let's go ahead and have a little look at the aircraft. And we're going to do this through the way of a normal walk-around. And the way the walk-around works is that we're starting right up here on the static ports. Now, just going up here, we can see some pretty nice level of detail. You gotta watch the stream in 4K, and then you can actually see all the rivets and everything down here done to a very, very nice degree. And obviously very good details up here on the ports themselves. A little bit of damages even, like for example over here on the standby description, so that's just looking really, really good. Now, going a little bit further forward, there are quite a couple of hatches that you can open and close on the airframe. For example, this one for the external power units. You can see we've got two units connected over here, and you can open and close all this stuff, so that's pretty nice. Now, this goes for a lot of the hatches on the airplane. We'll go over a couple today. In the meantime, quick look down here at the nose wheel. Now, a little bit more dirt on the front would be nice, if I'm completely honest. You know, things like flies and that kind of stuff, because those are generally dirty areas of the airplane. Then again, looking up here at the landing gear assembly, it's good level of detail in my opinion. A little bit of stuff, of course, like the two landing lights are the same. Not 100% sure if that's the way on the A340. On the A330s it's not, they are slightly different. Like one of them is the landing light, the other one is the taxi light. And then of course you've got the turn-off light located down here. So not 100% sure about that one, but definitely bringing that up with iniBuilds. Now going up a little bit over here, we've got all the probes, so pitot tubes over there, then we got the TAT probe, they got the ice detectors down here, and we do have the access doors to the avionics compartment. Now those are sealed, and they are for a good reason. So that's that. Now going along the aircraft, that's pretty much what an airplane like this looks like. Oh, gotta get around the ground power units over here. Now you can operate all those panels like the access door for the cargo panel over here, and you can actually operate this stuff, so that's pretty nicely done. Quite similar to their Airbus A350. And Flight 85 in the comments, is this only EIS-1? No, it's not. You actually got both EIS-1 and EIS-2. So you can choose between the two. And one of the funny thing is that they haven't just modeled the display differences, but also a couple of the differences in the way that the aircraft works. So, for example, the A340-300 with EIS-1 is not fitted with an auto trimmer after engine startup, while the EIS-2 version trims itself. So just a small difference there, but a really nice one. Now, walking beneath the airplane, and yes, you can actually walk here, I just totally love it. You've got a couple of nice hatches over here, but you've probably seen that one in the iniBuilds video already, where you've got the doors to open the landing gear doors and stuff like that. You can actually open them down here, and in order to close them again, you do need to pressurize the hydraulics, but we don't want to play maintenance simulator today, but just to let you know that this stuff is actually here. Now let's have a look at one of the hair dryers, and there is one thing that I really want to say before we're getting into this, and that's the simple fact that even though we are constantly calling these things hair dryers, even though we are saying that the thing only climbs due to the Earth's curvature, there really is more to this. And honestly, the A330 climbs worse than the A340 does. I really mean it. I'm going to tell you more about that as we are in the climb later on and in the takeoff, but I wanted you to know that already. Apart from that, if you say that you've seen engines looking like this already, then yeah, that's absolutely true, because those are the same engines that you find on the A320 family, but uprated a little bit. So I do believe these have 34,000 pounds of thrust, and the A320 has like, is it 26,000, 27,000, something like that. So you do have quite a bit more thrust on those engines. It's not like you only have 4 times the A320 thrust. You do have quite a bit more than that. Now on here again, some lovely level of details. As we can see, modeling, well, I mean, it's iniBuilds. Obviously the modeling is going to be superb. And you can actually open and close all those engines down here from the hatches, which is quite nice. That way you can have a look at some of the details, and the best thing is that the performance is just really, really good with it. So I'm really surprised by this, but it's working really, really well. Much unlike the A350, which was a little bit more performance intensive. Alright, so looking into here, there's one important thing that we gotta have a look at, and that's down here. We've got to be able to see a white cross, and if you look exactly, if you zoom all the way in and have this on 4K, then you can actually see a little bit of a white cross in here. And I tell you honestly, in the real world, it's just as difficult to see these things, unlike the default A330, where they have, well, made them a little bit more obvious, let's just call it that way. So that's actually pretty cool. Now, going up front to the landing gear then, We do have to pay close attention to this. You can actually see a little bit of wear on those tires already, because I've done a couple of landings with this airplane already, and yeah, they do wear down, and they have simulated that. Just like the brake wear indicator pins down here, so gotta pay good attention to those, and well, apart from that, it's a landing gear. What do you expect? It's looking good. Level of detail you can absolutely see, and yeah, I mean, that's everything there is to say about landing gear, really. Something that I do like seeing, when you take a close look at the wheel down here, you can see that there is no brake fan on this aircraft. And that's because Lufthansa actually doesn't have brake fans on the plane, because, well, 90 minutes turnaround is the minimum time specified, and, well, the plane doesn't really need brake fans under those occasions. Now, looking down here, fuel panel. With the ladle still hanging in the air. So let's close that thing back down. Now, one funny thing, when that hatch over here is open, then you're always going to see the refuel in progress message in the cockpit. When that thing is closed, the refueling in progress message is going to disappear from your ecam. So that's what it's tied to. Well then, tailplane with obviously both the cargo door as well as the bulk. And then we do have a trim tank in the stabilizer that can take 4,800 kilos of fuel. And over here again, since we do have a fuel tank, have a look at that white cross up there. And I'll tell you one thing, at night this is a lot easier to see because you've got a flashlight. During the day, especially when it's not cloudy, and especially when you're wearing sunglasses because the sun is somewhere over here, I tell you, this thing is so difficult to see. And iniBuilds have captured that really well. It is just that difficult to see in the simulation here as well. Alright. So that's what our tailplane looks like. Beautiful little aircraft. Now something that I'm missing is the ability to put a step here in the back, because in the real world Lufthansa crews would be boarding from the back. So you go to the crew security, you then go into the crew bus, and that brings you to the airplane, parks over here. So you walk the stairs all the way up to the fore left door, and then from there you're going inside the airplane. And that's what we want to do now. So follow me inside, boarding through the back galley, and over here again, beautiful cabin. And I really mean it. I don't just say that because it looks pretty much the same as my A330 cabin, but it just looks beautiful. It really does. Now, let's just have a look at that door over here and the level of detail. We've got the arming lever down here, and that thing is even secured. Now, down here on that door, you've got the cabin pressure light and the slide still armed light. So that is a little bit stuff for the cabin crew, which we can talk about a little bit later. Well, and then let's just have a look at some stuff for the pilots, which is what we can find in here, and that is the aft galley, which is really huge on this airplane. Now, when we go into that aft galley, obviously quite some nice level of detailing, even if we go close up. I mean, look at those Atlas boxes over here. Those are looking pretty good. Something I'm missing though is the ability to actually, you know, operate the coffee machine. And as everyone knows, without a coffee machine, the airplane is basically, you know, grounded. But all the jokes aside, the most important trolleys are those in the back over here, because that is where you can find the salad. And I do love going to the economy in flight. Generally, I walk through the entire airplane at least once in a flight, because I want to talk, you know, to all colleagues, just get to know the colleagues I'm flying with and that kind of stuff. And well, that over here is where I can find the cucumber salad. Alright then, so that much about the aft galley. Then let's actually make our way forward and let's just have a look at one of the economy class seats over here. We'll just take a seat on the very last seat and look at the level of detailing that goes into the walls and the windows over here. This is crazy. I mean, this looks seriously good. And I repeat, I'm not being paid to say that. It does look that good. It really does. iniBuilds have outdone themselves, and the performance is amazing with this. Now, the seats themselves, as you can see, standard economy class seat. If we go really up close, that is an insane level of detail once again. And just look at this. It looks fantastic, doesn't it? They even thought about details like putting a pillow in there because, well, it's long-haul aircraft, isn't it? You do have an RFE screen up here as well, standard seat pocket, all that kind of stuff. And man, look at those windows. If I took a screenshot of this, let's say like this, and just punched it down a little bit, then you could easily sell that as a real-world photo. But more on that later. So let's make our way towards the front, and yeah, large aircraft. You can see the typical A330, A340 fuselage over here. So we got a 232 seating in the back, but if we go a little bit further to the front, you can see it changes to 242 because the airframe becomes a little bit larger over here, and that's why you've got this particular shape of the aircraft. Now, making our way further up front, we are going to get to the 3 left and right doors. Something worth mentioning about the 3 left and right is that we don't have slide rafts at these doors, but simple slides. So if you actually blow the slides, which is simulated, then you will notice that over here you are going to get slightly different ones, and the doors are a little bit tinier as well, and those actually can't bear passengers on them. So the ones on the aft and in the front can take passengers, the ones over here cannot. Obviously, those are customer options, but I do believe that's the way that iniBuilds have modeled it over here. Alright, so once again, very nice level of detail over here. You got to remove that cover in order to be able to lift the door handle, because those doors are not supposed to be opened unless in an emergency. That's why we've got that cover on here. And obviously, since this is a passenger seat, by the way, great for extra legroom, and the view outside the window is just great over here as well. But you gotta hope that the flight attendant over here is gonna look good. So, yeah, there's that. Now, getting into the third section over here, we've got all those lavatories, and yeah, look at that. They are modeled, and they're modeled to a pretty insane level of detail. I mean, honestly, this looks fantastic. I could just put my hand underneath and hope for the sensor to pick it up, which it does in, let's say, 50% of the cases in the real world, and wash my hands over here. It just looks great. Now, one thing that's worth mentioning, there is a click spot on the flush, but it doesn't do anything just yet. So I'm pretty sure with a future update, they are going to implement that. What you can already do is, at least in some lavatories, you can already raise the cover. Alright, and that's the lavatories in the airplane. Something worth mentioning as well, which however still is a little bit of work in progress, is that little door over here. And well, while it does say crew baggage only, that's kind of for the passengers, because opening that one, you are going to find the crew rest compartment in the lower deck. Now, I do believe that iniBuilds is going to implement that in the future, because right now it's not here. However, what's interesting is that had they textured the walls up here, I would have said, well, this is just about perfect, because in the real world, this is actually a movable compartment. So the crew rest that you would find down here is actually a container that is put into the aft hold. And yeah, therefore it can be removed. So it could theoretically look like this, almost at least. Alright, so let's actually find that door handle to close that one again. Here it is. Alright, so as you can see, it is a version 1.0, actually a beta version even that I've got to do this live stream for you guys, but it looks tremendous, honestly. It really does. I can honestly, just looking at this, it feels immediately like while I'm walking through this, I'm dragging my crew back along because, well, we're boarding through the back and then walking all the way to the front. And normally when you do that, there are the cleaners still inside the airplane, so you've got to crawl over all the cables from the vacuum cleaners and stuff, which is quite interesting with your crew back. But yeah, that's economy class. So really good looking in my opinion. Really, really good looking. iniBuilds have done an awesome job on that. And well, then let's move up to premium economy. And well, we do have these dividers up here. We do also have a couple of invisible walls up here. So let's just get back to the other right-hand side. This is one of the things with the work in progress over here. Once you're in the aisle, it works quite well, but the left aisle is still a little bit walled. The right aisle works pretty well. So the dividers are just looking awesome in my opinion. I mean, look at the level of detail over here. If you get really close, you can actually see the structure of those dividers. So that's looking really, really good. Now, let's take a seat on a Preco seat. Yes, we just call them Preco, premium economy. And this is what it looks. Again, beautiful look outside at the wing, but more on that later. And then just have a look at the premium economy seat. They even thought of details like adding the free bottle of water that you usually get in premium economy. And yeah, I mean, these are pretty neat seats. Now, there are no animations or stuff over here, but there's the remote control. You can recline them to about 40 degrees, I believe, in the real world. And well, I tell you honestly, premium economy, in my opinion, is my go-to class when I'm flying long haul as a passenger, because it's not as expensive as business is, and it just gives you that much more comfort. I mean, look at the legroom over here, just great, isn't it? And again, great models from iniBuilds on this one as well. But now, let's walk further forward. We've got the galley number 2 over here. Again, a couple of toilets. By the way, in some aircraft, the toilets that you're going to find near the number 2 galley actually include the toilet for the disabled, which is quite a bit larger. And I tell you what, if you want to join Mile High Club, you want to take the galleys on the second galley, because they'll generally be largest. Alright, so that much about the details. As you can see, we do have the curtain down on the galleys over here, and that's how they're supposed to be during boarding and deboarding. But what's really nice, if we're looking through the handles over here, you can see that the actual galley detail is actually there in the back. So that's pretty cool. And that is something that only FS24 can do, by the way, because the closer you get, the higher the level of detail is. So if you go a little bit further back over here, this stuff is not loaded, and therefore doesn't cost you any performance. That's just really great. Alright, now let's walk up to business class. And business class, well, I've seen this one before. A little bit older product, but then again, it fits to the A3, it definitely fits to the A340. So let's just take a seat over here and have a look at what business class looks like. So you got a little reading light up here, and then you got the movable armrest, which you can nicely retract if you want to extend the seat and sleep over here. And yeah, that's the controls. So as you can see, really lots of stuff you can do over here. You do have your personalized screen. You can put the shoes down there, feet up here, and have a very nice sleep. Alright, and again, looking outside is just wonderful, isn't it? In my opinion, really well done business class here. The only one thing that you got to be careful with those seats is if you put your phone in here, it can slip next to here and fall into the seat. And well, when that happens, don't move the seat, really don't do it. If you move the seat when your tablet or phone or something has fallen in here, chances are the thing is not just going to be destroyed by the mechanics, but it might as well catch fire if you destroy the accumulator. So be careful with that. Really be careful. Just contact your cabin crew and they can actually completely disassemble the seats. That's something they practice regularly, voluntarily or not. And well, that's our business class seats. So again, really nicely done. Really nicely done. And now we're getting into the front galley. Now, something worth mentioning here, business class has all the curtains simulated. So that's really nice. If you want your privacy in business class, just close the curtains and there you go. Now let's get to the front galley. And the front galley is a little bit more spacious. Now, from all the boxes that you find in here, there are two very important ones. Who knows which ones those are? Just looking at it this way. Put it in the comments below. I'll give you like 10 seconds before I reveal the answer. So which of those boxes are the most important ones? And while you guys are typing the answers, just worth having a look at the lights in the ceiling over here, because those have a really nice level of detail to it. And also, when we are going a little bit further up front, you can see the circuit breaker panel up here, including the ground service switch. Again, we do have another toilet up here in the front. Business class toilet this time, but same equipment as it is in economy. I wish they would have modeled a dedicated business toilet, but well. Okay, so which boxes are the most important? It's this one up here and this one up here. Why is that? You guys figured it out already. Coffee isn't the right answer. Coffee is usually stowed somewhere over here on the sides next to the coffee makers, so probably over here. But no, those boxes are the snack boxes. So that's where you can get all the snacks. Most important thing in a flight. As you know, there is a little joke. What's the difference between a first officer and a pig? The pig will eventually stop eating when it's had enough. And with that, I think it's time to go to the flight deck, isn't it? And here we are. EIS-1, absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. But let's follow the standard crew ways. So we're going to close that door, because the first thing that we do when we get in here is to throw our bags in here. There's a little strap down here in the real world that you can attach so that the bags aren't going to fly around. Now we do have some spare papers for the printer. The printer does work, so there's that. And a lot of emergency equipment down here that I'm not going to go over. Most important thing is obviously the axe, but I'm not going to go into details where you find it. And did I say axe? Obviously I did mean the disruptive passenger silencing device. Alright, so that much about the flight deck in itself. Now, she doesn't seem to be one of those first officers, so I hope that she's awake enough that we can sleep a little bit today. And talking about that, let's go ahead and find out what our flight deck looks like close up. And the first thing that I really want to go to is the EIS-1 screens, because honestly, when I got the test version of the aircraft, I flew like, let's say, 5-6 long hauls with it using EIS-1. Then I did and recorded one with EIS-2, and I was like, I love EIS-1 so much more. Even though the 2 looks cool as well once you get used to this, but awesome level of detail. Also here on the analog standby instruments, I mean, just look at this. This is phenomenal, isn't it? Just is awesome modeling, and the performance with that is incredibly good. Let's see if I bring the frame rate display up again, if that actually shows me something now, or if that remains on not available. But honestly, really, really well done on the modeling. Also looking down here at the ECAM control panel, the switching panel, they've just done a great job on this. A great job. Alright, so let's also have a quick look at the overhead. A little bit different from the A330, especially the fuel panel looks different because we do have a center tank over here. Obviously some more ways to cross feed fuel, but we'll talk a little bit more about that in flight. Okay, we also do have a fuel jettison system installed on the A340, by the way. More on that later. And then I tend to say, let's take a seat and let's actually go ahead and power the airplane up for our flight from Frankfurt to Boston. Now, I just can't get that frame rate display to work. That's got to be show effect. Let's get rid of it. So first thing we do when we are down here is to check the battery voltage. That's the first thing before you power anything up, because you can't check it once they're under load. We need more than 25.5 volts, so let's just flick through it. They're all above that, great. So let's go ahead and turn it on. You will actually not hear too many sounds, because it is a rather silent flight deck. Now, you hear a couple of fans over there, but that's really it. To be completely fair, iniBuilds could make it a little bit louder. They made that a bit too quiet, but you will notice that they have the ratio of the voice on the ground to the voice in the air done really well. So you will notice that the airplane is going to get a lot louder once we are actually in the takeoff run and accelerating in the climb. So our displays are coming to life. One thing that you will notice is the difference between the EAS-1 and EAS-2 displays. And the EAS-1 are really dark displays. When it's really bright outside, you can barely see them. Many Airbus pilots actually got themselves sunglasses which only have the tint on the top part of the sunglasses because the displays are so dark. And you will definitely see that in this airplane. You will definitely see that they did model this. Now, one of the nice differences here is on the EAS-1 the computers are a lot slower, so when you press a button you will notice the please wait is on for a long time. This is especially notable when you start the flight control track. If you just pull your side stick up, you look down here, it goes please wait, and by the time it comes up you're already at full elevator deflection. That's one of the few things that you are going to notice with this airplane. Alright, so that much about our general look around the airplane and look around the flight deck. Now, let's go ahead and actually start doing something useful, as certain airline bosses would say. So, ADIRS 1, 2, 3 into nav, APU fire test. That's looking good, and then let's go ahead and start that APU, master on, wait for 3 seconds, and then we can press the starter down here. Now, here we go, that's the APU starting. Now, interestingly enough, in the comments, some people say CRTs shouldn't be dark. I'm not sure where you got that from, Xenon, but it's what every Airbus pilot will tell you that's flown these things. So, that's got to be something to it. Alright, so, APU is starting. We're going to wait until it's up, and when the APU is up and when we turn the air conditioning on, then you are actually going to hear a little bit of a difference there. Because the packs are audible in the flight deck, but they're not too incredibly loud. While we're waiting for the APU start to complete, there's a comment in the chat from Wood331 November. Really hope that the stability is better at this release. My friend had too many WASM crashes with the 350. Well, one of the good things is that they have autosave simulated directly. So they've got autosave straight away, and I gotta admit, just prior to recording or just prior to going live with this video, I have recorded a flight and my computer just completely froze up in that one. That was probably not simulator related, I really don't know what it was. And when it recovered 2 minutes later, the simulator just closed itself. Now, I just restarted the sim, positioned the aircraft at the nearest possible position, loaded the autosave, and there I was flying again. So there's always that. Just have that one in mind. Okay, so then let's see. The APU is showing available. Let's go ahead and turn on APU bleed and let's have a listen. And here we go. Pack fault lights went out. By the way, those pack fault lights are an interesting thing. Theoretically, when the bleed is out, you shouldn't see the fault lights in the packs. Some Airbuses, however, do that. And then is always the big question. This is non-normal, however, very common. Do you write that down in the tech log or do you not? Most pilots, when they put on the bleed and the fault lights go out, totally fine. Don't write it down. Now, Aviator Andros asks, can I show you around the EFB? Absolutely, because that would be the next step in our flight anyway. By the way, something else that's really nice. This is our default point of view, at least it is almost our default point of view. I've modified it slightly. And when you walk around, you actually got a virtual wall there in the seat so that you're limited at the maximum you can go back. That way you get a little bit nicer point of view for your cruise flight over here. Very easy to achieve and pretty much towards the very end of the pedestal, which is exactly how we're sitting in the real world, in cruise. Alright, so now let's have a look at the electronic flight bag and a couple of the things that we got to do with it. So we are going to load that flight over here, and this is all the different options we have available. Now starting at the very top, we've got this little cogwheel. I always stumble over that word. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still an inner child. Over here we got a couple of EFB controls where we can do the power off, where we can put it back into the screensaver, and then we can also put it into turnaround mode over here. Now we also have time compression controls up here, up to a maximum of 4x, and the plane handles that pretty well. Then we can change the screen brightness, which is very useful for those night flights. During the day it just gets really dark. And we can load panel states down here. So standard stuff, cold and dark, ready for takeoff, on APU, on GPU. That's what we got up here on the cogwheel. Now let's start with the actual controls of the electronic flight bag. So flight planner brings you into the SimBrief flight planner. So if you haven't set up your SimBrief beforehand, you could do it now in here. So that's a pretty cool thing for you to do. However, today we've already prepared our flight plan, so we don't need to do it in here any longer. So then we can go to the My Flight app and we can just import our flight plan from SimBrief straight over here. Now, this menu is probably going to look similar to those of you who are flying the default A330, which by the way I still really like. And one of the nice things with these is that they will actually get you the historic weather if you're flying your sim in historic weather mode. So the way that I primarily fly my wide bodies, or rather my long-haul aircraft in Flight Simulator, is that I usually pick a flight from within the last 24 hours, and then I change the simulator time to the real time. When I do that through the live weather menu over here, note that we're doing this flight on VATSIM. For this reason we are going to use real weather. But if you do it through the live tab up here, then you are actually going to get the historic weather. Oops, didn't mean to open that. Here we go, that's better. Alright, so that way, over here, it's actually going to give you that historic weather data. So that's a pretty cool thing. And Jan in the comments said I still need to pre-file my flight on VATSIM. My apologies, gonna do that real quick. Okay, while we're waiting for this, let's go ahead and have another look at the next... let's have a look at the next menu down here. That's View Flight Plan over here. It brings you directly to the flight plan screen. Now, this shows you your PDF flight plan, basically, but you can also not just access this from the My Flight app, but you also got an OFP app on the mission data tab down here. So that way you can immediately access your flight plan. Now let's go to the next menu, which is payload and fuel. So going up here, we've got two menus. You've got the payload menu, where you can just enter your data directly down here, or you can just hit import all from SimBrief, and then it's going to import your SimBrief data, like on this flight right now. 279 passengers, which is the maximum capacity of the aircraft, and then quite a good chunk of stuff in the holds. And then we've got the fuel menu, where you can either set it through the slider down here, or you can just type it in over here, but we'll be talking about that in a second. Now, apart from that, something that I like is over here it tells you your planned figures and your live figures. This is really useful when you're using the live load through the GSX menu. You can also do an instant load though, and then you've got GSX options listed up here, which when clicked on leads you into the GSX menu. But you can also access this directly from the main screen over here. So two ways to access this particular screen. Now let's go back in here, and something that I like to do, I'm not a huge fan of the live loading with GSX, especially not the fueling. So the A340 fuels at about 1,000 kilos a minute, a little bit less. So we're on the ground here with 8,000 kilos, which is kind of typical loads. Between 6 to 8,000 kilos is typical landing fuel on this airplane. And If we load this up to 60 tons live now, that's going to take almost an hour. So what I'm going to do is I will hit instant loads in a moment after we had a look at our flight plan, and then I'm going to access the GSX menu nonetheless. So we'll get to that in a few moments, but let's continue on the ground equipment page for now. So over here looks similar to what you're used to already from the A350, but you can access all your stuff up here. You can arm all the doors, and you also got the close all doors menu over here. And what's really nice is you got the dirt and weathering sliders. So right now we've got a really clean airplane. I mean, we're showing off a brand new aircraft, so might as well make it clean. But if you added a lot of dirt and weathering over here, that would show life all around the aircraft, which is a very, very nice thing to do. So just have that in mind. Now we can open and close the doors like this over here. Standard stuff. Note that we also hear the cargo doors operating in the background. Or rather, we don't hear the cargo doors, but we hear the yellow hydraulic pump. You can see hydraulic elect pump also was on our ECAM there. And that pump is needed for the doors to operate. So you hear that while the doors are operating, which is a pretty cool thing. Now, with that, we are basically going to leave it at this menu for the time being, but we'll get back to it later on. Then GSX menu, we'll get to that in a moment, but let's start with the OFP menu, because that one is a little bit more important right now. So, standard pre-flight stuff. I'm not going to take you through a long-haul pre-flight right now. Let me just show you the most important stuff. Departing Frankfurt, then we're going to head out via Amsterdam to the North Sea, across Manchester, north of Dublin, and out to the Atlantic via Natrek Delta, all the way over into Boston. We do have ETOPS circles over here, and yes, even though it is a 4-engine aircraft, the engines turning or passengers swimming rules still apply to this aircraft, and I'll make a dedicated video explaining the reason why. I mean, this is a video showing off our aircraft, not explaining you all the details on the operation. So weather. At our destination, Boston is absolutely perfect. The entire US East Coast is looking wonderful today. Have a look at the forecast for Kennedy, Newark, Rhode Island, and Philadelphia down here. Absolutely beautiful conditions over there. So with that in mind, we now know that we are not going to need any additional fuel, unless we might want to fly a go-around later on. We'll consider that. We'll probably consider that. Now, on-time departure, I kind of don't think we are going to be off-block in 15 minutes, so we'll probably be a little bit late, but by the schedule we're going to be 20 minutes early. Nonetheless, we'll take some extra fuel to fly faster. What you can see over here, that one's really important. The average fuel flow, 6,300 kilos. Now, to give you guys an idea, because people often say that the A340 would use so much fuel. Now, yes, you've got those 5 APUs on the airplane, one of them being in the back over there. But they use a lot less fuel than you would think. So the fuel usage on the Airbus A340 of about 6 tons an hour, might be a little bit more, 6.3 tons, isn't all that much more than it is on the A330. On the A330 you use about 5.7 tons an hour. So that gives you an idea about the differences in the fuel usage from those 4 hairdryers versus the proper Rolls-Royce engines. So 6.3 tons an average on the A340 versus 5.7 on the A330, just to give you an idea. Obviously that is a lot of money that the airplane is going to burn extra. Remember, a kilo of fuel costs about $2 US, so over an entire 10-hour flight, you're costing like $12,000 more for the A340 than the A330, but it's not like that much more that some people would probably expect. Now, let's go down here into the fuel section. 59.1 is the minimum. A go around and return is about 2.5 tons, so let's take that as well. And I'll tell you what, let's just take 4,000 kilos extra over here, then we should be fine. So 59.1 is the minimum. Let's just make that 63 tons of fuel, and then we should be absolutely fine, especially if we fly a little bit faster. You can see that thing can burn fuel if you want to. So we'll make it 63 tons of fuel. Let's go up here, payload and fuel menu. Now that we've decided how much we want, we're going to type that down here. So fuel load 63, like that. And now what I'm going to do is the instant load button. That way our fueling goes a little bit quicker. And now let's go into the GSX options and have a look at the GSX panel, which you guys have requested in the comments below already. So starting up here, GSX integration on or off. Then service notifications, God no, we don't want these things. Keep them off. And auto import sim brief, yes, that's kind of self-explanatory for GSX users over here. Now we do have a couple of nice service automations over here. That's GPU connection, depending on the state of the beacon, then automatic refueling, automatic operation of the jetways. So it can automate a lot of the GSX things that you may want to do with it. Likewise, you can see I've got automatic catering turned off over here, but we are going to request the catering services manually, and we are going to get serviced by Fraport today, and we'll use Gate Gourmet Catering. And that way, down here, you can basically operate the standard GSX menu that you would otherwise have to pull up through the bar at the top over here. So that's working pretty well. And this way you can interact directly with GSX if you do not want to use the automatic services. You can see I've automated pretty much everything but the catering so that I can decide manually if I want to do catering or not. Well, and that's the GSX menu. That's pretty much everything I can show you over here. So let's move forward and have a look into the next menus. Okay, next up we got takeoff performance, and for that we do obviously need our weather, but if we just go on here, then pretty similar to the standard A330 setup that iniBuilds have already done in the past. So let's just go ahead. We've got Frankfurt, we got the runway 07 center for today's departure, and there is a NOTAM up there in the real world that's going to tell you that you are currently required to take off from intersection Lima 17. The full length is available, but only with a very long taxi, and, well, how long is that intersection gonna be? Well, unfortunately we don't have intersections in here, but we do have a way to find out, and that's by going into the charts menu. They've done a few changes to the charts menu that we've seen on the A350 already. So let's pull up Frankfurt and search. By default it will load the Lido charts that come with FS24, but if we go down here into the settings and third-party settings, then over here we can select to use Navigraph charts as well. So your favorite type of charts, whichever it is available. Since we're flying Lufthansa, and since Lido actually stands for Lufthansa Integrated Dispatch Systems, or dispatch operations to be exact, we are going to use the Lido charts today. Now, something that's nice and new is that when you pin a chart like the AGC East over here, it actually shows you that it's pinned now, which is a nice little change compared to the earlier ways how this was simulated in older iniBuilds aircraft. So we want the AGC East, and then we were about to find out how long the runway is. So let's go ahead and pin the AGC as well. We'll get to that in a second. And then we do need the SID chart, so let's just select that down here from the bar. Runway 7 center, and we need the dig shift departures. Germans know what that means. And yes, that's actually the way they named those departures here. So that's going to be this one. We'll pin that. And then we need the SID PT for that one as well. So runway 07 center, delta departures. Where are they? Here they are. We'll pin that one as well. Alright, cool. So there's that. Now let's have a look into the charts that we just pinned. We can click on that over here, and you can see that over here they also have that pinned menu now. So if you want to unpin them, you can just click on there. When you reload it, they're gone. If you accidentally click it though, they will stay until you reload it, so you can just pin them again over here. So that's quite a cool thing. Now let's go to the AGC and see about how long our runway actually is from Lima 17. You can see that over here, and it's 3,312 meters. Now, if we need the full length, then we could always taxi all the way around via Yankee, Mike 34. That actually is done quite a bit in the real world these days. And, well, so Lima 17 it is, 3,312 meters. Heck, that's still more than what we've got available as overall runway in Düsseldorf. So let's go back to takeoff performance, and we'll enter that Torah, so that's going to be 3312. We'll just synchronize the weather over here, uploading the automatic weather. Something I would wish for iniBuilds to add in the future is the ability to just type a tailwind in here by going, for example, -5. The real performance tool can do that. Unfortunately, simulated one cannot. So since we've got variable winds at 2 knots, what I'm going to do is I'll do 250/5 to do a direct tailwind, just to be a little bit more conservative. Now weight, we could do that automatically. We could also let that be 225.96, so let's do 226 tons. So 226, 226, here we go. Flaps optimum is kind of self-explanatory. I'll force it to config 2, company SOP. Packs will be off for the takeoff, anti-ice off, force toga no, calculate. And here we go, 45 degrees flex temperature, maximum takeoff weight performance limited to 62.2. And, well, that's it. Takeoff speeds may seem rather low. I'm not 100% decided if I like that yet, because I know that on the 330 we get much higher speeds, and I'm not quite sure if the same is the case on the 340 in the real world, but yeah, for the time being it does fly at those speeds, so I suppose we're going to be fine with that. Now, that's our takeoff performance calculator. You can send it to the FMGS down here if you want to. Again, in the real world you can't, so we'll see. Landing performance, if you've seen it on the 350, you've seen it on the 340. That is what it looks like. We'll deal with that in flight, shall we? Charts, we've had a look at that. Now, en route map. Over here you've got a couple different options. So you got that standard world map here. Is that OpenStreet Views? Not 100% sure. And then up here you can choose all the Navigraph charts. So IFR high, daylight, that's it. That's what we want to use. And if you zoom all the way in, then this should actually give you a moving map of the airport. So pretty useful thing down here. Very nice thing to have. Okay, so that much about the charts that we've got down there. Now let's go forward into the maintenance tab. So we've now dealt with the dispatch and the mission data menus. Let's go to simulation, maintenance. And over here you can do pretty much the same stuff that you could do on the A350 as well. So hydraulic quantities, engine oil quantities, condition of your tires and your brakes, APU cycles and hours. You can see I've accumulated quite a couple of them already, 49 hours. You can see I played with this airplane before. Alright, so that's the kind of stuff that we've got available in the maintenance menu. Now let's move forward. Failures and situations. And the first thing we've got up here is GPS jamming. Now, disabled and active kind of speak for themselves, do they? But look at that, we also got a real world menu, which is quite similar to what they did on the Airbus A350, in that you can actually download real world GPS jamming areas, and then you are going to have a look at that. Also, you can use bird strike situation over here, and then you do have a couple of failures, not as many as on the A350 for the time being, but seeing their development history on the 350, I'm fairly sure they are just going to add that stuff later on, and you know, put a couple more failures over here, but it's nice to see that we got these things on this airplane. Now, for those of you regularly flying the A320, you might notice something on the flight controls over here. You got the primary flight computers, 1, 2, and 3, and then you got the secondaries, 1 and 2. And that's all you've got on the A3, A30, and A340 aircraft. So up here we got the prim 1 and sec 1. Also have turbulence damping, by the way, interesting function. And then on the other side, you've got the Prim 2 and Prim 3 and the Sec 2. And that's the flight computers on this aircraft. No strange stuff like you have on the A320 family. Much more straightforward, in my opinion. And, you know, looking at this kind of stuff, it just really shows, in my opinion, that the aircraft is... It really shows, in my opinion, that the aircraft is continued advancement on the A320. Remember, the A320 was done first, and then the A330 and 40 were developed afterwards. Alright, so let's return to the EFB down here, leave the failures page. Autosave, if enabled, you can do it manually, which is really interesting to do, you know, certain situations, like you can save yourself on a 3-mile final in order to practice landings. So that's a really nice way on how you can create custom saves there. And you can obviously just load previous ones, and that'll bring you straight to the autosave situation. Alright, cool. So then we've got the throttle calibration, which is quite nice. You can do either 1, 2, or 4 throttle axes. You can do a little bit of stuff down here, but it kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? Alright, and then we've got the settings, and there are quite a bit of them. So let's quickly get through this so that we can actually go flying. I meant to go off block by now. So yeah, then let's keep going. First things first though. No, I can't be bothered. Okay, so weight units, kinda self-explanatory. Auto tiller disconnect, that's an interesting one. So when you're accelerating on the runway, or rather when you set your takeoff thrust, namely when you go above 70% N1, then it's automatically going to disconnect the nose wheel steering from your tiller and just give you the pedal steering, which really helps with directional control in the takeoff run. Now, rudder controls tiller, yes or no. If you set that to yes, then you can use the same axis for both the nose wheel steering and the rudders. If no, then you can use separate axes. Now, auto import step climb. I've disabled that one, but I tell you, most likely, you guys are going to, most likely, most of you will leave that enabled, because I'm like 99% sure that many of you are going to forget importing those. I'm just 99% sure about that. Okay, default thrust reduction acceleration, kind of self-explanatory. Realistic door arming, it's kind of self-explanatory as well. Then IRS alignment time is as well. Link instruments, auto GPU disconnect, auto step climb, that's an important one. If you do long haul and you want to go to sleep, namely, when you reach the step point in the FMS, the thing is going to step climb. Surprise. Now, FX performance mode. That's an interesting one. So, you can see I've switched it off, and what this does is that it will suppress quite a couple of effects and details on the aircraft, and thereby basically enhance the performance of the airplane. Useful stuff, isn't it? And obviously, pause at top of descent, self-explanatory. Now, EFB settings, on here you got a couple nice things. On-screen keyboard, enabled, disabled, self-explanatory. Preferred seat, captain or first officer. Well, if you change this one, then what it's going to do is, I'm moving my flight controls right now, you can see nothing happens, because now, those flight controls are going to move. Useful stuff. Obviously, you also got to change the camera over then, but in order to change from the first officer model to the captain model, but that's a different point. Now, auto print initial flight plan, auto print takeoff data, and auto print winds. Well, then here's the printer, so you can guess what's going to happen. And autosave enabled. I would absolutely recommend to put this thing on. In my opinion, one of the most important things, especially when you're on the beta of Sim Update 4 or something the likes. So, really useful to have. Audio settings, well, down here you can control the different, you can control all the different parts of the aircraft. Now, I did one change. By default, master volume is at 50. I changed it to 100. I kept the rest exactly as it is. And that basically puts everything at 100 except for the internal engines. So if you want them loud, put them up there. In the real world, you got your A&R headset on, you're barely gonna hear the engines at all. So that's the reason I keep those at 50, which is the default setting. Callouts, kinda self-explanatory, aren't they? You can choose from everything 90, 70, 80, 50 and so on, and then obviously all the way down to 5 as you're used to from Airbuses. Now, third-party settings. Somebody asked earlier. Yes, beyond ATC, CPDLC is supported down there. And Rare Luca, yeah, good point. I forgot to change back to flying from the captain seat. Thank you very much for that. Alright, so yes, beyond ATC, CPDLC, same tensions, and obviously Hoppy are all supported. Now, download terrain data. That one is needed in order to get your terrain display to work. And for a reason that I don't know about, that thing just isn't working on my side. I click download, I get an error message. For this reason, we have no terrain display at the moment. I did ask iniBuilds about it. They are going to check that out, so that hopefully we are going to get, that fixed for future flights. Navigraph login, updating your nav data cycle live. Over here, you can also choose between Navigraph and Lido charts, and you can choose if you want to use a Navigraph IRAC or a Sim default IRAC. Well, and that's that. Now finally, configuration settings, couple nice things that we can do in here. We can put a SATCOM on the airplane or remove it, so that's the one that we've got up here. I'm not 100% sure if it actually has an influence on the fuel usage though. In the real world, the SATCOM uses about 2.5% extra fuel. More modern ones, by the way, use a little bit less. Ice detectors, enabled or disabled, those are located at the nose cone. So if we just go outside over here, those are in the middle over there, those are our ice detectors, and obviously those come with a couple of associated ECAM items, so just have that in mind. Brake fans, Lufthansa doesn't have them. Standby instruments, whether you've got the analog ones or the ISIS, which is the electronic instrument system. And then you've got the PVI, which is the paravisual indicator. And well, for that one, if we click it on over here, then that's what we get. Now, Lufthansa has them on, I think, 2 or 3 aircraft, but not on this one, so I am going to switch it back off again. And now we've got our standard glare shield back. Okay, so that much about the EFB. That's about everything we got in here. Now, let's go ahead and actually get on with our procedures to eventually make it into the air and take the airplane flying. Alright, so we've already done the initial power-up, we've aligned the IRSs, the APU is running. So next up we are going to do a recall down here, 3 seconds, 2 and 3, and nothing showing up, perfect. Then we've done the preliminary takeoff calculations. What we can do is go down here, delete any of those previously stored items. A340-300, CFM56 engines, and the nav database is up to date. Now let's go to init and delete all that stuff and do the init request so that we can uplink our flight plan down here. And here we go. And while that's done, it's automatically printed our flight plan initialization. So not too many infos on here, if I'm completely honest. The one we get in the real world is a little bit different from this. But nonetheless, it's nice that we got this, so let's just rip this off. When it's ripped off, it's going to be placed down here. In my opinion, not the best place to put this. I mean, in the real world, we usually just slam them down here onto the pedestal, you know, fold them in half and then just put them down here. And when that runs full, you're eventually going to start putting them into the pockets, you're going to start clipping them to the tables and all that kind of stuff. But yes, the printer is rather... printer is a rather important device in these aircraft. Also, not the last, that's slew mode, which just gives you out white paper that you can use to make notes, write down who's gonna have his break at what time, and you name it. Alright, so that's our flight plan initialization then. Now, let's go ahead and get going with a couple of our procedures. And Austrian 331 Charlie says in the comments, the Golf Lima actually has the PVI over the PFD. Okay, well in that case, we'll put it back on. So here it is again, the para visual indicator. More on that later on, we'll get to that, don't worry. Alright, so oxygen pressure is good, hydraulic quantities are good. Something you'll notice with the A340 is that, first of all, you've got a really nice looking display if you go that close. But something that you'll really notice is that the green boxes indicating the normal hydraulic quantity are going to move throughout the flight, depending on the amount of hydraulic fluid that's bound in certain positions. For example, when the flaps are extended or when the landing gear is retracted, you will notice that those things are moving around. That's different to the A320 family, where just the level moves around, but you don't know if it's normal or not. And Airbus learned from that when they developed the A340, and on this one, those boxes are actually moving around. You can see that the green system actually has a little bit less than the blue and the yellow system at the moment. That's because of the extended landing gear. So that's that. Now, that's the hydraulic quantity check. Then we got to go to the engine page, and you can see the FADEC is not powered. It powers down either 5 or 8 minutes, depending on the software version, after the aircraft is initially powered up. So if you're fast, you don't need to do this. If you're slow, you need to. So let's go up to the upper overhead panel. Here's our FADEC controls. Let's unguard them, turn them on. And now the FADEC is powered. Now we can see our oil quantities. As you can see, they are not like completely full, so we could definitely consider refilling them. In the real world, before we go on ETOPS flights, the engineers actually refill the oil quantity all the time. So let's go down into maintenance, oil, and where is it? Service engines. And that should fill up our oil quantities. So now the big question, why didn't it? Here, now it did. Alright. It just took a little time. So now they're completely full at 20 quarts, and now we could either just leave the FADEC turned on over here. It's going to shut down automatically after 5 to 8 minutes, and otherwise we could just turn it off manually as well, which I'm kind of a fan of doing. It's standard operating procedure in my company to do that. Alright, and that's the engine oil quantity checked. Then flaps are up, that agrees with the lever, the ground spoilers are retracted, and now we got to test the alternate brake system. However, there is a little bit of a problem. We release that. We can see that the brake pressure drops down to 0, which it should, but when we press the pedals, we can see it doesn't increase. And if it's not doing that, that would be a case to call maintenance. However, I did already call the iniBuilds maintenance, and they told me that we need to do a little workaround here. We need to go into the ground equipment and remove the chocks. And when the chocks are away, then you can see we can now test the alternate brakes, and those are working rather well. So then let's set the parking brake again, and as you can see, that actually raises the brake pressure again. But also look at how much pressure we lost in the accumulator there. And yes, that's actually correct for this aircraft type. Look at how much we lost. You only have 7 applications until the thing is empty. So you got to be really careful with that. Now, luckily, we can easily recharge it. For that, we'd have to talk to the ground crew to get clearance to pressurize the hydraulics. However, one of the nice things is, as long as the landing gear doors aren't extended, there isn't much that you're going to break. So what we're going to do is go up here to the hydraulic panel, elect pump, put that on, and that, if we bring out the hydraulic page, that's going to pressurize the hydraulics, and here we go. Now the brake pressure accumulator is pressurized again. By the way, a nice little touch that the electric pump actually doesn't reach the full 3000 psi, it goes a little bit below that, just like it should on the real aircraft. Now let's turn that off again, and here we go. Alright, now our accumulator is recharged. I'm going to keep it that way. And when you're going over the ECAM, always have a little look at the wheel page as well to check for the brake temperatures, because it's a very temperature sensitive airplane. The center gear is not braked, so no brakes on here and no brakes on the front gear. It's really only the main gear that has brakes attached to the landing gear. Alright, so that's this. Now that's a comment in the chat from Kakashi. Someone say why the third FMS is inoperative. Yeah, that's something that I've asked iniBuilds as well, because this thing is currently not working. And their response was that they currently have infrastructure problem with that, whatever that means. And that at least for the initial release, they couldn't power up the third MCDU. So at least initially we only have the 2 MCDUs in the front. I do very much hope that they're going to fix this with a later update, but honestly I'm pretty positive that they will, because just look at how many additional features they integrated in the 350 after the release. So that's something that they hopefully have, that they're hopefully going to add later on. Now, let's actually go ahead and continue. So that's our procedures done down there. So let's move up to the overhead panel. You guys have all seen an Airbus setup before, so I'm not going to talk about all the details in here. The only thing that I will talk about is those switches at the top over there, because those are actually not circuit breakers. People like to misidentify them in flight simulation, but it says reset for a reason up here. Those are reset switches, not circuit breakers. All circuit breakers of the airplane are located down here in the avionics bay. All of them. You don't have a single circuit breaker in that cockpit. That, by the way, is the reason why I've got the CB page over here. Okay, so, that much about the reset switches. Let's quickly continue with our procedures up there. So that stuff's done. Then let's check the batteries. We turn them off and we turn them back on again. Then down to the elect DC page, and we observe that the batteries are charging and the current eventually drops. Alright, that's exactly as it should be. Great, so let's deselect that page again. Now, fuel panel, make sure that you turn on the main pumps before the standby pumps, because if you turn on a standby pump before the main pump, the standby pump is going to activate and actually do something. And we don't want it to do that. We want the main pumps to activate. Now, the pumps are identical from a construction point of view. They're identical pumps, but the problem is when they just activate for a short while and then they turn off again, that sometimes triggers the flight warning computer, and if the thing senses a failure in one of the standby pumps, that's it for your flight. For this reason, always main before standby. So, fire test is looking good. Maintenance panel is the only one that is allowed to have white lights, but it doesn't today. Now, on the right hand side, everything's set up here. We want to make sure that the PA system is activated on the third audio control panel, and then we've got the flight recorder test up here. Now that should only illuminate a single light, not all of them, because what it's doing is it's sending a test signal, and over here it shows you how well the microphone captures that test signal. So it should only be one of the lights, not all of them. I've reported that one to iniBuilds already. So moving back to the front then, let's go ahead and actually attach those chocks again. And let's have a look into the weather. So let's just update to the latest. QNH is 1020. So yeah, down here is 1020. Then let's align the standby horizon. Nice little effect. Let's test the date. Very, very important thing to do. Because if this date over here is off, then a lot of computers are going to cease working. Just ask the German foreign minister what happens next. So, clock in GPS mode. If we were to fly the other way around, then we would have to set it to internal rather than GPS. The reason being, when we expect to fly through a GPS jamming area, we should use the internal setting, so that the GPS jamming can't mess up the time of our clocks. Alright, on the other hand side, not all that much to do. Anti-skid northward steering switch is on. Going down here, I'm going to disregard the frequencies for the time being. We'll see what's going to be online by the time we depart, as we're going to do this one in VATSIM. VHF 1, 2 and Interphone coming up. Weather radar, we set the tilt somewhat above. Weather and turbulence selected, ground clutter suppression on, gain is calibrated. In the middle, not that much to do. On the right hand side, most important, TCAS in above. And then we can make sure that our first officer actually can hear something as well. Alright, like this. Good, and then let's go into the MCDU. Now something that I would just really hope to have here would be an option to move the EFB down here so that we can actually work on something in the MCDU. Unfortunately, not for the time being, so we gotta deal with our 2D pop-up. Suppose there's no other way around this for the time being. So let's go ahead and do our MCDU setup. Flight planners have already been imported from Frankfurt to Boston with the alternate in New York JFK. Lufthansa 422 is the call sign, cost NX30, flight level 340 our initial level. And yeah, the plane flies higher than a 747 does, but not that high. Okay, so, flight plan, departure, Frankfurt, and runway 07 center, or so I hope. We do actually have quite some good ATC coverage here, so I tell you what, let's actually go ahead and request, an ATIS before we do all the rest. So, ATC com, this by the way, in my opinion, is not correctly implemented. iniBuilds says it is, according to their sample aircraft. However, I have never seen an A340 that has this type of CPDLC. So when you press ATC com, it should automatically go into the ATC menu, bring up this. When you go MCDU menu, ACARS, then iniBuilds brings up this, while it should bring up this. My opinion. Again, iniBuilds says that it is different, so we'll keep it at that. So let's go AOC menu over here. Or actually, tell you what, let's go ATC menu, and then one to the right, we want an ATIS, and we want Frankfurt from VATSIM, and that's going to be Frankfurt/departure ATIS. Should do that automatically, by the way, and Boston/arrival should be automatic as well. But okay, let's go ahead and request that thing. Then we can also add Boston to the queue. So Boston/arrival. Now, one of the things in the A340 is that you are typically not going to get that stuff on the MCDU, but it just prints that stuff straight away. And here we go, that's our ATIS. Frankfurt departure information, Yankee at 1340, runways in use 25 center and 18, transition level 60, wind 200 at 4, variable, clear skies, temperature 14, QNH 1020. Alright, cool, let's get that one off. And now we know that it's going to be a runway 20, and I actually have no idea which SID they're going to give us, so what we are going to do here is to get our IFR clearance. So let's go on to departure request. We are an A343. I gotta be really careful with that. We've got one aircraft in the real world in our fleet where it says A343 by default, even though it is an A330. And therefore, whenever I see Airbus 340 in here, I'm kind of tempted to override it with Airbus 330. But here we go. So, information is Yankee, our gate is Alpha 62. We are flying from Frankfurt to Boston, and it should have filled that automatically. And the station is going to be Frankfurt. And here we go. We don't need any free text, so let's transfer that to the DCDU, which that one here simulates the dark displays very well, and we're going to send that. By the way, send prompt should be down there, bottom right. That's something that I've submitted to iniBuilds. Alright, so that's it for the time being. Let's already go back into the flight plan. Frankfurt, departure, runway 25 center. Now, it's going to be an Oboka departure. The question is just whether it's going to be the 5 Golf departure or the 3 Whiskey. Both could be used. Okay, so Lufthansa 422 request received being processed, stand by. Alright. Now, that should cancel automatically when I cancel a message down here. Work in progress. Okay, so, while we're waiting for our clearance to arrive, just a little look at the chat, as some people have already been asking about my general first impression of the aircraft. And my general first impression is that it is a lot of fun to fly. I will be talking about a lot of the specifics that I found out about over the last couple of days later on, but I think the main point to take away from here is that it feels like it should. It's not perfect. There are some issues, which is expected on a version 1.0, obviously, but I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to flying this more with you guys. So here's our PDC. Something I would do in the real world is to press print. For some reason though, it doesn't want to print the clearance at the moment. So hopefully gonna come soon. Alright, let's see. Frankfurt, PDC number 1, Lufthansa 422, cleared to Boston now from a 25 center via Oboka 3 Mike departure. Here we go, insert. Now, squawk 0627, actual departure time based on the mean departure interval, so no slot. Next frequency 122035, artist Yankee. Alright, Wilco, and let's just see the second page. Report ready on 122035, okay. Alright, good, and sent. Alright, so that thing's out. Now let's go ahead and prepare the rest of our flight real quick. You guys know how to set up an Airbus MCDU, so I'm not going to go into too many details here. ILS-2 to left, waiting for us in Boston with the Ocean 5 arrival and the AJ transition. Alright, insert. Now let's go next data and set up the engine out waypoint. That's going to be the Frankfurt X5 from 25 center, based on Frankfurt 25 center /246/25 PBD and store. Now secondary flight plan, copy active, and the emergency point is going to be Frankfurt emergency 5. We'll put that in here, we'll enter a holding up there, 246 right turns, and we'll take 1 minute lag time please, like that, and then an immediate return to Frankfurt, like that, onto runway 25 left for the time being. And insert. Good. So that's a secondary flight plan. Then let's go to the primary and the fix info. EDDF, that's 25 center, and the radial 246. And then we got the Frankfurt emergency 5. Putting that in here. Now see a couple comments in the chat about why the MCDU is not the CRT MCDU. Now, this is true, it's not. It's a more modern MCDU. However, those units are replaced rather often, and you can put the modern unit into the EIS-1 aircraft. So that is not unrealistic. This is a possibility of what you can actually get with a real Airbus A340-300. Alright, cool. So that stuff's in here. Then let's go on to init. Now, something that does not work correctly yet is the stored routes. So I'm not going to go into here. Don't use this for the moment. This can cause WASM crashes. Don't use it for the time being. Alright, so let's see about our performance data. We should have that from right up here. Payload and fuel. So we got 163 as 0 fuel weight, and 27.3 is our CG. So 163/27.3. Alright, block fuel, we've got 62.8 now. The APU is burning about 200 kilos an hour. And by the way, we are streaming for an hour already. We burned, yeah, round about a little bit less than expected, but the fuel gauge is not accurate. So that may be worth mentioning at this point. Fuel gauge in a wide-body aircraft. They're accurate to about 3 or 4%. with 63 tons of fuel in there. That is a awesome discrepancy. So what can happen? Even while the airplane's stationary, at some point you see this, and a few moments later you're gonna see something completely different. Like a couple hundred kilos difference. So what do we have down here? Clearance confirmed. Yep, next message. Oh no, someone found out how to send custom messages. Yeah, whatever. Alright, close and reject. Can we actually reply to this? Did some idiot really find out how to break the system now? Message record. Well, I suppose the only way to get rid of this is to go and erase the message, which should have killed this as well. Alright guys, whoever sent me this, you have broken CPDLC. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let's hope that the next, like, real message is going to override it, so that this thing goes away. Okay, then let's just go ahead. You guys are not making this easy for me, you know that? So, contingency is 1.6, which you can input without a slash, by the way. That's wrong on the iniBuilds A330. On the 340 it's correct. So, 4.5 alternate and 2.5 final reserves. Wind, let's see, average is a headwind of 46 knots. Put that in here, and if you do get some negative extra on the ground, that's completely irrelevant. Okay, so that's that. Then let's go on to the performance. We can either do it realistically by typing it, or we'll just go up here. We gotta reset the runway anyway, so 25 center it is now. And I'm going to choose the takeoff run available 3800 to account for Lima 3. Alright, synchronize the weather, 190 at 3, that's all looking good. So let's hit calculate on this, and here we go. And as you can see, the longer runway gives us higher takeoff speeds as well, because now it goes for higher margins. Okay, send to FMGS. You guys are funny. I will yell at whoever behaves like an idiot, and thank you very much for closing that one. Alright, and confirm takeoff data. Let's do that. Okay, so takeoff data uplink is checked. Then we can insert the engine out acceleration as 1900. We don't need a takeoff shift. I will, however, enter 200 because that's what we did on the performance calculator. And next phase. Now this is an interesting one for you guys, especially for those of you who are used to flying the A320 instead of flying the A330 or 40. That's the climb D rate. So you got two D rates available, D1 and D2. We're pretty light today, so I'm going to use the D2 D rate. What that does is to reduce the amount of climb thrust, and that, my friends, is what makes an A340 climb shallow. If you don't use the climb D rate, the thing climbs like any other airplane. If you insert the climb D rate, that's when it gets shallow. So let's take a moment to talk about why we would actually be using a climb D rate. Now, we're talking about a rather old aircraft here. Those things are 30 years old, almost. It's pretty hard to get replacement engines. In order to save engine life, you can derate the engines. You're going to use more fuel. I don't have the exact figures for the A340, but I can tell you for the A330. On the 330, if you use a D1 D rate, you're losing 5% of climb thrust. Note that percent of thrust does not equal percent N1. You're using 5% of climb thrust, and you burn an additional, I think it's 600 to 700 kilograms of fuel. However, it saves engine life, and that's all that counts with these old aircraft. It really is. Now D2 goes to 15% D rate and burns about 800 or 900 kilos more fuel. and again saves your engines a little bit more. It's recommended that you use D1 when you're, I can only tell you the A330 details now. I couldn't find anything for the A340. So on the 330 with a max takeoff weight of 233 tons, you would use D1 down to 200 tons, and below 200 tons you would use D2. On the 340, I therefore assume max takeoff weight 278, so I've set my personal boundary at 230 tons. Below that, D2, above that, D1. But if anybody of you has the exact data, then please do share it. Alright, so that's that. Now, final thing, EGDF25 left, as that's the one that we want to return to. Quick check down here, cruise level 340, optimum 335, maximum 364. And now we got to do a couple of Oceanic specific things. So first of all, we go to the flight plan and we scroll down to below the top of climb, because for some reason only below the top of climb you actually get the step altitude menu. Not sure if that's realistic. On our A330s it does not work that way. Thank you very much. I'll keep that one open. I'll retain that one just in case. Alright, so step altitude menu. Let's find our steps. So we start in level 340, then we climb to level 360 by Sonax. So we'll do Sonax/360. And no optimum step climb here. It's an old aircraft, my friends. Alright, and then we got level 380 by Recall. So let's do Recall/380. Here we go. Alright, and that's all our step climbs for the day. So that's the step climbs entered. Pretty important that you do this. And also note the difference it makes on fuel. Previously we had just a couple hundred kilos, now it shows us with 3.1 tons extra, which equals 42 minutes. So rather important stuff that you actually do this. One last thing, that's cross-checking our North Atlantic track. So we're flying across track Delta today. So let's find the track message. Here it is, track Delta. And we got to cross-check all the coordinates. Now in the real world, there is a really nice function that you can use to do this. That's you go to MCDU menu, and up here you've got backup nav. Backup nav is something that is legally required for the case of a loss of all your long-range navigation systems. When you fly out that far onto the ocean. Now, unfortunately iniBuilds didn't simulate it yet. I did, however, just send them the details a couple days back, so I do hope that they're going to add it soon. The advantage of backup nav is it basically gives you a list of the waypoints together with the tracks, distances and coordinates on one page. Makes it very easy to cross-check your coordinates for the North Atlantic waypoints. Unfortunately, we don't have that simulated, so we gotta do it the old-fashioned way. So let's actually just use the track message down here. Track Delta starting at Resno, which is correct. Then we got 56 north 20 west is checked, 57 north 30 west is checked, 55 north 40 west is checked, 53 north and 50 west is also checked, and then we should have Recall, which we do. And now we got to check that the coordinates are right, so we actually click onto here, and down here we get the full coordinates. The reason we need to do it this way is because those things are at some point created by a human being, and that means mistakes could be made. However, on the Atlantic you absolutely don't want to risk that, since this thing down here is basically what not just you but also your ATC relies on. So gotta be really careful. Make sure that 56N020 west is actually 5600N0200 west. The very same waypoint name could also be used for 56.5, so 5630 north. You wouldn't know from the name, you only see it down here, or on the backup flight plan. So that way we just gotta confirm all those coordinates are correct down here. Quickly gonna do this, and when that is done, we're actually done with the FMS setup. Now someone's asked me a little bit earlier in the comments if flaps 2 is the default setting for takeoff, and yes it is. Alright, cool. So that is our setup. Now Ragus Luca asked, should you have to type the flex temperature with an F? Now, at least in my company, yes. And in the Lufthansa A340s, yes. iniBuilds says that there are versions which don't need the F. We got no way but to believe them, because I don't know or at least the FCOM that I've got access to only knows it with an F. But okay. Now, Austrian 331 Charlie in the comments, is it supporting offsets? Now that's an interesting story. Until 3 days ago it did, and then they removed them. I guess they probably found some problem with offsets for the... and didn't want to hold the release for it. That's my best explanation here. So, QNH 1020, all that lovely stuff is done. I honestly can't be bothered to go over all the SID waypoints right now, so let's just leave it at that. So I suppose with all that done, we could go ahead and start to prepare for our departure. So let's actually go ahead and do that. Let's also go ahead and close that message for the time being. Departure briefing. This is going to be a quick one. So we're departing Frankfurt from a 25 center. It's going to be the Oboka 3 Whiskey departure, initial climb flight level 70, contact departure when advised by air traffic control. And we've got, well, honestly, nothing special over here. MSA 4300 and extra fuel and time. We had 3.1, I believe. Yeah, 3.142 minutes. Hotspots for taxi out, anything that has wheels beneath it on this airport. Stop margin for ejected takeoff. It's unfortunately one thing that the calculator doesn't give us. I am pushing that one with iniBuilds because I really hope they are going to add that for a future update. But, so be it. Can't be too bad. So we don't know stop margin, but it's definitely not going to be much. It's an A340 after all. And, in case of engine out, straight at 25 miles, Frankfurt X5. Immediate return. We can do that. We're above the maximum landing weight, however, just by about 30 tons, so if an immediate re-landing is required, we're able to do that, but we'll only do that if the airplane is on fire and not extinguishable. Anything else? Pick up a hold, consider our options. We can even dump fuel if we want to, and that's that. Nothing special, nothing non-standard, couple of speed restrictions along the SID, so especially the clean speed's pretty high in this airplane, 242 over here, so we got to keep the flaps extended for quite a while. 299 is our S speed, 200 knots is the first speed restriction, so we can retract the flaps into position 1, but no further than that. Apart from that, nothing special, nothing non-standard, and I don't see any threats for today's departure either. And that's it. Any questions? No? Thank you very much. And a couple of you asking about WinWing MCDU support. Not out of the box, but using the profile for the A330 from flightsim.to, you can use your WinWing MCDU through a MobiFlight. So look at this, my mouse is over here, and I can... Well, I could type if I had started MobiFlight. Okay, that was a fail. That was a fail, I do admit that. Do I have MobiFlight running in the background? Yes, I do. Let's quickly start it. Right, so... that way you can do your inputs. The one thing that's missing is the screen output, but I did already tell them that, and they didn't seem like completely against adding an option for that in the future. Alright, so that's that part. Now, sorry guys, looking at the chat, Amy, how did you get access to this plane so early? Answer to that, because he has nearly 82,000 subscribers. Yep. That's true. That is true. No, honestly, they gave the plane to a couple of streamers. I'm not sure who the others are, they don't disclose that, and I honestly don't need to know. And obviously they asked me for my feedback as well, since the A340 is a very similar airplane to the A330 that I'm flying. It only makes sense that they asked me for feedback on the plane and gave me a beta version to give them feedback. So, just makes sense, does it? Alright, so the briefing is done. The all the stuff is looking good so far, so let's go ahead and do our cockpit preparation checklist, please. So that's gear pins and covers removed, fuel quantity. So we got 62,800 kilograms and balanced seatbelts on ADIRS. Nav and barrel ref QNH 1020. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Cool, then let's also do the NUT HLA guideline, please. So that's aircraft acceptance and ETOPS pre-departure service check are checked, RBSM equipment checked, clock and GPS mode checked, HF, well, that's unfortunately not modeled for the time being. Really hope they're going to add HF radios in the future. So HF checked as good as we could. Message log we checked, that was erased. ADSC armed. ADC auto position reports are not simulated. RS full alignment is performed. Ground speed is checked 0. NUT HLA waypoints on OFB were the primary flight plan cross checked. Wind data entered. And that's the NUT HLA guideline complete down to Oceanic entry. Alright, cool. So that's the basics out of the way. Then let's go ahead and actually get our airplane ready for pushback. The APU is already running. We can remove the external power units, and then let's go down here onto the GSX menu and prepare for pushback and departure, please. And you can see, or rather you can hear and see by the fact that the yellow electric pump comes on, that this actually starts closing our doors. So here we go. The bulk remains open last. That's exactly as it is in the real world, and then they often forget to close it. Just say. Not a bug, it's a feature. Alright, so these things are closed. 2 left can close as well. Chocks and GPU, those can automatically be removed, but I am kinda a fan of doing it manually. I don't really know why, but here we go. Alright, slides around, and then let's say hello to our passengers. By the way, this is a strange feeling. In the real world you speak to like 300 people. Right now I'm speaking to 807. Not even an A380 can carry that many people. Guys, you are awesome. Thank you very much for being here in the stream. Liebe Fluggäste, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen aus dem Cockpit. Hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel. Im Namen der Lufthansa darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Airbus A340-300 auf unserem gemeinsamen Flug nach Boston begrüßen. Die Flugzeit heute wird etwa 8 Stunden und 20 Minuten betragen. Wir erwarten einen weitestgehend ruhigen Flug in anfänglich ca. 11.000 Metern Höhe und später dann steigend auf bis zu 12.000 Meter. Wir möchten uns an der Stelle ganz herzlich bedanken, dass Sie heute an Bord sind. Wir erledigen jetzt noch den letzten Papierkram und werden dann in den nächsten Minuten hier vom Gate zurückstoßen und die Triebwerke starten. Erwarten heute einen weitestgehend ruhigen Flug und melden uns dann im Anflug mit den neuesten Wetterinformationen bei Ihnen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und noch einmal herzlich willkommen bei uns an Bord. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel. In the name of Lufthansa, welcome aboard our Airbus A340-300 on our flight to Boston. Today's flight time has been calculated at 8 hours and 20 minutes, expecting a smooth flight, initially in 34,000 feet, later on climbing up to 38,000 feet. Thank you very much for being our guests today. Sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do for you to make it more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. Now we are finishing up the last paperwork, and then we will be pushing back in the matter of the next couple of minutes. So thank you very much. Sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us, and we'll get back to you on approach to Boston with the latest weather. Alright, so the cabin is briefed. Then let's go ahead and call for startup clearance. That's going to be 122035. Jayant, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Really appreciate it. For delivery, wunderschönen guten Tag, Lufthansa 422 Heavy Request Startup. Squawk 0627 Lufthansa 422. Okay, that's a different one from what we got earlier, even though I forgot to set it anyway, but 0627 is in here. Startup approved 121.855 Lufthansa 422. Tschüss. Okay, so let's see that GSX is really ready. And they are. Excellent. And you guys don't hear ATC. My apologies, I forgot to enable it. Now you can hear them.
I'm ready for taxi now, Singapore 420 heavy. Singapore 420, roger, I call you back.
Alright, now they're enabled. Frankfurt Apron, schönen guten Tag, Lufthansa 422, heavy request, pushback.
Lufthansa 422, Frankfurt Apron, good day, prepare for area 7, I call you back.
Preparing area 7 and standing by for a call, Lufthansa 422.
Singapore 420 heavy, cancel that.
Okay, area 7 is selected, and yeah, then there's probably traffic behind, we'll
Frankfurt
see.
Apron, U-Wings 17 Foxtrot on Lima 17 short of Lima. U-Wings 17 Foxtrot, Frankfurt Apron, good day, taxi right, Lima hold short of November 5. Right on Lima, short of November. Jump Cargo 124, request taxi.
Okay.
Jump Cargo 124, taxi by November 17 and November to running point, rendezvous.
November 17,
Man,
November
it's busy here. 350 on our left.
Under 187.
Ah, the Singapore over there. He's the reason why we don't get perfect clearance yet.
Lufthansa 234, sir, confirm taxiway at Lima North or Lima?
Lufthansa 237, taxi now right, Lima North, hold short off November 3.
She looks beautiful, doesn't she?
Lima North, hotel November 3, hotel November 3, Lufthansa.
And Jan asked me in the chat, can I explain how and why the engines are started in the way they are? Absolutely. Ah, here's the reason why we don't get this back yet. That 350 is going before us. Fine with that. We can absolutely wait.
Make a sharp left turn, November 7, hold short of November.
And yeah, for those of you asking about the release date, iniBuilds said it's going to be this month, but we don't know anything more precise than that. But the version I have is marked as 1.0, so I guess they submitted this version into the Marketplace intake process, and now it's just a question of how long Marketplace is going to take to actually release the aircraft. And Scorp, do I plan on reviewing the Boris 777 soundtrack when it releases? Probably.
Gate Bravo 20 via November 5, hold short of November, U-Wings 17 Foxtrot. November 234, continue via November 3 and November to holding point runway 18.
It is busy. So guys, you wanted me to climb back then. That's what you get for it.
I
suppose we're gonna go in here and just do...
Lufthansa 422, when clear of the traffic, A350 behind, pushback approved, area 7, the traffic in question will disconnect at BMD Tower.
Lufthansa 422, when clear of the A350 behind, pushback approved, area 7. Okay. We said when clear of the traffic behind, and he is pulling forward to the tower. Alright, so we are now clear of the traffic. Great, so before start checklist. Park and brake set, take speeds and thrust, V1 148, V2 153, sorry, VR 153, V2 158, flex 55, windows closed, and the beacon on. Before start checklist complete. Alright, so in the real world we do this in German, so let's do it on the stream as well. So, Bonn vom Cockpit. Also, Pushback ist freigegeben, Area 7 und die Bremse ist gelöst. Dann starten wir jetzt den Pushback und warten auf Ihre Freigabe für die Triebwerke. Alright, so
Singapore 420, continue by November 7 and November to holding point runway 18.
With that, here we are.
Continue by November 7 and November 2, holding point 18. Singapore 420. And then in 1 to echo.
So, Singapore is moving via November 7.
November 234, hold short, November 7.
And as soon as we're clear of the road, we can commence engine start. Now, engine start on the Airbus A340. Let's talk about it. And see, that's why I say that everything that has wheels is a threat on this airport. Just the latest example. Okay, so, now it clears the road. So, for the engines, we're going to start with engines number 1 and 2. You can start 2 at the same time, but you gotta wait until the first one is at 10% and 2. So, starter on, everything's green. Engine 1 start.
Lufthansa 322 affirmed, you are cleared for right turn November.
And now, we see N2 is increasing. We gotta wait until it reaches 10%, and then we can commence the start of engine number 2. So here we go, 10% N2, engine 2 start.
Lufthansa 234, hold position.
Now, why is it done this way? That's because the APU isn't like incredibly strong. It's strong enough to start 2 engines at the same time, but to overcome the initial resistance when the engine is still standing, then you need a little, that little bit more power. That's the reason why you have that little delay between when you can actually, that's the difference between when you can actually commence engine start. Someone's asking me to turn down ATC a bit. Can absolutely do that. Is that better? Hope you can hear me a little bit better now. Now, before we can commence the start of 3 and 4, we gotta wait until 1 and 2 are stabilized. That's because of the architecture of the system. And as soon as we see avail on engine number 2, we can commence with engine number 3. Here we go. So, engine 3 start. And again, we wait until we see 10% N2. And as soon as we've got the 10% N2, we can commence the start of engine number 4.
After A319, right to left, clear.
Right, so 10% and engine 4 start.
Lufthansa 322, contact tower on 124, decimal 855.
And here we go.
Contact tower 124, 855, Lufthansa 322, bye-bye. Frankfurt, apron, Servus, Condor St. Juliet Mike. Condor 7 Juliet Mike, Frankfurt apron, good day. Taxi to stand Victor 269er via Papa.
And Moneymix asking in the comments, is the white box realistic on a CRT A340? Yes it is. I actually had to look it up on YouTube myself, but yes it is.
Condor 7 Juliet Mike. Lufthansa 420 taxi.
Okay, so while the remainder of the engines is starting, our pushback is also complete, so let's set our parking brake here. So parking brake is set. The last engine is starting.
Ready for push.
First Lufthansa 6 Papa Yankee on frequency.
Now, UFO3946 asked in the comments, is there a situation where you start 3 and 4 first? Actually, there isn't. It's always 1 and 2 first. Alright. So, forward engine starts. You know the standard Airbus procedure, same as on the smaller buses. But EIS-2 airplane doesn't have auto trim, so we need to trim it manually. And we always trim it based on the gross weight CG. So 28.7, and you're looking at the CG scale in the middle over there, and then you're looking for 28.7, so that's roughly over here. And that's how you trim this airplane.
124, thank you so much for your patience.
Alright, so that much about the after start procedure. Then they're still disconnecting down here, so we gotta wait a little bit. IZ2305, thank you so much for the 249 donation. And Lucas, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. So welcome to the channel, Haloka, AJ Fernery, and M-Flyer Robin, Uzan Aktas, and Jordan McDivitt. And Tom0172, you do have auto trim on the EIS-2, but not on the EIS-1. Okay, so there's the marshaller, he's holding the pin, then let's do the after start checklist. Insurance gas, off, decam status, checked. Pitch trim, 28.7% set, rudder trim, neutral. So, flight control check. And now comes a funny thing. If I just pull the stick back, like this, it will take so long until it shows the flight control page that the elevators are going to be all the way up already. And full down, neutral, full left,
Straight ahead.
Full right.
To Papa 1 to Foxtrot.
Neutral and the rudder, and you move this one really slowly in the real world. If you smash it into the limiter on the side, that's going to be a really loud bang in the back of the airplane. Really careful. And here we go.
Lufthansa 290, hello.
Lufthansa 290, hello. Taxi via Lima, November 8, hold short of November.
Taxi via Lima, November 8, hold short November, Lufthansa 290.
Lufthansa 100, Papa number 2 behind the A320, 2 o'clock, taxi left Lima, hold short of Lima 3.
Taxi Lima, hold short Lima 3, Lufthansa 100, Papa.
Lufthansa 100, Papa, give way to the traffic.
So, let's see if we can find a free spot on the frequency there.
Lufthansa 100, Papa, confirm, give way to the A320, crossing right to left.
We're giving way to the A320 to the left, 100.
Hotel Lufthansa 422, advise ready for taxi.
Yeah, we tried to call you for the last minute. Lufthansa 422, ready for a taxi.
Ich habe versucht, Lücken zu lassen. Lufthansa 422, taxi via Link 5, November 7, hold short of Lima.
Link 5, November 7, short Lima, Lufthansa 422, vielen Dank.
Lufthansa 6, Yankee Papa.
Okay, clear on the left side and clear on the right side. Let's turn those lights on and park and brake off. Now, let's see. It does have quite a bit of idle thrust, but not enough for this weight, okay. So let's give it a bit of power to get moving. Here we go, all we need. Couple percent N1. Brake check. Pressure 0. Great. So, something that's going to be like really important there is that the airplane has a lot of drag when you take it through a turn, and that's realistic. That's really realistic for this airframe. Don't enter a turn at less than 5 knots, and don't use full tiller without engine thrust. It's not gonna work. It's really not gonna work. And once you come to a stop, that's a problem. Okay, so Link 5 is to the left, onto November 7, so out via here.
A340, straight ahead, Alpha 58, Lufthansa 69,
So, 10 knots maximum for the turn. Maximum span 65 over here, not a problem. Not even with the 350 over there.
No.
Hold position.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Did you hear that ATC conversation? That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay, so we cleared via November 7, which makes a slight left turn and then a right again, and to hold short of Lima.
Use the stand on your left hand side, Foxtrot 232 for example.
I'm sorry, left, next.
Okay, so this is going to be tight now with the A350. Let's have a look. You can just about see the winglet there. But we didn't hear any bangs, so we got to be clear.
Parking, sorry.
Lufthansa 290, take hold short of November 7, the next taxiway.
Hold short November 7, Lufthansa 290.
Okay, so left here and then off to the right.
Lufthansa 32 Alpha,
And then hold short of Lima.
Hello, Connor 2 Tango Mike, Victor 109 with PDC, ready for push.
Condor 2 Tango Mike, Frankfurt Apron, good day. Pushback approved, facing, actually advise able for intersection Sierra, runway 1 is.
FM able, Condor 2 Tango Mike.
You can see the wing move a little bit there, but not too much. Now I gotta tell you, I never looked at the wing of an aircraft from the cockpit during taxi, so I can't tell you how realistic that is. But you do have a little bit of wind flex there. Not too much.
Left Lima, hold short of Lima 3.
Left Lima, hold short Lima 3, Lufthansa 422. Alright, cool. So we're gonna go left over here and then pretty much all the way to the holding point. So we're here, well, here, Lima, all the way to Lima 3.
Give way to the beautiful A340 crossing left to right. And thereafter via November 7, and please again.
Lufthansa 290 via November 7.
Alright, if all these people are waiting for us, let's not make them wait too long. I'll use a little bit more thrust than I would normally.
Lufthansa 6 Lima Kilo, request taxi A Lima 6. Lufthansa 6 Lima Kilo, taxi via November 5 for short of Lima.
So, quite the oversteering needed,
November 5 for short
which is
of Lima.
totally normal. It actually makes this plane so much fun to taxi.
Lufthansa 6 Papa Yankee Alpha.
Alright, so, no updates to the takeoff briefing on this one. So, automatic max, squawk is checked, weather radar on, and takeoff config checked. Let's wait for the cabin, and that's what I call timing, cabin is running as well. Alright, cool. So, the taxi checklist,
Austin
please.
207, sorry, Austin 207, taxi, turning point, runway 18.
Provided I find it.
No worries.
So, flight controls, checked, flap setting, conf 2, radar predictive wind shear, on and auto,
118.780, goodbye.
118.78, Lufthansa 422, cheers.
Condor 2 Tango Mike, just confirm frequency with 121.755 or 121.955.
Condor 2 Tango Mike, 121.955, sorry, und Apron ist noch ein.
Okay, so let's complete that checklist. Engine start selector, norm, ECA memo, takeoff, no blue, taxi checklist complete. Comfortar, low, Lufthansa 422 heavy, ready for departure.
422, hello.
And guys, we just made it through 1,000 people watching at the same time. This is the highest number on this channel ever. More than we had with the A350, more than we had with the 777. I would never have thought that the A340 is going to give us the highest number of people watching at the same time. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. That's so appreciated.
420 identified, connect 120.155, goodbye.
120.155, control of 420, goodbye.
Okay, so 120155 is going to be our departure frequency as well. Let's pre-select that.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you have already. You're clear to land to 5 left.
Clear to land to 5 left, Delta 8 Delta Sierra, thanks.
So he didn't tell us to enter Lima 3 yet.
422 line up runway 25 center.
Lufthansa 422 line up runway 25 center via Lima 3.
Frankfurt Tower Gute, Lufthansa 6 Lima Kilo und
Okay.
Lima 8 Lima 6.
Lima Kilo, hello, via Lima 6,
Cabin
line
crew,
up
prepare for
runway
departure.
Via Lima 6, line up runway 25 center, Fox Lufthansa 6 Lima Kilo.
So,
422
someone...
confirmation, one departing 320 out of Lima 6 ahead.
422. Okay, out of Lima 6 is fine. That's more than 600 meters between the two aircraft. So, lineup checklist. And, yep, that's checked on the status page down there. So, takeoff runway is 25 center, Lima 3.
Cross 25 center, hold off Lima.
TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off, lineup checklist complete. Now we can go slow with an aircraft departing from the intersection ahead. Also, I think I heard someone just got landing clearance as well. Yep, there he comes. So, my friend, you're being watched by 1,066 people. Make it a good one. A little bit too much pitching up and down. That's not going to be a smooth one. See?
700 Papa, hello.
So, lots of debate among pilots whether you should do a steep lineup or not. Steep one gives you more takeoff runway, but puts a little bit of strain on the boogie. And look at how much you gotta overshoot. Just a lot of fun to do this. And here we are. Okay, we are ready.
Lima Kilo, 190 der Weg,
knots to 5 center, clear for takeoff.
So that's the A320 on the runway ahead of us.
Lufthansa 6.
And guys, we just got over 1,100 people watching at the same time. This is amazing. This is so amazing. And honestly, this is a view that I could definitely see more often, huh?
Bedeutet Sierra Continue Mike, Tango, full shot of Tango 4.
Can you say after Tango again?
Continue Mike, Tango, full shot of Tango 4. Do not stop on the runway.
Okay.
Can you make Tango to...
So let's see about the preceding. It's probably going to go airborne any moment.
Do not hold your position.
Yep, I'm vacating.
Alright, previous gentleman is gone.
Contour 4, Lima, Hotel, hello. Join Lima 5, full shot to 5 center.
Lima 5, hold shot to 5 center, Contour 4, Lima Hotel.
The 422, was on the rotary 3 knots to 5 center, clear takeoff.
Lufthansa 422, runway 25 center, clear for takeoff. Alright, everyone ready?
6 Lima Kilo identified, correct lange,
Takeoff.
20155, goodbye.
10155, Lufthansa 6 Kilo, bye bye.
Manflex 55, SRS, runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. Passing 80, side stick comes slowly back to reach neutral at 100. 100 knots. Checked.
Contour 4, Lima Hotel, cross against line up to 5 center.
Line up to 5 center, Contour 4, Lima Hotel.
V1. Hello, Contour 2 Tango Mike.
Rotate.
November Blue Line.
Positive climb. Gear up. Nav. Checked. So 12.5 degrees pitch. Which is roughly here.
Time to left out of 2,500.
And look at that.
Approach to 5 center. Get off missed approach, climb runway track 5,000.
Beautiful. Maintains the speed just like it should.
Approach speed 2,500. Still approach 2% in case of missed approach on runway track.
Pitch power after takeoff, spot on. That's how we like it.
Tower low, Contour 2 Tango Mike, turning on
Thrust decline 2, climb auto thrust.
Tango Mike, hello. Cross uniform 2 and uniform 6 continue by transition 1.
Continue, cross the, and continue via checkpoint.
Pack 1 on.
Contour 2 Tango Mike.
Transition 1 to holding point on H.
Yeah, transition 1, sorry, to Tango Mike.
Now this is the stage where the airplane doesn't have much thrust.
Lufthansa 100 Papa.
The 100 Papa.
Okay, flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Pack 2 on. We gotta keep config 1 for a little while here, since we got a couple speed restriction along our route now.
The 40 mile 12 and 100 over the week, 3 knots, 5 times circuit takeoff.
Das ist dann der Takeoff, Contour 4, Lima Hotel.
The 422 identified, 40 the language is offline, monitor advisory, goodbye.
122 decimal 8, Lufthansa 422, ciao.
The
Ah,
100
too bad.
Papa,
They
line
just
up
went
to 5
offline.
center.
Line up to 5 center, 100 Papa.
But that gives us a little bit more freedom, so I'm not going to complain about it.
100 Papa, disregard.
So, 122 decimal 8, and we can climb further. Next up is going to be flight level 130, I suppose. So let's talk a little bit about how the airplane flies manually, because I think that it does that very well. Now, you can see that, first of all, I needed a little bit of left aileron when we got airborne. That's what it is on this airplane. Then, 12 degrees pitch, absolutely perfect. You can also control the pitch very, very nicely, very small inputs, really accurate. I really like that. In bank, I think it reacts a little bit too quick, but overall, the dynamics on takeoff are pretty well done. We'll talk about landing later on, that's a different thing. So, 230 knots, and look at how beautiful you can fly her. Small inputs, very, very small ones. Look at my side stick down there. Very small inputs. But that's how you fly an Airbus widebody aircraft. Look at that. Smooth, constant input. That's how the airplane flies. And that's how you're supposed to fly the airplane. No doing this. See what the airplane does in response? Nothing. So don't even think of doing this later on your landing. As you can see, it does exactly nothing. So, set standard. And that's standard cross check, passing flight level 52. Now. Checked. So this is how you fly an airplane like that. Always keep in mind the forces acting on you here in the flight deck are much, much less than the forces acting on the people in the back. Alright, past the last speed restriction, flaps 0. Speed checked, flaps 0. Acceleration flow pattern, flaps up, spoilers retracted, landing gear up, and tags on. So, a little trick that I'm using when I'm manually flying Airbus aircraft, because it is sometimes not so easy to see whether you're actually exactly on the center line or not. What I'm doing is I look up here at the heading to the next waypoint, and then I kind of follow the flight director, try to keep the offset indicator away on the nav display, but then I simply make sure that I get to the correct heading. So wait until the waypoint sequences towards Cockpit. Also try to keep the flight director centered. And now look at this, Cockpit 301. So I'm just steering until my track indicates 301. And that way I know that I'm exactly on course to the waypoint in question. Like this. You know, it's very hard to see because you don't have a continuous line over here. But you got the track up there, so just put the track vector on 303 now, and that's it. That's how you can fly the airplane. And that's how you can do it, like, really well. And one CAG in the comment, no, I wasn't supposed to switch to a departure frequency, they went offline. Alright, so we're gonna fly it above level 100, then we'll do the acceleration, and once we have done that, we are going to engage the autopilot here. But honestly, it just flies lovely. Flight dynamics, or rather the behavior of the flight control laws are simulated really well. Really, really well. Alright, passing 100, we'll start accelerating. And once we've accelerated, that's when we can talk about how those 4 hairdryers are or are not going to affect us. Okay, so autopilot 1, and here we go. So we've passed level 100, lights off. We're going to keep the seatbelt signs on until we're through the clouds over here. Then let's already switch over to airports. Clean up the FMS. So, you go away and you go away. RATNAV page is checked, secondary flight plan, copy active, and then progress, optimum 340, cruising 340, maximum 366. Estimated time for arrival 2050, which is probably a little bit too late. Yep, 2000 is the schedule, we're 50 minutes late. Guys, I told you this is going to be a Lufthansa relapse. Alright. So, anything we can usefully do about that? Well, yes. Let's actually see. Right now we are going to be there at 50 and with 11.5 tons. Now let's do cost X80. Let's see what it calculates. 43, 12.1. Interesting. More fuel with bus time, we're gonna take it. Let's see what Oceanic 150 brings us. Actually, tell you what, let's do 100 here. .42, 12.2. Alright, so Oceanic 100 it is. Great. So that's pretty much all the stuff we do when we get airborne for a transatlantic. So now next would be level 260 before we are going to call Maastricht. And now we can climb out of here, and that's it. Now, Tommy, yeah, that's a very good point. The volume of the plane is overpowering my voice, and you are somewhat right with that. Now, I'm going to halve the volume of the plane or of the entire sim in my settings right now, because what iniBuilds are doing, they simulate the increase in volume when you accelerate very, very well. Because the loudest noise that you're going to hear in flight is actually going to be the noise of the wind. And you heard how loud that got. I've set my entire sim down to 50% volume now. That's realistic. That's how this behaves. And honestly, the Airbus cockpit is normally a pretty quiet place. My Apple Watch tells me it's normally about 73 decibels in there in cruise at Mach 0.81. Goes up to about 77 decibels at 0.82. So it's normally a pretty quiet place for an airplane, at least when I compare it with the 737 before. However, when we are flying like 320 knots, it gets a lot louder. Alright, so, Adrian, you've been asking the important question up there. What about performance? You don't need an RTX 9090 to fly this airplane. Now, on my system, performance is actually pretty good. I would say it performs like the Phoenix A320. Far better than the A350. Far better. I'm not 100% sure why. Because the cabin, you know, seems actually more detailed. But it just performs better. I suppose that's one of those points where you are just not going to complain about it. So, temperature is plus 12, but when we're about to enter the cloud, it's usually going to drop, so engine anti-ice on. Here we go. And engine anti-ice is on. Alright, so, there's your hair dryers in action. 1,400 feet a minute. But the funny thing, the A330 does not climb much better than this. It climbs pretty much the same. Provided that you are using climb D-rate, which you are supposed to use. If you take the D-rate out, the thing is still going to shoot up. No problems. But since you're not supposed to take the D-rate out, that's what it looks like. Alright, gonna keep the anti-ice on while we're going through the clouds over there. Then let's have a little look at the wing view. And here it is for you guys. And fly to live, great comment there. Top of climb and top of descent will be reached at the same time. Yep. So, lovely look outside the window. If you look closely, and you gotta look very closely, you can actually see the engines move a little bit. You can see the pods wobble. Let's see if I zoom all the way in. Difficult to see. Difficult to see on the stream. But they did model that. Obviously it's not too strong because we are currently not in turbulence or anything the likes. But it looks pretty good. Just looks pretty good. This entire sim does. And someone in the comment, meanwhile the 757 climbing at 6,000 feet a minute sometimes. Yep. Well, I've done 7,500 with an A330. but that was collecting the plane from the paint shop, departing, you know, with fuel for an hour flight, no payload, and due to a compressor wash we had to go full toga. That thing climbed like a rocket. Daniel, in the comments, would you drop the speed to something like 280 knots to climb faster? No, actually we wouldn't do that, because the speed is based on the cost index, and there is no reason to climb faster. This is just how the plane climbs, there is no problem with that. Half an hour, 35 minutes to cruise level, totally normal for the airplane. And you're gonna fly for 10 hours anyway, so there is no reason to get going that quickly. There is just no reason to climb quicker. Okay, so still a little bit of weather everywhere, so we gotta be a bit careful with that. Engine RTI stays on for the time being, but I think it looks pretty smooth, so let's wait for the next left turn, see where that's gonna bring us, and then we can decide if we're going to turn the fasten seatbelt signs off or not. Chat, you guys are good. AJ, the Aerosoft A330 also had a hell of a climb rate at touchdown. You name it. Oh god, that was great. That was just great. I so hope that Aerosoft and Tolis are going to do the 330-900. But for the time being, we've got an A340-300, and that thing's very nice to fly as well. Alright, so 1200 feet a minute passing level 200, again, completely normal, as the plane would do. Now let's see down here, 330 is now the optimum with a higher cost index, so cruise level 340 is still good. Let's actually go all the way up there to flight level 340, and well, that's the type of levels that you're going to fly with this. Now Dot-like asking an interesting comment there. That is the cockpit geometry correct? I would say mostly. There are a few things that are wrong. The general geometry, definitely correct. The windows are that large on the A340. The windows just are. Now, the things that I find are wrong is the lever to open the window seems a little bit too small. Just a little bit though. I would make it a tiny bit larger. Then we've got the switches of the lights. Those are wrong. Those should be much longer. So those switches up here are wrong. I submitted that one to iniBuilds a few days ago. I do hope they're going to correct it, but those switches should be larger. And the last thing, and that's probably the most important one, you guys know that Airbus pilots like their tables, right? You guys also know that the larger the table, the better. But this is too much. This is just too much. I would say this is maybe like 30% too big, just as a guesstimate. I haven't done any math on it, but the table is nice, it's big, but you know, this was definitely designed by a guy, not a lady. This was definitely designed by a guy. So yeah, the table is my main point over here. It's just too big. But apart from that, I cannot find many things. Well, the flap lever as well. Flap lever, spoiler lever, those aren't entirely perfect. They should be a little bit larger, especially the flap lever. Apart from that, I would say that the rest of the geometry is quite accurate. I would certainly say so, the rest is quite accurate. One thing that you definitely notice is how small the display units are. You know, Boeing aircraft have a lot larger displays, and I'm even talking about the ancient Boeings, like the 747 or the 737. Those display units are a lot larger than those on Airbus aircraft. The EAS-1 units are even smaller than the EAS-2 ones, and when I recently flew on a Boeing 747 in the real world, I had a chance to visit the flight deck, and guess what? I came in there and I was like, holy, are those displays large. I almost forgot about it after all the time flying Airbus, but yeah, they really are. They really, really are. And compared to that, Airbus displays are really small. EIS 1 even smaller than EIS 2. However, all those things that I have just mentioned are things where I would absolutely say that they're fixable. And we've seen how many fixes iniBuilds have done to the A350, so I'm absolutely sure that we are going to see just as many fixes for the A340 as well. So I'm sure that all of those points that I just that I just raised, you know, they're fixable. They're easily fixable. So that's what I'm really hoping for, that they are gonna fix those. Now, still some clouds ahead of us. What's the temperature? Minus 25. So at minus 40 we can turn the anti-ice back off, but gotta wait until then. However, I think this looks pretty smooth, so let's actually release the passengers. So, animals out. Okay, Scotty100 asked in the comments, don't know if it was asked before, but do I know if iniBuilds is going to model the third MCDU? Honestly, I can't imagine that they're not going to do it. I have a personal theory here, and I need to emphasize that this is really just a personal theory. I think they have intentionally disabled it because they might have had some problems with whatever was running on here. So I think they intentionally disabled it, because simulating an A340 without a center MCDU is no. That just sounds wrong. That's not the style that we're used to from iniBuilds. Now circling, will I use time acceleration? Yes, absolutely, but once we're in cruise. And Jacob320 asked how I got the Gaia Vienna to run. Just copy-pasted the files from 2020. So, looking at the Ecam, we can see trim tank transfer. Now let's have a look at the fuel page and let's talk about what the airplane is doing there. So in general, it wants to get the gross weight CG as far off as is safely possible. That's usually between 36 to 38%. Now what it's doing is it's transferring fuel from the main tanks to the trim tank in the tail of the aircraft and thereby moving the center of gravity aft. You can put like 4,800 kilos into the trim tank and it will transfer as much fuel as it needs to do to either get the gross weight CG all the way to where it wants it to be, so between 36 and 38, or until the trim tank is full. So that is going to take a little while, so let's just have it do that. We don't need to monitor it, but whenever Ecam messages like this pop up, it's always a good idea to watch what it's actually doing, because there is always that bit of a chance that it might actually do something wrong. For example, on one occasion I've seen an Airbus transfer fuel just from one wing. Now it is supposed to do that to get rid of an imbalance, but it created an imbalance with it. So there was something wrong with the computer. Transferred fuel only on one side, which you can see by each of those arrows. We had arrow only on one side. And you can see how it was actually creating an imbalance. So in that case, yeah, trim tank, mode, manual, shut it. That kind of stuff can happen. It's not a perfect machine. It's a good one, not a perfect one. Alright, so the rate of climb has dropped to 700 feet a minute over here. Now, some people get impatient and remove the D-rates. You can do that, but the question is, why would you? Because we're gonna fly for like 8 hours. Why would I remove the climb D-rate? So just wait it out. You can see we're 23 minutes in the air now. It's going to take us even longer until we're in cruise level. Probably even longer than half an hour, but again, that's like completely normal for this type of airplane, so nothing to be worried about. Now a couple of you have asked about the power visual indicator, the one in front over here. Now, you need to turn it on manually down here. You have a test mode available, And as you can see, this thing basically varies left and right. Now, let's take a moment to talk about what a PVD is and what it does, and why I'm turning it back off again. So, the Paravisual Indicator is a tool that was developed at a time where wide-body aircraft were rather new concepts. So, there is one available for the 747 as well, and you had aircraft that are made so that you're sitting really high in them. And those aircraft basically, or rather the manufacturers of those aircraft, were a little bit worried that it might be difficult for pilots to track the center line, especially in a low visibility situation. Now I can tell you one thing. When you do your low visibility training in a type rating, you are training in 125 meters RVR. That is not a lot of visibility. When you do that on a 737, it's difficult to see the lines. When you do it on an airplane of the height of an A330 or A340, remember you're sitting like 10 meters higher on approach because of the pitch on landing, and because the standard seat height is already 5 meters. So when you do this on an airplane of this size, the lights become really, really tiny, and that makes it pretty hard to track the center line in low visibility conditions, especially on takeoff. So what the Paravisual Indicator was developed for is, when you turn this on, if we just run the test again, you can see you got that part in the middle. That is the center line based on your localizer. And that white thing that's moving left and right is basically your runway center line, respectively your localizer deviation. So this is the same as the localizer scale is down here. And, well, that way you can track the center line much easier. You also have an auto-land warning light implemented in here. If you don't have the PVI installed, it's normally located over here, the auto-land warning light. And, well, that's what this tool is for. Now, does it work? Well, I suppose we can find out on our landing in Boston. Well, we are going to pick an ILS, and then we'll just turn it on and see how it's going to work. And Throttle Nomad, I should clip that explanation and post it as a separate video. I will. Well, I'm probably going to create a dedicated video on it. But, yeah. Now, Jacob A320 asking, are these 3 packs? No, the airplane should have 2. So, you can see that nicely up here. We do have 2 bleeds, so 2 engines feeding every 1 pack. And we have 2 packs on this aircraft. Now, what's the temperature? Minus 39. 1 more degrees and we can turn the anti-ice off, giving us a little bit more thrust. Also, something that you want to do is turn the brightness of that weather radar up. That way it's visible much easier, much nicer. So, Adrian, is the MCDU more detailed? Did they add more stuff, or is it the same on the A330, which according to you is very basic? Well, I gotta think about this for a moment, because I would absolutely not call the MCDU of the default A330 very basic. In fact, it models most of the stuff that we are doing with it. There are a few things that are missing though, and I will be talking about them as we fly along for our Atlantic crossing. For now though, let's get the aircraft up to cruise level. Now looking up ahead, that guy is 4,000 feet above us, 1,000 to go. Looking down here, temperature is minus 42, engine anti-ice off. And here we go. Yeah, we'll get to the MCDU. One thing I can tell you already that we would absolutely be using is basically once you're going through 10,000 or transatlantic flight, first thing we do is go down here, find your net entry point, so Resno, 1507, and create a time marker an hour and a half before that. So that would be at 1337. Problem is, if I enter 1337, we would just enter it like this. Yeah. So time markers still have to be added to the FMS. So time markers are a thing that I'm missing. Now, until 3 days ago, the plane had offset, but it had some trouble. So they've removed it for the initial release version, but offset is definitely going to come back. And those are like the two most important things. One more that we are sometimes using. Let's find the nav entry again. Go up here and let's go to RTA. You can see not simulated for the time being. So RTA is currently also not there. So Alt Cruise. 29 minutes to get up here. That was quick. A330 usually takes 30 to 35 minutes to get up here. So I told you. It doesn't climb too quick, but then again it's not too slow either. So top of climb, level 340, 51.8 tons. We got 57.2, but we loaded 4,000 more, so that would be about 53. So yeah, 1.2 tons ahead of the operational flight plan. But let's actually do a check when we overfly the next waypoint, because that's going to be a little bit more important now. Alright, so let's go ahead and have a very quick look at VATSPY to see what's lying ahead of us in terms of controlled airspace. And oh god, everything is online. North Atlantic is online, the Brits are online. Okay, we might eventually have to do parts of the flight offline, but for the time being, let's turn time compression on to 4x so that we make our way towards the Atlantic. So, still flying through the cloud down here, but the temperature is below -40. That means we can easily proceed with time acceleration. Or rather, without NTIs. Yeah, we gotta have a look on the traffic. Now, what's going on here? I'll switch TCAS to below. And, okay, everyone's supposed to vanish, that's fine. Luckily, we're flying pretty low, so we are gonna fly below the levels of most aircraft. Now, Scion 320 asking in the comments, what is the maximum time acceleration for this plane? It's 4x. So it can go to 4, but no more than that. So a little bit of weather over here. There's definitely a little bit of weather over there. So, while we're flying along, I'm just going to check. We got London Centre, South and West online. But just quickly got to open VAT glasses to see which sectors they actually control, to see if we're actually going to fly into that or not.
Runway, awareness, okay. Meters.
Thank you, I suppose. We'll close that one. Alright. So we're on the way now. About 2 hours till our top of descent. And Vladislav asks if CPDLC is working, and yes it is. And Snickers Anyone, I like that username, doesn't have auto time compression like the PMDG and the 350. Yes, it does. So basically when you select the acceleration over here, it always says maximum. So this is actually automatic time compression. You also have automatic step climbs available in the menu. So when you go down here onto settings, and I think it's EF, no it's not, aircraft settings, yeah here, auto step climbs, so you can enable those. However, for VATS flights I would always leave that disabled and then do the step climbs yourself. So, en route map, we'll open up that one, zoom out a little bit of course. Like that. Alright, so we are flying just north of Echo Golf X Whiskey and north of Manchester. So very quick check, and I think we will be clear of the active ATC until we enter the North Atlantic. So Shanwick NAT FSS is online, and since we should get our clearance like 90 minutes before we enter that airspace, I suppose I'm just going to send him a private message here and ask him if we can accelerate into his airspace and under what conditions, like if there's any traffic that we might be blocking, stuff like that. Okay, and there is actually traffic over there at our altitude, but I think if we continue like this and then along the turn at Raflo, we are not going to be in conflict with him. But always remember, when you're using time acceleration on VATSIM, you must not impede the experience of other users. So if we were to fly straight over here, then we would have to make sure that we've got the separation to this other aircraft. And since the TCAS and Flight Simulator can sometimes be a little bit, let's say, twitchy, I would keep a minimum of 10 miles from other aircraft. But I think this is working quite well over here. I think this is definitely working quite well. Yep, 10 miles, perfect. So I think we're going to stay clear of any of the active airspaces for the time being. So let's go ahead and ride that Oceanic controller and see if we can get any approval for using time acceleration along the tracks. So, where are we going to enter that Oceanic airspace again? At Resno, 1506, so in an hour and a half, divided by 4, that gets us to about 20 minutes. So, I've just written the controller. Hi, I'm currently heading towards Resto at 4x time XL, ETA in 20 minutes. Plant track is Delta. Any chance to use 4x acceleration across the Atlantic? Or would that require any change in altitude? Planned flight level is 360. So, for now, we've just got to see what his answer is going to be, and then we'll decide on how we are going to cross that Atlantic. But always remember the basic rule here: when using time acceleration on VATSIM, you got to keep everything. You got to avoid discomforting everyone. So if the controller tells me crossing the Atlantic with acceleration is possible, but only at a different level than the planned one, then we'll try to accommodate him as good as possible. And honestly, in the real world, you sometimes get altitude changes as well. You don't always get the level that you're looking for. So I'd say that's actually quite realistic, doing it that way. But for the time being, let's see what he is going to answer, and in the meantime, we'll just be heading out towards that direction. Now, once we're over the Atlantic and outside of all the busy European stuff, we are going to go through the cabin once again and have a look at all that stuff. And then we're going to see a little bit more. But for the time being, as we're crossing the UK, I really want to stay in the flight deck here, keep an eye on my flight instruments. But we can make some use of that time already, going down to the ATC com page and collecting some of the weather that we will need for our Atlantic crossing. So let's go down here. Well, normally I would go into the ATIS menu. Unfortunately, that has some problems. So I'm actually going to go over here. Actually, no, that was wrong. ATC com, AOC menu, weather. So, let's have a look at our Oceanic crossing and the plan. So, OFP. We'll plan the crossing the Atlantic entry based on Shannon, and then we've got Gander on the other end side. So let's go ahead and get those two airports. N, Beta and TAF, send. And then we're also looking for Charlie Yankee Quebec X-ray. Send. Alright, and here's our weather, so let's have a look. Starting down here, Shannon currently gives us 240 at 32, gust 44. Light showers of rain, scattered clouds, wind shear on the approach. Oh, lovely, but it's legal. Can use it. Now, Elton. Am I not monitoring guard? I could swear. Guys, you watched it. We tuned 115, did we? We definitely tuned it on the ground. No idea why that currently detuned itself. Alright, so, the wind is straight down the runway, and wind shear, however, is recorded, so Shannon is not good, but usable. However, let's go safe here. Let's play it safe. Echo India Delta Whiskey. Well, let's get Dublin as well. Dublin, 230 at 22, gust 38, runway 28 there, so that's actually going to be quite a bit of crosswind involved. But within limits, so Dublin is fine. And the forecast for Dublin, probably going to stay rather similar. Yeah, 220 at 22, gust 40. Oh, lovely weather in Ireland. Winter is coming, my friends. Winter is coming. So next over here is the step point. Let's quickly see. Optimum is still level 340, so we'll stay in 340 for the time being. Step ahead, we'll disregard that. The higher cost index that we're using really drags the optimum altitude down. So don't be surprised if that, you know, takes a little time. I'm loving it. Already receiving a private message here from the North Atlantic controller that I haven't requested clearance. Yeah, I sent you a message, but apparently he only accepts it via this very strange tool called NutTrack, which I'm really not a fan of, by the way, because well, and the guy starts making trouble. I love it. Okay, so let's actually go out of acceleration, because he says he wants the clearance request 20 minutes before entry, and I told him like 5 minutes ago that we'll be there in 20 minutes, so we gotta return to real life, but if he's making problems, I'll just log off. So, let's see, Lufthansa 422, let me actually show you the NutTrack thing while we're doing it. So this is what it looks like. So you should request clearance 30 minutes prior entry is already not that correct. So Lufthansa 422 from destination Boston, requested flight level is going to be 360, maximum level. What does the FMS say right now? 364, so we're not going to request anything higher. Okay, requested Mach number is going to be 0.82. Route is the track Delta, Oceanic entry via Shamwick, entry fix Resno, ETA. So let's see, we got to calculate that one accurately now. So let's actually just quickly do that over here. So, Resno, 400 miles, that means basically 15 minutes from now. So that's gonna be, what is it right now in the real world? 15:52, so that's gonna be at 16:07. So 16:07 down here. Then TMI, we don't really need that as we're submitting a clearance request, and free text, we don't need anything either, so submit Oceanic. Really? TMI is required? How annoying is that? Alright, so sim brief, briefing preview. Where's the track message? It's gonna be somewhere here. Usually above the NOTAMs. Here it is. TMI 276. Alright, and submit. God, this is annoying. So what didn't it like? Mach number. Well. And free text, 4x prime XL. Alright, submit. What the? Maximum flight no, you don't need to submit that in the real world. Why did it reset my crossing level? So 360, 360. This is already unrealistic, guys. This is not how you... For real. Does this stupid thing really reset itself every time? That tool is such a... Alright, let's do that one again. Yeah, it doesn't allow me. Okay, so let's tell the controller that. Man, this already annoys me. This really annoys me. Alright, now the controller just told me to call him when we're over the entry point. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're back on time acceleration. He wants a call when we're over the entry point. And I suppose we are just going to do it that way. Makes our life easiest. It's really too bad that they don't allow to use the hobby data link for that, because in the real world you just go down here, ATC menu, next page, Oceanic clearance, and then you just put it in here. So that would be Resno, Mach 0.82. Why didn't it take Resno? Alright, so for some reason this doesn't accept the entry point. Let's try that one more time. Resno. Yeah. It's gonna be a bug, huh? I'll take it that way. So anyway, we will put Resno 1505, requested flight level 36. So this doesn't take any information. And the controller is just asking us to decelerate once again, and then go for clearance again. Okay, well, he wants me to submit the clearance with an ETA that doesn't match the actual ETA. I suppose we can do that, so let's just try that one more time. I'll give you the screen again. So here we are back in NavTrack. So Lufthansa 422, destination Boston, requested flight level 360, maximum 360, Mach 82. Track is going to be Delta. First sector is going to be NAT, entry fix Resno. And now ETA, if I try something that's more than 20 minutes in the future, it's going to work. So let's do a 1620, for example. And then, what did we say? Actual ETA 1615, something like that. So that way, I can send it. But obviously now the ETA in the system is incorrect. Alright, so he's now got the clearance request with an incorrect ETA in there, and the actual correct ETA is included in the remarks. That's gotta do the job. That's just gotta do the job. So we're overflying back, so we are now an hour 32 in the air with 49, well 50 tons basically. Do a quick fuel check. So back, so 137 versus 132, that's good. Should have 50 tons, or we have 50 tons, we should have 43, so like 7 tons extra. That's quite good. We saved like 4 tons compared to the actual plan. Okay, that's quite a bit. Alright, anyway, we sent the clearance request. Let's see what's going to come back, if something's going to come back. And then we'll just see what's going to happen. And it actually says RCL received, contact controller by voice, revert to voice procedures.
Double traffic runner 27-4 Echo is descending to 3,000 feet. Direct Douglas.
Actually, that system log is interesting. That was the previous rejected clearances. The actual one probably still gonna come. RCL received, continue to monitor. Okay, we'll do that. So while we're heading out to Resno, let's go ahead and discuss a little bit of the Oceanic stuff that we've got to do now. So the first thing would be our ETOPS waypoints. Now, in the real world, we would enter them using a specific naming convention. That's EEP1, Echo Echo Papa 1 for the entry point. Then we've got the IATA codes of the airports for the equal time points, so SNN, Yankee Quebec X-ray, Sierra November November, Yankee Quebec X-ray for the equal time point, and then Echo X-ray Papa, which was exit point, for the exit point. Unfortunately, it accepts the entry and exit points, but it doesn't accept the 6-digit identifier at the moment. Not much we can do about it, except to use different namings, and I have reported that bug to iniBuilds, and they will be working on that. So let's go ahead. We've got ETOPS entry point 1 that's based on North 555.8.7 and West 019.52.7. Like that. Place that in a left long store. What are you doing? No, erase. Did it store the waypoint? I think it still had some problems because of the previous time marker that we were about to save, but here we go, that's looking right. Now unfortunately it doesn't accept Shannon Yankee X Papa, so we gotta name it ET equal time point 1, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead. That's going to be North 5544.4, and the West coordinate is 3650.12, like that, and store. And finally we need the ETOPS exit point number 1. By the way, the interesting thing here is that the iniBuilds 350 can do all those things, so I suppose they just haven't had the time to actually port the stuff into the A340 yet. I suppose that's going to be added later. So we now got the waypoints in here. We've got the entry point, the equal time point, and the exit point. And now let's go ahead and open the fix page. Always put that in the fix page, never into the flight plan page. So entry point 1, then equal time point 1, and ETOPS exit point 1, all added. Now let's go ahead and have a look up here on the plan mode and just quickly scroll through this to make sure that those points are all located along the flight plan line. That way we can exclude any typing error. But this looks good, they're all exactly along the route. The reason we do it this way is because ATC would eventually send us a so-called confirm assigned route request via CPDLC. That pops up over here on your DCDU, and then it downloads the entire route from your FMS, including the ETAs, including an offset that you're flying, basically including everything. It downloads the entire FMS data and sends that to the controller via data link. And for this reason, you must not include any ETOPS points in your route. The route has to match the Oceanic clearance exactly. Alright, so that's what we've got in here. Now we are going to be using Dublin 28 left for a diversion at the moment, and that's all we've got for the time. Alright, great. So with that we've cross-checked everything, and now we are heading out to the Atlantic Ocean. We would make sure that our ETA for Resno would be correct. Just a quick check in NavTrack. We requested didn't actually submit the comment in the RCL message. Interesting. Okay, well it doesn't matter. We are still going to be there more or less on time in Resno. Okay, so that's this stuff. There is a little bit more that we need to do, so let's go ahead and do that now. We're still waiting for the Oceanic clearance to come by. The next one is going to be the track distance check. For that, we got to turn on north reference to true. So let's get out the flight plan and let's check. So we're going to depart Resno towards 56 north 020 west on a track of 291, distance 180 miles. And on here we got track 291, distance 180 miles. Then we continue towards 57 north and 030 west, track 284, distance 336 miles. Then we continue to 55 north 040 west, track 254, distance 356, and again that cross-checks. Then we continue towards 53 north 050 west, track 255, distance 372, and that checks. And then we are going to continue towards Ricard, 248, 181, and that's all cross-checked. And with that we now know for sure that our Oceanic routing is correct. Alright, we can already keep the north reference selected to true. And yeah, that's that. So, AGR7 asked a comment. Yo, A330 driver, what do you think of it so far? Now, honestly, I think that it's quite a fine airplane. It still shows a couple of the quirks that the A350 had in the beginning as well, especially when related to the ETOPS sections of our flight. But it is very well flyable, as you can see. And I thoroughly enjoy it. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong there, but it's still doing quite well. Okay, so Ryzen with 140 miles. By the time we get there, we gotta be in level 360. So even though the optimum is just 345 for the time being, maximum 370, let's go ahead and climb to level 360 already. So here we go. Thrustline climb out cruise flight level 360 blue. Up to the new cruise level. So, Valatiora, will I do Antarctica ops now, since INI have released both Cape Town and Wolf Fang? Probably. Now, Andreas, why using True North for the Oceanic track? So that's a twofold reason. The first one is that it is a little bit easier to read the correct tracks. You know, when you're crossing the Atlantic, you have a completely different magnetic variation on one side than on the other. And what exact variation you might have en route, you don't really know for sure, because the common charts used by pilots don't really tell you that. So by using True North reference, we can tell our tracks a little bit easier. This is especially going to be interesting when we get over to the other part of the ocean, where our variation is about 20 degrees west. So especially over there, using North reference True just makes it a little bit easier. The same goes for tracking our flight path and doing the track distance check. And overall, I know that not every company does it, but it's standard ops in my company to do it, so yeah. And Jake the Afjeek, am I reading that correctly? 164 knots headwind. It's 154, but yeah. Ground speed 355. That's what you get. Would be nice flying the other way around now, but I'm afraid we're doing this way. So let's see, 90 miles to go. It's now 16:10 in the real world. Tilde 16:16 for the ETA. Let's see. So 07 up here. That's 15 minutes divided by 4 is 4 minutes. So yeah, we are within 2 minutes of the ETA for Resno that we had submitted. So I suppose that's fine. 3 minutes deviation is the maximum there, so yeah, that's about it. And looking into the chat down there, Blank Films flight simulation videos. Any more wind and you're going back to Frankfurt? Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, so just a quick look. Our ATC flight plan says that our cell call is actually not included. Lovely. Okay. So Juliet Romeo Charlie Kilo, and I just gotta refile that. So, cell call Juliet Romeo Charlie Kilo. Just making sure that that's actually submitted. And flight plan locked, of course. Disconnect, file, reconnect. So another one look at nav track. but there's nothing new in the system. RCL received. Continue to monitor. Okay. Good. So that's what we'll do. There is one aircraft 2,000 feet above us over here. Not going to be a problem for us. Okay. So let's put Shannon runway 24 into here. And then let's continue with the not HLA guideline, provided I can find my EFB. So another guy 2,000 above. Not our problem. So, not HLA guideline. Prior to entry, nav accuracy. Checked, high. Then IVSM equipment and altimeter checked. VHF 3 set to something, not data. Okay, ADSC, CPDLC lock on. Does he actually have CPDLC? Yes, we are definitely going to lock on. If not, then not. Yes, he does. Not X. Okay, cool. So let's actually return to real time here for a second before entering his airspace, since we don't have clearance for that yet. So ATC com, an ATC menu, connection, and that's NAT X. Alright, notify. And that's sent, so the CPDLC lock on performed, Oceanic clearance is obtained cross-checked, FMS cross-checked, nav log is not required to be modified, Oceanic clearance recorded, Northref True is on, Oceanic waypoint cross-check performed, alternate airport weather and node temps checked, ETP decided and set. And that's the HLA guideline completed to the entry. So let's actually give him a call. That's gonna be 131.9. Okay, so current unit, Shannon and get in the radio. And close, thank you. Okay, we're over at Resno, Mach point 82, and flight level 360 as we had requested. And the time now is 15, so we are within 1 minute of the final entry time. Shannon radio, Lufthansa 422 heavy cell call track, Gambler next. Lufthansa 422, flight level 360, Mach decimal 82. So, Juliet Romeo Charlie Kilo. Lufthansa 422, negative cell point, confirm Juliet Romeo Charlie Kilo. maintain CPDLC, Lufthansa 422. Okay, well, that's the easy solution to this. Okay, so, so then we've got that stuff done. On CPDLC, it should show us the station active and ADSC connected down here. Not sure why it doesn't, probably a bug. So the controller approved time acceleration via private message. I don't like doing these on the frequency. And here we go, 4x. Alright, lovely. So with that we're out on the ocean. Now in 10 minutes time we got to set the transponder to 2000. Then let's continue with the guideline. So prepare entry, HF frequencies obtained, and cell call check is performed. Now after Oceanic entry, this is where things get a little bit more interesting again. There's a couple of things that we will have to do here. And it starts with an offset. We need to consider slop, but we don't have to fly it. I'll talk about that in a few more moments. We also should set a constant Mach number, but that's not simulated. However, you can see it's aiming for 8.2 due to the cost index. For that reason I'm keeping it this way. Otherwise, might have to change it. But it works quite well at the moment, maintaining 8.2 exactly. Then, what else do we have? Slop, cost index, frequencies should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, that way we've got silence. So, NUT contingency procedures, all standard, and 10 minutes after entry, squawk 2000. And with that, the NUT HLA guideline upon entry is completed as well. Good. So, with that we're ETOPS. Now, let's actually take a moment and talk about what we've done over here. And when we have done that, then I'm going to go back to the chat and answer as many questions as possible while we're crossing the North Atlantic. But first, a couple of things. So, where are we even going to start? SLOP. Strategic Lateral Offset Procedure. Is something that is usually always done when flying Oceanic, if your FMS supports it. Now, usually done does not mean that you always fly offset, but it means that you always consider it. Now in our case, that's a very easy example. So let's just do 40-40, and here's a guy on TCAS. He's 2,000 feet below, and as you can see, he's not flying the center line, he's offsetting to the right, which I personally would not do. Why is that? Because this gentleman flying to the right means that if I'm over him, and if I then get an engine failure or a decompression, then I would be going out to the right, and therefore increase the probability of flying into him. Don't want to do that. So for this reason, the lower I am, the more likely I am to stay on the center line for my slot. Now, he's probably doing 1 mile to the right, so if this was a line check, I would probably do 2 miles right offset, if the airplane supported it. Unfortunately, iniBuilds currently does not. By the way, we're 10 minutes after the entry, so squawk 2000. Come on. 2000, here we go. Yeah, so if this was a line check, I would have gone 2 miles offset right. No, he's not a problem. Don't bug around, TCAS. Okay, so that much about him. Now, well, that much about slop. There isn't much more to say about this. Assigned Mach number. So, in the real world, you very often receive a resume normal speed message via CPDLC. That basically means you can remove the constant Mach and you can simply fly on your standard cost index speed. Today, We want to fly 8.2 anyway, so we might as well just keep it in here. Costanex is doing 8.2 perfectly, so there's not much more to discuss about this. Then, what else do we have? Not all that much. Now, obviously, you have probably heard how I checked in with that air traffic controller. Shamrock radio, Lufthansa 422, cell call check, Shamrock Gander next. And that's all you do. That's the initial call. You tell them who you are, you tell them that you want a cell call check, and you tell them who the next controller is. Nothing more than that. A lot of the older people often would say, Shamrock radio, Lufthansa 422 calling on 31. To tell them on which channel they are, because the radio operator monitors several channels. Nowadays, the automatics do that. You don't block the frequency for that. But many old people still do. Many old people likewise tell them CPDLC. You don't need to tell them that because CPDLC is mandatory. Without it, you are not going to enter the North Atlantic track. So without it, you're not going to enter the North Atlantic at all. So the initial call is just Shamrock radio, Lufthansa 422, cell call check, Gander next. You would also have given us the frequencies. So at 30 West, contact Gander, primary 8891, secondary 8864, something like that. Today, easy going. Overflying 20 West, 40.6 tons, 2 hours 54. Let's cross-check. Got to do that on every single waypoint now in the NAT. 258, 34.2. Easy going. Making up a little bit of time, and we got a nice extra fuel amount. Well, and apart from that, obviously you always got to keep track of where your alternate airports are. Some people like to do things like going to the fixed pages and entering airports there. Like we could do Shannon over here. Then let's see, that thing is on a bearing 111, so that's 290. So some people would do something like this. Radial 285 to 295. By entering that, you're basically drawing like a visual indication on the displays. And that should give me 2 blue lines here. We're probably too far out already that we can't even see them anymore. Those lines aren't too long. I believe 700 miles or so. Which means we should still see them, right? Yeah, 400 miles, we should see them. Okay. Just found a bug, gonna report that later. Well, and apart from that, we're now on the Atlantic. Not much more to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and answer some questions from the chat now that we finally have a little bit of time. And that's obviously primarily going to be A340 questions, even though some others may go as well. But before we do that, I actually got to drink something, because we're now streaming for how long? 3 hours, and I didn't touch a single bit of water since. Okay, so here we are again. Andreas, what is the procedure if you have to deviate due to weather? Quite easy, can show you. So, ATC com, ATC menu, lateral request, weather deviation up to, let's say 20 miles to the right. Enter that over here. Then send that off, get the answer, do the deviation. The interesting thing is what you got to do if you cannot get any clearance in time to deviate. And then you actually have contingency procedures. So I think it would be a little bit too much to go over them all by now, but I have done an Oceanic crossing tutorial with the 777. I really recommend watching that, because in there I do explain the entire procedure. David, what company messages do you get? Well, right now this thing is actually a little bit bugged. It shows the company message when you've got a CPDLC message. So message records, it just wants you to open all of those ones. Apart from that, you have full hobby support, so anything from hobby goes. But unfortunately, load sheets and stuff like that, I sure hope are going to come in the future, but at least for the time being, we don't have load sheets here. Even though I really hope they are going to do that. Really hope so. MXGMA, will there be a flight down under in the near future? Not 100% sure about that. It's just very hard to find an A340 that flies in that region. It mostly seems to be Lufthansa and... yeah, just Lufthansa crossing the Atlantic with it. Then you've got Edelweiss flying, I think, Las Vegas, then the Maldives, Mauritius. Then you have Swiss going to Asia and Johannesburg. And that's pretty much it. We're not going to fly anything Iranian. So yeah, with that you pretty much know which flights to expect over the sooner future. And Hill Raymond, do we have replay tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely. Now, Aryan and Stuart, I explained the True North a little moment ago. Few points that we may just quickly revise. The main reason we are using this is because it makes it easier to judge headings, because you don't have to take the deviation, the magnetic variation into account. And magnetic variation at some points in the Atlantic is over 20 degrees west. So for this reason, using North Reference True just makes it unified. Much easier to say. Much easier to see. Okay, anti-cooperative. Do load sheets also come digitally in the real world on the computers, or is it only on paper? They send you the load sheet by paper, but the airplane can't actually show it digitally. It will always print it out. And the ACAS message is just going to say this message cannot or can only be printed. And Kevin Lee, is this aircraft powered by 4 APUs? Yeah, pretty much. Nathan, why does Lufthansa keep using the A340? That's a very good question, and there are two answers to that. One of them is Boeing just not being up to speed with their deliveries on the 777X, which were supposed to replace the 340s, and the 787s, of course, are delayed as well. So, yeah, they just couldn't get rid of them yet. They have the demand for the routes. If they don't operate the routes, they're going to use the slots, and the passengers will go to other airlines. So it makes much more sense to spend that more money to operate them with A340s than it would to get rid of them. But obviously it does cost a lot of money. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Fuel usage, we can see it nicely looking down here at the ECAM, is about 1600 kilos per engine. Times 4, we end up at around about 6,400 kilos right now. Compared to that, 6,400 kilos per hour on the A340, with the same cabin size as the A330-300, which uses 5,700. So yeah, that means per hour the A340 is about 1,000 and a bit bucks more expensive to operate. Yeah, so there's that. But until Boeing delivers the 78 and 777X, they will need to keep using the A340, and for the time being they plan to get rid of them in 2027. So 2 more years, A340-300. The 600 is going to go next year, the 300 a year after. Sorry. So there's that. Ooh, that was a little bit of turbulence. And Aryan, do I think that Boeing will eventually retire yokes and go side sticks? They wanted to do that with the 777 already. If it wouldn't have been for the aviation community who said, I'm never going to fly a side stick, then yeah, they would have done that already. Let's go ahead and close these, by the way. This is what the flight deck would actually look like in cruise. No open windows and stuff like that. Here we go. And then of course you go as far back as possible. Yeah, this is what it should look like. This is absolutely what it should look like. And MGXNA, do I know if the cargo version will be included with the passenger version upon purchase? I think so. It is included in the beta version that I have at the moment. Now, Sarius 1007, how is the airplane? Well, we're like halfway through our flight to Boston already, so let's just give a little summary, why wouldn't we? I like it. A lot. Now, how is it? Well, take the iniBuild A330, add a better EFB, and add all the things that make an A340 an A340, and then you've got this. So system-wise, it's got all the nice stuff, you know, on the outside, and that you can open all the hatches and pop the gear doors and stuff like that, okay. But system-wise, I would say it is similar to the A330, a little bit better. There's a little bit more stuff that's simulated in here, but on the other hand side, the A330 had most of the stuff that we need. The primary things that we are still needing around this time, the primary things that we would need at this time would be offset and constant Mach number, as well as optimum step climb and full support for custom waypoint names, as well as the ability to save routes. Apart from that, the airplane got pretty much everything that we need. So I tend to say systems are definitely good. Not full study level, but they do almost everything that we need them to do. It flies quite fine. However, we will be talking about the landing a little bit later, because it just doesn't land like an A340 lands. But I'll be talking about the reasons. I think it is actually mostly flight simulator limitations that are preventing it from landing accurately. But we'll talk about that in a few moments. Banana Pankaka, can I show the outside? Sure. Let me make sure not to hit the wrong button. Here we go. That's what it looks like. Nice and quiet on the outside as well, by the way. Yeah, on takeoff, it behaves really nice. Taxi feels very good. So does the rotation. So, overflying 30 west, let's quickly do a fuel check. So we got 35.8 and 3 hours 39. Let's see the flight plan. So 30 west, 3 hours 43 and 29.4, so we are like 6 tons ahead on the fuel. Beautiful. Great. So yeah, overall, I think whether I would say the thing is like really good or not is mostly going to depend on the price of the aircraft. If it's decently priced, I would call it very, very good. By the way, you can nicely see the engines wobble as we're crossing a little bit of turbulence here. I would say 90 bucks would be too much. If it cost the same as the A350 does, it would be too much. But if it's decently priced, you know, 50, 60 bucks or something the like, then I would say, yeah, that's perfect. However, we don't know what the price is going to be yet. That's not been announced yet. Broken Wings, is there an Air Mauritius livery for it? Not at the time. Now, Russian V-Pilot asking, how in-depth are the systems? It depends a little bit on what you look at. If you do the stuff that you would do under normal operations, then they react in exactly the way they're supposed to, even including the stuff that is not necessarily supposed, or that is not necessarily there on add-ons in other cases. Think, for example, about turning the batteries off and on during the pre-flight and then actually being able to observe them charge properly, stuff like that. Now, apart from that, I haven't tried non-normals with it yet, so I can't tell you about that. What I can tell you is that in normal procedures, it does pretty much everything that I would expect it to do. And Hen021, is the tow-list A340-300 the best simulation of an A340? Well, the X-Plane version of it probably is the best that's currently out there. You know, full failure support and stuff. But then, part of the simulation is also the sounds. Part of the simulations are also the visuals. And tow-list really lacks in those points. At least on X-Plane. We don't know about tow-list on MSFS yet. Hopefully going to find out soon, but we don't know yet. So, when rating the X-Plane tow-list versus the MSFS iniBuilds, then in my very personal opinion, and I understand that everyone's going to be different here, in my personal opinion, I would actually say the iniBuilds is better because it has much better graphics. And they make so much of the immersion that I would absolutely say iniBuilds is better. But then again, if you're looking for primarily for systems, then tow-list easily wins. And flight model-wise, tow-list wins as well. Which is not to say that iniBuilds is bad, but you know, X-Plane just has the better flight model engine, so obviously tow-list had more options there. We will absolutely have to see how much of that tow-list is going to be able to carry forward into MSFS. We don't know that, of course, but overall, I think this is a really enjoyable aircraft to cross the Atlantic with. Over here in 4x acceleration, beautiful. 2.5 hours to fly Frankfurt to Boston. What else could you wish for? That's your typical evening flight, and en route you can even go and have lunch or dinner. Now, Yoke Joke asked, DCS has the C-130 sets off now. Would you love to take it for us for a ride? If we had the very same airplane in MSFS, I would absolutely do it, but not really a fan of DCS because of the graphics. And Maximilian, does an Airbus have a magnetic deviation table like a small Cessna? Absolutely. And Andre, yeah, I fully agree. Now we need a PMDG 787. Right, let's just go up here for a second. And magnetic variation table you're looking for. Here you are. But be aware that this only applies to the standby compass. The primaries don't need that because they are corrected through the flux valve. So this one is already corrected for magnetic variation. Okay, so the question came up about the third MCDU, and yes guys, this is currently not simulated. This is an operative down here. It seems to be some problem with the infrastructure of the airplane, which, if I need to translate, that probably means they didn't have it on the default A330, and for this reason they couldn't do it quickly, so therefore they have to do their own custom one, which just takes time, especially if you do a proper data link simulation in here, including a full ACAS, which I hope they are doing. But my personal guess, therefore, is that we are going to see this come live with an update in, you know, maybe 2 or 3 months or something the likes. I mean, we've seen it on the A350. They do add major features even after release, and this is probably one of those. So yeah, looking forward to that. But for the time being, this is not simulated. Now, UFO 3946, will there be a crew rest area? Well, that's a question to ask iniBuilds, but since we can open the door to the crew rest area, and it is just not there, I do believe that they are going to add that, yes. Now, something we do already have is down here, the flight deck door video. So whenever we are flying the Swiss livery, I think we need to replace something over here, but I ain't gonna talk more about that, my friends. Gotta abide to the rules after all, and try not to get the channel demonetized. Okay, so let's get rid of that again. Here we go. Okay, so Nathan, I said before takeoff that the A340 actually climbs better than the A330. Can I elaborate? Yes, absolutely. So, there is one big difference between 4-engine and 2-engine aircraft, and that's the engine failure case. When an engine fails on an aircraft like the A330, you don't just lose 50% of thrust, you also gain the drag from the now more functioning engine, which effectively makes you lose some 75 to 80% of your total available thrust. This means you gotta have really strong engines, because the last remaining engine needs to be able to get you out into safety. On a 4-engine aircraft, that's not the case. On a 4-engine aircraft, if one engine goes out, you lose 25% of thrust plus the drag, so you end up with still more than 50% power available. And that makes a difference. Now we're overflying the equal time point down here, so let's enter gander. Here we go. So that makes a huge difference. And for this reason, the A340 has a little bit less power than the A330 on the takeoff run. But once you are up in the safe altitude, namely above the thrust reduction altitude, that's where the difference comes into play. So then you can actually derate the engines of the A330, and you can derate them so much that the airplane takes about 35 minutes to get to cruising altitude. Compared to that, the A340 has a little bit less power on takeoff because it has less of a contingency case than the A330 does. Because, well, you lose an engine, okay, you've got 3 more. However, when you are climbing, then obviously you can derate those engines here as well, but since the 4 engines of the A340 are using more fuel, it makes sense to get up a little bit quicker. For this reason, the derates in the A340 aren't as strong, or have at least not much as an effect, as the derates in the A330 do. And, well, that ultimately means that the 340, when properly derated, takes about half an hour to get up to cruising altitude, while the 330 takes about 35 minutes. So yeah, there you got it. That's the explanation. And J380, yes, we are doing 4x sim rate. Okay, so let's actually go through the comments down there. Maximala Mook, how does the iniBuilds 340 perform versus the Latin VFR 340? Yeah, no comment, huh? Latin VFR probably gives you a little bit more frame rates, but I think the reason why is very obvious. I think that's all we need to say there. So that's that. Lucas, Bündchen, I've noticed that the oil consumption rate changed during the climb versus cruise. During climb out, engine 1 was consuming about 1.1 quarts per hour versus the normal 0.3, but at cruise it is now stabilized. Yeah, what happens is when you pitch the airplane up, then it just can use a little bit more. Also, while the oil heats up, you know, more oil gets into the entire circuitry in the engine. Not exactly the correct terms here, but then again, I'm a pilot, not an engineer. And yeah, once you're up in cruise, that stuff kind of stabilizes. I think that's the correct way. And ultimately, when you park the airplane down on the ground, the quantity is gonna go up again a little bit as well. Okay, passing 40 west, 30.7 and 4 hours 27. so we are 4 minutes ahead, and we are 6,000 kilos ahead on the fuel still. Looking good. Okay, that's a very nice username down there in the chat. Won't F with me again. I can't pronounce a word, otherwise we are going to be demonetized. Don't want that. I just joined the stream. What are your favorite things and extra features about the 340? Now, my one biggest favorite thing, most definitely, is the time acceleration. I'm completely honest about that. I don't like taking off in the evening, going to bed and landing in the morning. It's a waste of electricity, and it is not realistic anyway, because, hey, you're just sleeping the entire flight. So I like to accelerate my sim rate, and I absolutely like to fly my aircraft, you know, on realistic routes, because hands down, if you fly this thing on short haul, yes, Edelweiss does that, so you can actually fly it realistically on short haul, but if you do that, the thing is going to be completely overpowered. You're not going to feel the characteristics that real pilots feel on those aircraft. And for this reason, I absolutely love time acceleration, because it enables me to, you know, with the 3 hours of time that I've got available for my simming, it enables me to do a realistic flight for the airplane time. So that's my single one favorite feature. But there's a lot of other stuff as well, like the enhanced electronic flight bag, things like the en route maps down here, and all the lovely stuff that we have available with this airplane. So lots of little stuff. The EAS-1 instruments are also just super nice. Believe me, you fly with those for a week, thereafter you go back to EAS-2 and it feels so different. It feels so different. And striking co-op, yeah, you name it. TLDR Simrate is a lifesaver for the employed, absolutely. And MXGMA, no, I don't know if higher simulation rates are planned. I do personally hope that we're going to get 8x, but I have no idea if that's actually planned. And Aryan, no, I can't explain you how exactly the auto derating of the A350 works. I think it just goes via the expected climb performance, so it knows how much it weighs, it knows how much it wants to climb, so I think that's how it works, but I can't tell you the exact details there. And Retro, you've heard that the airplane can only be purchased in Marketplace. Now, I heard a lot of people say that, but I'm not 100% sure where that information comes from. It may be true, it may not be true, I don't know. Alright, so we got a little time until we cross the next Oceanic point, so why don't we just go to the back again and just have a look around our aircraft. A lot more quiet over here, so let's actually turn the volume of the simulator up again. A little bit too quiet actually, should be a little bit louder in that cabin, but yeah. So this is what the galley looks like. Generally a galley, but really well done. They have modeled the toilets in here. They have a click spot on the flush, but I have not seen, or I haven't seen that working. Okay, it does work. You hear that? It does work. Guys, we got a flushing toilet. We got a freaking flushing toilet. Okay. Is this the first in-flight simulation for a flushing toilet? I don't know, but probably. Let's actually shut this for a moment and go back a little bit. And Snickers anyone, still a nice username. We need study level toilets in every plane. Oh yeah. Alright, so business class. And obviously very nicely modeled. Really very nicely modeled. I mean, honestly, we could sit here for a long time and just, you know, watch the engines. By the way, you can see it shake a little bit down there. You know, just watch the watch everything fly by. It's beautiful, really beautiful. Now, from here, let's go further back towards the premium economy class. We do have the galley number 2 in here. Currently no service, so the curtains are down, but you can actually see down here that all the details are actually there. We can open and close those curtains over here. So let's just close that thing down. Well, and here's what it looks like. Premium economy, personally my favorite class, and that's not just because of the lovely wing views they got over here. And Elton, yes, it did flush. It did flush. Now the real question is it going to stop flushing when we turn the bleeds off? We'll try that on the ground. With APU bleed on, with bleed air available, it should work. Without it, the flush should no longer work. We are gonna try that. If it works, we've got a study level toilet. And Kakperovsky, my apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. What modification do you use for keeping realistic time during time acceleration? You don't need any anymore. Sim Update 3 fixed that bug. Now the time is going to accelerate properly. Alright, so enough of looking here, huh? Let's go a little bit further back into the economy class. Now let's have a look at my least favorite seats. Something over here, right on top of the wing. You got that lovely window seat, and then you see exactly nothing. Well, nothing is wrong. You do see something, and you do actually see all the bolts down here. You do see quite a very good level of detail on the aircraft. By the way, does anyone know what that is over there? Put it into the comments below. And I will answer it in a couple seconds then. So, yeah, lovely level of detail as you can see on the wings over here. Really well done, really, really well done. And now getting back, what that is, that's obviously your fuel jettison probe. Okay, you guys knew that. That was too easy. You knew that. That was much too easy. Right, let's go a little bit further back. And now we got one more, and that's located right over here. Now go to this side. That little door over here, which says crew only. And that is not the crew exclusive toilet that I would absolutely be looking for. Because honestly, it's disgusting if you've got to share the toilet with the passengers. Especially, you know how passengers can sometimes be. But no, this is not the toilet. This is the entrance into the crew rest compartment, which at this time is not simulated. But we can already see the cutout in the airframe down there, so I'm pretty sure that they are eventually going to simulate it. Alright, so let's move our way back to the front again and get right back into that cockpit. Just beautiful airplane, isn't it? Really beautiful. The cabin is fantastic. I honestly immediately feel home in this cabin. Oh, and we got something for the logbook. There's a row of screens inoperative. Okay, gonna write that down after landing. So, another toilet over here. One thing this airplane does not have is a purser workstation, which is a little bit unfortunate. I would kind of have hoped that they had one, but unfortunately not. So, first row. Man, look at this. The lighting is fantastic in this one, isn't it? That just looks really, really good. Like, really, really good. And random task in the comments. How's the frame rate so far? Can't wait to get this built. Did my first Airbus jump seat on the 340-300. Wish we still had them in my airline. Yeah, frame rate is superb. Really is. Performs about the same as the Phoenix Airbus does. For me at least. Then again, my computer isn't completely maxed out with the Phoenix anyway. But I have absolutely no complaints. Frame rate is superb. Oh, damn. Missing a message. And clicking the wrong button. Lovely. Okay, autopilot back on, ATC message. So this position is closing, monitor Honeycomb and 122 is no 8. Okay, window and send, and the send button should be down here, not up here. And send. So, monitor 122.8. There we go. So optimal level 365, still good at the altitude, at our altitude. And then we're almost leaving the North Atlantic track already. And Lucas, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Considering you're AMC, I love the maintenance aspect of simulation. Thank you, Lucas, really appreciate it. Alright, so, reaching 50 west. Shortly thereafter, you would normally already get the handoff towards Gander Domestic, and from there on, you're pretty much almost back home. Or almost in the crew hotel, I should say. That's probably the more interesting one for you guys. Okay, and yeah, flight deck is just super loud. I am going to switch that back. Here we go. Just switch the volume of the entire sim back to 50%. Here we are. So yes guys, the cockpit is very loud. In my opinion, iniBuilds could mix this a little bit better. On the ground, I think the flight deck is too quiet. In the air it is too loud. The problem is what iniBuilds is doing here is they're trying to simulate the difference in the volume, I think. So I think that they are trying to simulate, like, the real one mostly has wind sounds in the cruise, and therefore it gets so incredibly loud. On the ground, it's much, much more quiet. But for the flight simulator, I would wish that they increase the volume on the ground and decrease the volume in the air, so that it's a little bit more consistent. And Scalbar, I hope there's a Bose headset mode in the EFB. Unfortunately not, but would definitely be one of those things that I would want to have. Okay, so approaching and probably overflying in the moment 50 west. By the way, notice how it turned off the time compression when I accidentally disconnected the autopilot. There we go, back to 4x, because, hey, we want to make it to our destination, do we? Now, let's see, I think we have accidentally removed the last step climb. Yes, we have. So that's 380 overhead recall. Let's just re-enter that. Extra fuel on arrival 4.8. now 5.0, giving us an hour extra. And here's our step time again. Good. Overflying 50 west, 25.3 and 5 hours 20. And in here we got 5 hours 22, 19.4, so we have our consistent 6,000 kilos extra. Beautiful. Rob, hi, welcome to the comments. MXGMA, are the cabin announcements integrated as with the 350? I think they are, but you only hear them in the cabin. You don't hear them in the cockpit, which is realistic. You would only hear them in the cockpit if the PA system was turned up down here. And believe me, we've all heard those PAs 1,000 times. We don't need to hear them no more. So let's turn that back off again. But when you change to some of the cabin views, then you would actually hear the announcements back there. So that's working pretty well. Now Franco Pignatelli, hope I pronounced it halfway correctly. What's that thing about the PFD that's some kind of enunciator? Yes, it is. So this over here is a para-visual enunciator. You turn that on. It basically picks up a localizer signal, and this works like a localizer. So this can be used in low visibility conditions to improve the tracking of the center line. That's what this thing is for. And Rob, why do the cabin windows look grey like a filter? Well, probably because they're all dirty. I mean, airlines don't clean those windows too often, at least not until the press has announced that they are going to come. So that's my assumption on here. Adel, hi Captain, does the iniBuilds A340 have service-based failures? Not service-based, as far as I'm aware, but it does have a failure and situation menu down here, and these are the failures that are available in the airplane. And I'll tell you what, I haven't actually tried any of them yet, so let's just turn the time compression off here and let's fail something. Standby pump number 3. And that's probably going to do exactly nothing, because the pump is off with the primary pump running. Oh, we actually get something. But you can see not even an ECAM message. Not worth it. Now let's try that the opposite way. Let's bring that thing back online. There we go, working again. And now let's fail the engine pump number 3. Okay, here we go. Fuel. Pump 3 low pressure. Pump 3 off. Okay, so fuel. Pump number 3 off. Okay, clear fuel. Clear fuel. And that's the ECAM actions complete. Yeah, now we've got a status, okay, in-up systems, fuel pump 3. Easy going. Not much more happening here. So yeah, that's about, you know, there should have been a chime associated with the ECAM, so that's something that iniBuilds still have to fix, which I already submitted to them a couple of days ago, so yeah, hopefully gonna see that fixed soon. Alright, and we can turn that thing back on. I've just fixed it in the failures menu, but that's all that there is to it. MXGMA, could we please see the Navigraph integration with how the charts are accessible? I don't want to switch in flight, but basically you go into the charts menu and it works exactly the same way like it does here with the Lido charts. You just select them over here and then you grab whatever you need from the list. So that's what your list looks like, and then you just grab whatever you need. You can pin them like this over here, and then you can access the pin chart down there on that pin menu, and over here you've got everything that you've pinned. By the way, let's deselect that stuff and go back to our arrival airport, actually. Well, go forward to our arrival airport now. And Felix, would I have to land in the case of that fuel pump failure that we just did? No, not at all. Got a backup pump, works just fine. And even if that fails, we can just open the thrust feed, and then our number 4 pumps are going to pump fuel to engine number 3 as well. So that's no deal at all. And I can tell you honestly, with the age of those A340s nowadays, you can be sure that stuff like that happens on every single flight. Something is just always gonna fail on those old aircraft, so totally normal stuff, nothing to worry about. And 3A games. Hey, A330 driver, are you type rated for the A340 series? Do you fly the A340? If so, how often? I'm actually not. So there used to be a time in the past where the A330 and A340 were a common type rating. Then somebody figured out, well, hold on a moment, they suddenly have 2 more engines. And the type ratings became split. But you only need to do like a 2 or 3 day conversion course from the A330 to the A340. And instead the 330 now has a common rating with the A350. But the overall matter is that the 2 aircraft are very, very similar. So when I did my type rating on the A330, we actually had a simulator, a full flight simulator, that could be converted into an A340-300 in a matter of, I think it was half an hour or so. They would just have to exchange the thrust lever module, they would have to exchange the fuel module, and the, well, basically the middle of the overhead over here. You know, screws out, new panel in, and that's your conversion. So the aircraft are almost identical. There are a couple differences though. So for example, the A340 obviously has 4 engine-driven generators. Since the A330 only has 2, and ETOPS regulations require you to have more than that, you have a hydraulically driven emergency generator on the A330. On the 340, don't have that, don't need it. Well, that's one of the differences. Then obviously fuel system is fairly similar, but slightly different in that you got 2 collector cells down here. And apart from that, it's exactly the same as on the A330. What else is there? Flight controls are the same. Wheels, obviously you've got that additional wheel in the center. Doors are the same. Air conditioning is the same. APU is obviously the same. Engines, well, you got 2 more. Bleed, well, here's a small difference in that you have 2 engines feeding 1 pack. On the 330 it's 1 engine, so not big of a deal. Apart from that, it's the same. Pressurization, same. Electrical system, as mentioned, a little bit different because of the additional emergency generator. Apart from that, the same. So yeah, there's one difference if you go into an emergency electrical situation, and that's an interesting certification difference. So a 4-engine aircraft, because the likelihood of going into an emergency electrical configuration, namely losing all AC power, the 4-engine aircraft has fewer regulatory requirements. So when you have an A330, so the 2-engine version, and you go into the emergency elect configuration, then you retain the left PFD, the left nav display, and the upper ECAM. On the 340, the nav display is actually going to go out. Makes 0 sense from a logical standpoint, because you might think that you may want to navigate, but yeah, regulator said no, it's more unlikely, so you don't need as much redundancy. And Airbus said thank you very much, and then we're saving those couple of bucks. And here you are. Okay, so let's actually turn time compression back on over here. And here we are. We are approaching the decal where we are going to leave the North Atlantic high-level airspace. So, North reference true goes off. And by the way, here you can nicely see the difference. Look at that. Magnetic heading 265, true heading 246. Quite a difference, isn't it? That's why it's so much easier when you've got the North reference set to true when you're crossing the Atlantic. So we've got that. We don't have any slop. Constant Mach number has not been used. So that's it. Leaving the North Atlantic. Then we can just set some random squawk here. Step climb ahead. Yeah, we do want to do that, do we? Optimal 370, maximum 389. Yeah, we can absolutely do that. So, thrust line climb, all cruise, flat level 380 blue. Now, White asking an interesting question. Hello, small question. Does the airline or company pick your type rating, or do you do? The airline does it. You don't really... Well, you got a certain say in it. When you apply for a job with an airline, they will always say which aircraft type that job is going to be on. But every pilot contract will contain a clause that you are initially to fly that airplane, and the company can change the airplane that you fly at their own convenience. I think every company in the world has that in their contracts. So if they suddenly say like, nope, we are now going to get rid of our long-haul fleet, then yeah, back to the 320 it is. And Björn Pilot, you're asking the most important question of all. Will there be an iniBuilds A330 Enhanced or Premium with the new stuff from the A340? Now, here's my personal thought. Yes. However, I don't have any official data on that. Of course I asked them. Of course they didn't tell me. Because why would you tell a YouTuber? You know, best way to leak information is to tell a YouTuber, or a journalist for that matter of fact. And obviously, you know, they would do that. But think about the way iniBuilds picks their aircraft. They started with the A310. Microsoft paid for the development. Then they turned the A310 into an A300, which they could sell. So iniBuilds makes big money. Next, they develop an A330 and an A400 for Microsoft. First of all, they can probably use some of the code from the A310. Oh, and they also did an A320 for Microsoft as well. So you could develop like all the logics that you need for an EFIS Airbus. So one with, you know, modern avionics. And what happens next? They turn it into an A350, which happens to have a common type rating with the A330 and shares the avionics from the A400. So that was kind of a logical thing for them to do. And again, iniBuilds makes big money with it. Now, they have an A330, and obviously there is two choices that you could go from there. Either you create an A330 Premium, where you just add more features, or you go for the A340. Since we know that they're also developing an A380, the logical sequence, in my opinion, is to expand the code into 4-engined aircraft, so that you can later take that 4-engine aircraft code, you know, things like electrical systems, fuel systems, all of that getting more complicated, and you turn that into an A380, because you have a base for a 4-engine Airbus. So it makes sense. It makes totally sense the way they are doing it. But then, of course, if you've got a very good A340, it would only be logical to turn it into a very good A330. However, you've got to make sure that you have a market that you can address. And since the A330 comes with the SIM by default, and the SIM is just out for, you know, less than a year, well, it's approaching 1 year, you know, people are still rather acquainted with the A330, they like it. So give it a little bit of time for people to get so accustomed to it that they actually get ready to pay more money to get a better one. And then you release an A330 enhanced. So if I need to guess from my personal perspective, again, this is all just my personal perspective here, I don't have any inside information, but in my opinion it would just be logical. They took the A330, developed it into the A340, they got the code from the 350, which is very similar avionics to the 380, they got the systems from the 340, which is a 4-engine airplane and therefore kind of similar to the 380, you combine the two, you have an A380. While you do that, you pass another, you know, 3/4 of a year or a year or something. You put that A380 out, and then half a year to 3/4 of a year later to put that A330 enhanced out. It would be logical in my opinion. And it's the smart thing to do. You know how long it takes to develop these aircraft from scratch, right? I mein, look for example at Bluebird and the 757. They're on it for like 5 years now. Or look at the fly-by-wire A380. It took 4 years until it came out. So developing that stuff from scratch, yeah, no, takes time. Don't do it. Take what you have and enhance it. And Shishir Kumar, any idea how much a company like iniBuilds makes? Honestly, no idea. Because I don't know how much money they have to invest into the development. They are developing very fast, and fast is usually expensive. You know, there is that saying in the software development world. You want something fast, cheap, and good? Pick two of them. iniBuilds, in my opinion, is good and fast. That takes away the cheap. In other words, they're probably operating on a very high cost basis because they are employing many different developers who are all working on the same projects. Therefore, they can realize those projects at the speed they do. But then again, an A350 costs $90. So one leads to the other. Obviously, they will be selling these things to thousands of people. So if you take like a $50 product, you sell that to 1,000 people, well, that's a good chunk of money. Sell it to 10,000 people, that's even more money. Sell it to 20,000 people, you made your first million. But then again, the development cost is also going to be incredibly high, so how much revenue they actually generate, I don't know. And how much profit they generate, I have no idea either. And I think they would absolutely not share that kind of data. So we've overflown Rudolph, and we got 20 tons, 6 hours and 12. Very quick check down in the OFP. Rudolph, 6:14, so we're 6 minutes ahead, 14.3, so we're 6 tons ahead in fuel. And Lucas, thank you so much again for the $5 donation. My apologies for being a little bit late there. AMT on the jump seat, can you please turn the engine page for a few seconds so I can check if they're simulating oil temps correctly? Well, absolutely. Here you go. And one CAG, can I briefly demonstrate the flight gliding in the darkness later on? Please remind me after landing, but then we can absolutely do that because it looks fantastic. And Adel, do I think the MDG will start working on a Dreamliner? Oh yeah, I just can't tell you when. There will at some point. At least I'm fairly sure. It would be the logical conclusion. You know, you have a 777, you have a 737 MAX, so you basically combine the two, and then you have a Dreamliner. Same logic that I'm applying to iniBuilds over here. And Lucas, yeah, temperature of oil temperature engine number 1, that's why it's consuming more. If they actually simulated it that way, that'd be very interesting. But yeah, the indications make sense. And Björn, which flight am I planning to do next? Please fly Scandinavian. Well, I have already recorded a couple. So there's gonna be Los Angeles, there's gonna be the Maldives, and there will obviously be more. But I'll see if we can do something Scandinavian as well. Alright, so let's return to normal over here, and put the seat all the way to the back. And here we go. And Andreas, what's my opinion on the A350-300 rumor? I think it's gonna come. Because Airbus currently has nothing that can compete with the 777X. So I think it's definitely going to come. By the way, look at that. The sun is slowly coming down, it's getting winter, but look at how beautiful this simulator looks down there. And Magischer Matze, what does NAC mean on the engine display? Now that's the temperature of the engine nacelle cowlings. Basically the inlet temperature of the engine. And Christoph, at the moment I'm not using Atmos. This is just default FS 2024 with FS traffic for the traffic models. Then obviously vPilot for VATSIM, respectively same Tangents AI for offline ATC. Then we've got airports and aircraft, and obviously GSX. And that's it. That's all we got. And Dennis, would I wait for the iniBuilds installer version or would I go for the marketplace? That question is difficult. That question is really difficult. Normally I avoid marketplace at any possible cost because updates are just so incredibly slow. However, if it's true what you guys are saying in the comments, and I haven't read that personally, I haven't looked it up yet, but if it's true that it's going to be Marketplace exclusive for a few months, then I would probably buy it from Marketplace. I wouldn't want to wait for that long time. And Lucas, your assumption is that engine number 1 has the most hours, followed by engines 2, 3 and 4, which were probably overhauled at a time very close to one another. Yeah, the data would suggest so. It's really interesting now that you say it. Number 1, clearly highest oil temperature, highest oil consumption, and also the highest vibration over here, especially when you look at the N2 vibrations. So iniBuilds have definitely modeled this aircraft, you know, not just by copy-pasting the engine data, but they put something into this. I know that people like to say that iniBuilds would love to do copy-paste. Well, over here we got the absolute proof that that is not the case. Data for all the engines is different, and it even makes sense. So that was a very, very well, a very good observation, Lucas. Thank you so much. And Nikita, how do I like the sounds? Okay, sorry, I was reading comments. So how do I like the sounds? Well, some of them are really good. Like right now in cruise, I think that's spot on. I really think that's spot on. You hear mostly the wind sounds with a little bit of everything mixed in. The sounds on the ground, well, I don't know how loud the engines are in the A340. I can't tell you that. Because, well, I've never flown one from the cockpit. But, I think they need a little bit more mixing. So on the ground, it's very quiet when compared to in the air. Now that is true to real life, but I think for a flight sim, that's not the best decision to simulate it that way, because you can't expect your average customer to have like 60 decibels in their hobby room on the pre-flight and then 75 in cruise. That's a little bit too much of a difference, as you guys have already noted on our departure. You will notice that on landing as well, there will be a point where we are reducing our indicated airspeed, and at that point I will have to turn the volume of my computer back up again. So you will definitely notice that. And one CAG, what's going on the nav display ahead of my position? Okay, so what you see down there is our missed approach. Or some vector lag. So this is our route, and this down here, since we are slowly getting into the vicinity of our destination, we can already see the Feierabend banana come into view over there. Germans know what that means. Since we can already see the Feierabend banana come into view over there, our airport is rather close, got to be somewhere over here now. And this is most likely the missed approach, but we can actually look that up. So let's just go down here, button, and just scroll down a little. And here you can see it. The star ends on a downwind with an extended vector lag. And Sulek Shorts, how is the time acceleration? In cruise and descent it's really good. In the climb it sometimes goes into a little bit of a pitch wobble, but it maintains control of the plane, it gets you up there, it just doesn't look that healthy. That's by the way also the reason why I flew the climb in real time and didn't use acceleration there. And Landing No Blue asks in the comment, in the current state of the INI A340, would you say it is better than the Tolis A340-300, even if they aren't exactly the same plane? I would say yes, but you gotta understand that for me personally, graphics play a huge role in the simulation experience. So when I say that yes, it is better, then I mean the overall package, the overall experience is better. Clearly, Tolis has the better systems at the moment. But then again, Tolis has been on the market for how many years now? And I'm talking about X-Plane Tolis. We don't know about MSFS Tolis at the moment. I'm purely talking about X-Plane Tolis. So clearly that thing's been on the market for a long time, and therefore had a lot of time to get updates, to get customer feedback integrated, and so on. iniBuilds is currently version 1.0. So that'll get updated. But in my opinion, the graphics and the sound make the difference. And really, I mean, look at this. It looks fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Compared to that, Tolis in X-Plane just doesn't. Then again, I've got good hopes that if Aerosoft is able to develop a good model for Tolis for MSFS, that it will get very good as well. But for the time being, comparing iniBuilds MSFS to X-Plane Tolis, I would say due to the better graphics, the overall package of the iniBuilds is more immersive for me. If you got someone who prefers systems over visuals, then it will probably be the other way around for them. And Visual Studios, the performance of the 340 when compared to the 350 is actually quite a bit better. Really is. I don't know how they managed to pull it off, but I'm getting a lot smoother experience and a lot fewer stutters. And one CAG, yes, I agree with you. The visuals in FS 2024 are great, but the flight handling in X-Plane is amazing. I agree. But you need really good hardware, as in controls, in order to be able to make maximum profit of that. And, well, with the standard consumer-grade joysticks, I don't notice that much of a difference. Obviously some, but you know, the difference is not like I would be using X-Plane with my Thrustmaster Airbus joystick and thereafter say like, oh, I can't go back to MSFS anymore. That's not the case. If I had a real-world Airbus stick over here, then that may very well happen, but not with the consumer-grade joysticks that we currently have. And DVT 666, yeah, this is Sim Update 3. And Visual Studios, yeah, maybe it's all the systems on the 350 that do the impact. Maybe it's the fact that they didn't have as much experience with the way MSFS handled those things when they developed it as well. Remember, the 350 was the first airplane developed for FS 2024, taking advantage of the new systems. So maybe they learned something afterwards, and maybe that just made it maybe that made it more performant. We can't really tell for sure at the moment. And Ivan Pleaser, random question though, is it often that airline pilots have an engineering degree? No, not really. And Magisha Matsu, would I consider the new Wing throttles? Oh, absolutely, I've already ordered mine. But I gotta wait just like everyone else. Alright, so we are slowly getting close to our destination. Let's see, top of climb in 100 and a bit miles, so let's actually take it out of acceleration over here. So, back to real time. VATSIM unfortunately has no ATC online in Boston. And 45 minutes prior landing, the trim tank fuel is going to transfer back to the front. And well, look at that. Just starting that, and actually at the correct time. So estimated time of arrival 20:30 it was just a moment ago, and at 45 it started the trim tank transfer. Splendid, just like it should. Now always have a look at it while it's doing that, transferring the last couple of kilos, and yeah, you can see that's a little bit of an imbalance there. Now a few hundred kilos happens, but it should actually be using the trim tank to equalize or to balance the fuel as well. So when it's pumping it back, or when it's now starting to pump back, it would start so on the right side only until the left and right are equal, and then start them from both tanks. Likewise, when it's emptying the trim tank, it should have pumped a little bit more fuel into the left side. So I'm going to keep that in mind. Now trim tank transferred, perfect. Thank you. Now, let's go ahead and grab some arrival weather. No, that's the wrong button. ATC com, that's what we're looking for. ALC menu, weather, and we're looking for Boston. We'll get the MEDA, thank you. So 240 at 9, visibility 10 miles, few clouds in level 250, 21 degrees, altimeter 3027. Let's actually pre-select that. And here's something that I'm actually not 100% happy about, but that iniBuilds probably made or did to make things easier for you. So when you change the selector on the EFIS control panel between hectopascals and inches, you can see that the standby instrument changes as well. Look at that. In the real world, those units only exist in hectopascals as far as I'm aware, and not at all in inches. iniBuilds probably wants to make it easy for you this way, but I hope that they're going to add an option which is going to... I hope that they're going to add an option that's going to change that and give us the option always to retain hectopascals down here. In Visual Studios, yes, it comes with time acceleration already, up to 4x. Okay, so we've got the weather. Now a quick look at Flight Radar 24 is going to tell us which runway to expect. So that's what I always like to do. And I can show you that one as well. So here it is. And as you can see, they're clearly landing on 2-2 left over here. And there's far too many of them standing at 2-2 right. Okay, so pretty clear case of what's going on down there. 2-2 left is going to be our landing runway. And then we will K to the right, probably cross over here, and then probably taxi over here. At least that's what I'm expecting. Alright, so let's close that one again. That's the easiest way to tell your landing runway, in my opinion. So then, let's see, 240 at 9, 21, 3027. I'll quickly punch that in using the WinWing MCDU. So 240 at 9, 21 degrees, 30.27. Here we go. And from here on, let's follow the standard sequence of events for the descent preparation. So let's start with the charts. We've already got Boston open over here, I believe. Yes, we do. So we need the parking chart and we need the ground chart. Here it is. Arrival is the Ocean 5 arrival. Already got to be this one, and they've got a transition chart as well. We'll pick that as well. And then we need the arrivals, which is going to be an ILS approach onto runway 22 left. Here it is. Cool. So let's start with the on-off transitions. We're coming in from AJ up here towards Ocean. So let's see that. Plan constraints, 40-mile range. So AJ above flight level 290. Then we got Safi Nico above 11,000. Then we continue towards Euro above 10,000, and then Ocean between 14,000 and 9,000 at 250 knots. So that looks like the chart already. Then let's start with the standard Ocean 5 arrival, looking for runway 22. And here we go. Alright, so Ocean between 14 and 9, then we continue towards, what's that, Giorgio? Or so. And we might as well go down to the range a bit, like this. Okay, so Giorgio below 9,000, then Brigid at 7,000, and then we're going to continue via Ada, 6,000 and 220 knots, left right, and then to Lisi, 210 knots and 6,000. now let's see the ILS chart. Runway 22 left. We probably have selected the nollie transition. We got Wayne as first one, that's fine. That one waypoint ain't gonna matter. Alright, cool. So we are starting at Wayne. That should be above 3,000, and here it's above 1,700. So that's a database error down there. Yeah, definite database error. Gotta report that one to Navigraph. Okay, so from there we continue towards focus at 1700. This is correct now. It's a 3-degree glide path, as we can see over there, and we got the 3-degree glide path down here as well. Missed approach is going to be intercept radial 219 Boston to Winnie, kilometer 3000. And in here we got 420 and then 219 inlet of Winnie, kilometer 3000. And that is correct. Beautiful. So we don't need anything on the RAP nav, then we can use K-BOS 2 to left. Like that. So, cruise page, not too much to do there. Descent page, I'm going to change that slightly to 300 knots, because the problem when you do these high speeds here, like 314, is that your VNE is 330 knots. And what's going to happen? Well, the thing tries to fly 314, it allows 15 knots above and below the speed constraint, leading up to 329, which is just 1 knot below the overspeed. Then you hit a gust, and then you got paperwork to do. And some stupid explanation. For this reason, just put 300 knots for the descent, if the target speed is above it. So 0.82 300 is the highest I would personally do. 83 300 is already getting very close to the overspeed. Alright, so approach page, what do we have to do over here? We need a minimum 220. Like that, and then we need a flap configuration. Let's see what we got. Common frequency, verify localizer ident, okay, fine with me. So, give me a ground shot, please. So, 2 to left has quite the display threshold, and then 3050 meters. Let's do some calculations. Landing performance, synchronized FMS, length 3090, nope, definitely not. Let's see if we can gather any good data over here. 2 to left, do we have an LDA somewhere? Well, down here, 2684. So landing performance, let's go down here. That's 2684. Okay, synchronize the weather. Landing weight 175.1, is that accurate? Yeah, probably is. Alright, that looks all good. Reverser, yes, and compute. Stop margin 168 meters. What happens if you go con 3? 77. There's got to be something missing in front of those 77, huh? Oh, actually, I think it knows about the display threshold. Not 100% sure where it gets that data from, but it seems to know about it. Try to have 3000 in here. Yeah, look at that. Landing distance available, 2625. Okay, it knows about the display threshold. Even better, didn't expect that, but that's really good. And that gives us a stop margin of almost 400 meters using config 3. Now let's quickly review where we want to exit the runway. Because we want to come off at Papa. So there's like, what? This is 300 meters, so this is another 300. Okay, that actually does not make it a long runway. We don't want to locate at Bravo though, so we really want to come off at Papa. So let's see, what's that? If this is like 600 meters, then this is 600, 1,000, 200, 1,800. Alright, let's go back into the landing performance. Actual landing distance 1,900. Let's see config full again. Yeah, we'll do that. So, config full, it is, so that we can make the exit. Okay, cool. So config full it is, and then for the go around, 3,000 feet is go around altitude, and the MSA is 2,500. So let's put that in. Like this. Right, fuel prediction looks good. Secondary flat plan, copy the active. Auto brake low, and that's it. Alright, cool. So with that, we've done the entire approach preparation. We've checked everything, we've done everything. Superb. One more thing though, well, Lido charts don't tell us the CTAF frequency, of course, but we can look that up. So let's actually go ahead and do that in vPilot. So .CTAF KBOS, and that's going to be 128.8, which is the West Tower frequency. Okay. And here we go, 128.8 is pre-selected. Nice. Now, forgot something earlier. Data should go active again after we've left the North Atlantic. We would probably have gotten an ACAS from the company telling us like, hey, what are you doing? Well, that's going to be fine with me. So, 2 aircraft coming over here. I hope that those are not also going into Boston. Then again, I would absolutely not be surprised if they do. Let's see, that's by. Actually can't find myself on the map. Oh, yes I can. Yeah, Lufthansa 8 Papa also going to Boston, and the Gravity 173 Alpha behind that is also going to Boston. Alright, that's going to be interesting. We gotta fit ourselves in between those. So let's see if we can reach them via the radio. Lufthansa 8 Alpha from Lufthansa 422. And we're reaching the top of descent now, so let's start going down. Let's see what the arrival leads us to. All the way down to 6,000 at easy. Good. Here we go, 6,000 set. So, thrust descent, alt level 290 magenta. Okay, and down we go. Let's try and CTAF maybe. Lufthansa 8 Charlie from Lufthansa 422. I think it's an A380 in front of us. We got to be a little bit careful there. I mean, we are descending by now, so shouldn't be much of a problem anymore, but we'll be careful with him. So, leaving cruise altitude, that means seatbelt signs are coming on. Alright, so let's go ahead and start the approach briefing. So, 2.5 the MSA and 484 the stop margin. So, following the Ocean 5 arrival into Boston, the approach will be an ILS to runway 22 left with an MBA of 220 feet. Go around straight edge, left turn, intercept the radial 219 outbound Boston, kilometer 3000, and extra fuel and time. We do have quite a bit, namely 5,200 kilos, which gives us an hour and 10 minutes. That's really plenty of fuel. We could have taken a lot less. But then again, new airplane, just getting used to it. Alright, so we'll fly flight director guided ILS approach, config full, maximum reverse, auto brake low, vacate runway 22 left to the right hand side. Stop margin is going to be 484 meters. Now for our taxi in, we've got one hotspot, which is the crossing of runway 22 right, which is the active departure runway. So gotta be a little bit careful for that. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Apart from that, I've got nothing to add. No threats. We've got to see about that A380 where it will eventually be. But I think we might be able to get ourselves in front of them. And that's it. Any questions? No? Beautiful. So that's our approach mission completed. Then let's say goodbye to our passengers as well. Liebe Fluggäste aus dem Cockpit spricht hier Ihr Kapitän. Wir haben unsere Reiseflughöhe verlassen und jetzt den Flug in Richtung Boston begonnen. Vom Landeflugzeit jetzt noch circa 1,5 Stunde. Das Wetter derzeit wunderschön. Eine ganz leichte Bewölkung bei einer Temperatur von 21 Grad. Wir bedanken uns herzlich, dass Sie heute Lufthansa geflogen sind, wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt, gegebenenfalls eine gute und sichere Weiterreise und würden uns freuen, Sie bald wieder an Bord eines unserer Flugzeuge begrüßen zu dürfen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und wir wünschen Ihnen dann eine gute und sichere Weiterreise. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight Asus, your captain speaking, we have started our descent towards Boston with a remaining flight time of approximately half an hour. The weather in Boston currently very nice, temperatures of around 21 degrees Celsius and just a few clouds. Thank you very much for choosing Lufthansa for today's flight. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we look forward to welcoming you again on board in the future service. Thank you very much for your attention, thank you for being with us, and we hope to see you all very soon. So, what is that guy doing in front of us? 5 miles ahead, descending into us. Oh god, that's it. Okay, let's try that once again and see if we can actually find that airplane somehow. Lufthansa 8 Papa from Lufthansa 422 Heavy. Five miles ahead, same altitude. God, and not reacting in the comms. Let's try 1228. Lufthansa 8 Papa from Lufthansa 522 Heavy.
Lufthansa 8 Papa, go ahead.
Here we go. We are 5 miles directly behind you, same destination. Report to airspeed, please.
Please say again.
Lufthansa 422, we are 5 miles behind you to the same destination and probably the same arrival. Could you please report your airspeed?
Lufthansa 8 Papa, we are at Mach 0.71, but going down to, no, I should have had 0.7 level.
And what will be your airspeed on conversion? You are indicated?
Ja, so 2,93 ungefähr.
Alles klar, dann fliegen wir mal 270 und würden uns freuen, wenn du Bescheid sagst, wenn du verlangsamst.
Ja, okay.
Okay, so he just replied in German. He's doing 290 on conversion, so let's slow down towards 270. I just have to help the plane a little bit here. Speed brakes, super effective, so let's get him out. Because that guy is definitely going slower than we do, so let's just start slowing that one down. Luckily, the speed brake is really strong on the A340, so this is half speed brake. You can see we've already killed up 20 knots, so very easy going. Let's use full speed brakes for a moment just to show you. You can hear the rumble now. That's a very nice touch to the airplane. And here you can see it. Speed's coming down really easily, and the airplane will already start adding some thrust now. So let's put that speed brake back in again. Okay, cool. So then we've coordinated with the guy in front of us. Should be easy going getting in here. Okay, is there actually anything else we need to do? I don't think so. So let's just make sure we maintain our distance to the A380 ahead of us. Let's use a quick moment here just to jump over to the wing view once again, because it's amazing. This is amazing, isn't it? I really, really like this. And Charlie, yes, we're on Phantom here. And Javier, yes, we could also just overtake him to the right and then go faster. That's true, but don't want to do that. And Scorp, yeah, the gravity is behind us as well. I'm not too worried about him. He's like 30 miles behind, so that should not be too much of a problem. He's actually outside our Honeycomb range right now. I kinda hope the Lufthansa in front of us is going to think along and tell us when he switches over to CTAF, because we eventually will have to do it. And somebody's asking if we could have a look from the outside. Yeah, I suppose we absolutely can. Here we go. Now that's Boston right up there. Okay, so back to the flight deck, let's see what's happening here. Still 5 miles ahead of us. Okay. But at least it's a constant distance, so I hope it's going to be fine. We're passing 18,000, so landing lights are coming on, and set QNH. So, just to be sure that this is actually the latest, let's change this around. Inches 3027, yeah. That's good. Here we go. Extend speed brakes. No, not gonna do that. We'll probably have to take a little bit of a detour, at least depending on what he's going to do. Cycling, also in the comments, are failures implemented, such as engine fire? There are a couple failures, but not too many. Alright, let's help it again, with a speed brake. Tell you honestly, on these aircraft, A330, A340, you're constantly on the speed brakes. There's just no way around it. Those things just fly like gliders. 1,000 feet a minute rate of descent and that kind of stuff, so let's see, at Ocean we need 250 knots, so let's maintain the 270 for the time being, then we'll reduce after approaching Ocean, which is in about 10 miles anyway. Okay, I tell you what, Boston traffic Lufthansa 422 is switching to CTAF 128.8. Maybe that's a sign to the guy in front of us. Alright, so 9,000 is the next altitude limit here. No, starts like that. Managed speed, 250. And Javier, you would go for open descent and 250 knots. We could definitely do that. But I think it's going to work this way as well. You can see VNAV has its deceleration cycle planned in, so the VNAV path was calculated on 300 knots. We were flying 270, we were reducing now, so I think it's going to be easy. No need to go to open descent here. Now, Jonathan, you start talking about the triple touchdown effect. Nope, it's not simulated. So I told you earlier on our departure that we'd have to talk about the landing characteristics. We might as well do it now. So, in the real world, the A340 is landed by first landing the aft wheel of the bogie. When you do that, the front wheel is still about 1 meter in the air. If you activate the reversers once the aft wheel is down, that causes the speed brakes to deploy, which immediately kills all your lift, and then the front bogie, or the front wheel of the bogie, just falls down. What's going to happen? You can probably think of it. That thing's just breaking down. And the 8 Papa is writing me that he's reducing. Okay, so yeah, you first land the aft bogie, then you gotta land the front part of the bogie. Just a moment here. Okay, good. Just had to explain the airplane in front of me what a CTAF frequency is. But that's fine. And here's Boston. Getting to it, slowly but steadily. Okay, so yeah, you first land the aft bogie, then you land the front bogie, and then you gotta land the nose wheel. In the simulator, unfortunately, that's not really working as well. So, yeah, not much we can do about it. Okay, yeah, so that much about landing the airplane. Unfortunately, apparently the simulator doesn't support this double bogie, or these double wheels on the bogie, and therefore it's a single touchdown. That's a pity, because apart from that, the flight dynamics are really good here. I hope that Asobo is eventually going to fix that. So, passing 10,000, lights, signs, EFIS. And then we got GPS primary high accuracy, and the engine start selector is in norm. Perfect. Alright, so just gotta get my EFB out again so that we can actually get the approach checklist, which gotta be somewhere here. Yep, there it is. So, approach checklist please. Bow ref, QNH 3027, seatbelts on, minimum, baro 220, auto brake, low, engine start selector, norm. Approach checklist complete. Alright. Very nice. So, let's see what that A380 is doing and where he's going to turn final, because if he intends to fly the entire round, then I'm going to overtake him over here inbound to YN. And of course we're going straight into the sun. Luckily it's still far enough up that we are not going to be blinded here. Alright, so you don't need that anymore. You already have constraints, that's all looking good. Alright, and that's looking good. He's going off-route flying towards the final. Perfect. So, 1,000 to go. And then let's have a little bit of fun over here as well. Manual flight. Manual thrust. Altitude alert is checked. Alright. So again, you guys remember the basics of how to fly an Airbus widebody aircraft. Smooth inputs, very smooth inputs, and then it flies beautifully. All constraints start. And descent blue. Descent, alt, 6000 blue. Okay, I think we do have enough distance now from the A380. So, heading, let's do 320, and descend 3000, and down we go. So, extend the center line, please. We'll take Wayne. So, 215, what's the opposite of that? 025. And that looks good. Okay. Here we go. Let's start reducing our speed towards 220. So everything seems clear on the left.
JetBlue 1194 is approximately 20 miles east of the airfield. Will fly a factor heading 020 for separation with arrival traffic.
Boston traffic, Lufthansa 422 heavy is now on a 17 mile final, runway 22 left. Okay, a little bit of speed brake here in order not to get behind the aircraft. So, activate approach phase.
Attention traffic arriving in Boston. Boston Center is now on line 134.7.
Oh, lovely. So, final turn then, 250, cleared ILS.
Boston Center, good day, JetBlue 1194.
And manage
JetBlue
speed.
94 Boston, go.
JetBlue 1194 is currently 20 miles east of Boston Logan.
Let's
We are
let's
currently
start.
flying factor 020, looking for factor
Flaps
for
one.
arrival runway 22 left.
Speed check,
ILS.
flaps 1.
JetBlue 1194 Boston Center, radar contact, expect vectors ILS from my 22 left.
Interesting, that localizer start came a little bit too late.
Boston altimeter 302 for JetBlue 1194, thanks.
Speed brake's fully out now. Boston Center, Lufthansa 422 heavy established ILS 22 left.
Lufthansa 422 Heavy, Boston Center, hello, radar contact, cleared ILS 22 left approach, maintain 170 knots over radar till 5 mile final.
Cleared ILS 22 left, 170 greater until 5 miles final, Lufthansa 422 heavy. Okay, and nicely established. Lock. So this is full speed brake now, and you can see how difficult it is to slow the airplane down. It is effective, but at some point, the only thing that's going to save you is the landing gear. Now, luckily, we are far enough behind that A380 that separation isn't a problem, and he said 170 or greater, so for that reason, I'm just going to keep the high speed.
JetBlue 1194, turn left heading 330.
But look at
Left
this,
heading
you're
330,
basically
JetBlue
not
1194.
losing any airspeed here. So don't mess with it, take the gear earlier than later. Gear down.
Flight level 350 inbound for ski.
And here's what I talked about with the mixing of the sounds. You can here basically now you don't hear much anymore. So I gotta go into my sound settings here and make the entire simulator louder again. That's really something I hope iniBuilds is going to work on. Okay, so now that the landing gear is down, the airplane actually slows down.
4011 gust 16 from wing 22 left, third left.
Runway 22 left, clear to land, Lufthansa 422 heavy. Okay, so you guys want to see the PVD in action? Let's turn it on. Alright, flaps 2, and full speed 170.
2000.
Check. Alright, flaps 3. Alright, we're approaching 5 miles, so let's actually slow down. And flaps full.
173 Alpha, heading off
Countries
center,
should
low
already
rate of
be
contact,
seated.
third ILS 22
Now they
left,
are.
approach, maintain 170 knots or less until 5 mile final.
Okay, so, landing checklist. Ecam memo, landing no blue, landing check is complete.
Descend. Descend. Crossing. Descend.
Where is that coming from?
Crossing. Descend.
No, just shut up, please, TCAS.
Yeah, just dealing with some other airborne traffic. I'll get you here shortly as I can.
Alright, so, that is looking pretty good. Completely stabilized. Everything looking good. Wonderful. That's how it's fun to fly this.
KLM 166 Boston Center, hello, I don't see a flight plan for you. Can you file that, please?
We did a flight plan like 8 hours ago.
Descend. Crossing. Descend.
Okay,
Descend.
I've heard enough. Thank you very much,
Ship
TCAS.
1194, turn left heading 270, vector for final, maintain 3000.
TA only.
Turn left heading 290, maintain 3000, vectors for final, just 1194.
KLM 166, ready check.
KLM 166, I hear you coming in loud, hear you coming in loud
500.
5, but very difficult to understand you. JV 173 Alpha Heavy, you're 4 miles in trail, a heavy A340. Winds Boston going to be.
Alright, so shall we have a little bit of fun? Fly go around?
300.
Yeah, let's do that, huh? Alright, go around flaps.
JetBlue 1194.
Mantoga, SRS, runway, auto thrust blue.
Left 250.
Positive climb. Gear up.
1190.
We have 5 hour flight plan in.
And look at that, suddenly an A340 can climb, huh?
5, but I can hide it again.
Alright, there's our acceleration altitude. So, thrust climb, open climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Lufthansa 422 heavy going around. And flaps up. Speed checked, flap 0.
Lufthansa 422 heavy, fly runway heading, climb maintain 4000.
Fly runway heading, climb maintain 4000, Lufthansa 422 heavy. Alright, heading. And pull vertical speed 2000. So, autopilot 1. Well, that was fun. And look at that. Flies pretty easy, doesn't it? So, 1000 to go. Vertical speed 1000. Alright.
Southwest 1256.
And here's the real 1000 to go.
Make sure mode C is on and then push on to Alpha Cruise.
And yeah, then I suppose we are going to come back for a second attempt, and that's going to be the actual landing then. But I just had to do this. We carried the fuel all the way.
Too heavy, turn left heading of 130, vectors ILS 22 left approach, maintain 4000.
Left heading 130, vectors ILS 22 left, maintain 4000, Lufthansa 422 heavy.
JetBlue 1194, you're 4 miles from
Alright.
3000, so established clear for ILS 22 left.
Absolutely had to do that. Sorry, my friends. We will be back for a second attempt, no worries.
166, center radar contact, squawk 1450.
So, there's one thing that I gotta admit. I never did a go-around on the 340 before.
Heavy, what's the reason for the go-around?
Fun. Trying out the new airplane. Now that's gonna be the I got a number for you part. He's probably slapping his hand right now. I'm hearing that facepalm right through the radio. But we had to do this, guys. I'm sorry.
Number 609 Delta Delta Boston Center, hello.
After all, we didn't have the ILS chart open, so how can we land without a chart, huh?
Right downwind, runway 15, clear for takeoff.
Okay, so that was a little bit of fun. Let's go ahead and sort that out. Activate approach phase, please.
G173 Alpha,
Activate, confirm,
taxi Echo, right turn Bravo to the ramp. Cross runway 4 left and monitor the frequency. Have a good day.
Did it just put my entire flap on back in?
Echo, left and Bravo to the ramp.
Right, 22 left.
Lufthansa 422 heavy, turn left heading 050.
Lufthansa 422 heavy, left heading 050.
JetBlue 1194, wind 24011.16.
Alright, just gonna reinsert the approach here. That's not working 100% as it should. I'm just gonna put runway 27 in, and then we'll reinsert runway 22 left. It should already have that approach in again in our FMS. Alright, so we'll put Wayne on top again, and this time we'll get the track right. 214, so 035 is the radial in.
And whoever's calling, that was completely unreadable. I hear you coming in loud, but completely unreadable.
So radial indirect is in here, 050 heading. Okay, so, auto brake back to low. Now down here we can reinsert that minimum 220, config full. No nav intercept is checked. All that stuff is looking good.
5x5 and squawk 1450.
Fuel now 55 minutes, so still plenty of fuel remaining. And yeah, that's that. Now let's do all the stuff that we'd have to do in the real world after a go around like this. So first things first, quick talk to the cabin crew. Hi, it's Emmanuel here. So, we did fly go around because I had fun doing that. Please don't write that into your report. And we'll be coming back for another landing in less than 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
Whoever's calling in the last 3 times, I cannot understand a single word.
Liebe Gäste aus dem Cockpit, hier Kapitän. Wir haben, wie Sie gemerkt haben, aus Sicherheitsgründen einen Fehlanflug geflogen. Fliegen jetzt noch einmal um die Bay und werden dann auch in wenigen Minuten in Boston landen. Wir entschuldigen uns für die Unannehmlichkeiten und wünschen Ihnen trotzdem schon mal eine gute Weiterreise. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. As you've noticed, we had to fly a go-around on our approach. This was for safety reasons. Now, we are already on the way back to the airport, so we will be landing in just a few minutes. Thank you very much for your understanding. Left heading 030, Lufthansa 422 heavy. Heading 030. Alright. Cool, so passengers are briefed, then let's quickly talk about the approach briefing. There are no changes, I've just reinserted the arrival, and we are going to do everything the same way, just that this time we're actually going to land, okay? Beautiful. So, approach checklist please. Our ref, QNH 1027, is that still correct? I think it is. Otherwise you would have said something. So, QNH 1027, seatbelts on, minimum, baro to 20, auto brakes low, engine start selector non, approach checklist complete. Alright, that was good fun. That was really good fun. Okay, so, as always guys, if we go around, it's safety reasons, isn't it? Alright, that was great. That was great. I wonder what that would have looked like from the cabin view, but no, we're not gonna do a second. This time we are gonna do a full stop. Loving it, man. Okay, so let's actually do this manually. Alright, here we are. I just love the manual flying side of things. That's, you know, flying long haul, you really don't get to do too much hands-on flying. That's why I do it whenever I can, you know. Departing out of Frankfurt, you might see me hand flying for like 10 minutes. Going into quiet places, you see me hand flying all the time. But that still only adds up to like half an hour or so. Maybe 40 minutes a month. So that is not a lot.
JetBlue 1194, welcome to Boston. You're parking at the international terminal. Just want something close.
Alright, so that was the fun part of things. Now we got to return to the little bit more serious part of things.
JetBlue 1194, you can taxi.
And I think I actually quickly got to look up where we are parking because he might be asking. So that's APC. I know where we're standing physically. Here, Echo 9. That's ours.
JetBlue 1194, thank you.
Alright, so remember Echo 9 for the parking, or even easier, write it down. Echo 9.
6427 Boston Center, hello, how do you hear? 6427, very good for your contact, timing level 330. Virgin 26 Boston Center, just calling in with your altitude, where are you?
So, John Newland, ask if you can do touch and goes. Nah, don't want to do that. We've already flown for quite a while, and this live stream is going on for much longer than I originally thought. So I think the next one's definitely going to be a proper full stop. Definitely think it will. However, you never know. If we have to go around, we have to go around. But otherwise, we've had our fun. Now let's go back.
Lufthansa 422 Heavy, turn left heading 310, vectors for final.
Left heading 310, Lufthansa 422 Heavy. So, heading 310. By the way, it doesn't look that impressive, but I didn't do any stick input up or down. I just made the sideways input, and look at that. It's maintaining the altitude pretty well, just like it should. Just flying this from really close up here. And look at this. You can fly it really well. If some keyboard warrior wants to tell me in the future that this thing doesn't fly well, then show him that. Okay, so we are 18 miles out. That's gonna be more than enough. I mean, we could have flown a traffic pattern if we wanted to. But we gotta find a destination where we can do that. I think Edelweiss takes them to Punta Cana. Yeah, that might be an occasion for a traffic pattern. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, for the time being though, awaiting the final vector. A little bit of headwind here, flying very slow as well. But, very nice if you look at the fuel. We had about 12 tons of fuel when we started the go-around. Now we're down to 10.8. And after all, it should have used about 2.5 tons, including the fuel to fly the second approach. And anti-cooperative, how does it feel compared to your A330? Is it similar, or would you say it's slightly different? Very similar. Very, very similar.
Lufthansa 422 Heavy, turn left heading 250 to join the localizer. Descend and maintain 3000.
Flight plane 250 to join the localizer, descend and maintain 3000 to Lufthansa 422 heavy. Okay, heading 250, lock blue, open descent. Out 3000 blue. Far too many callouts. Now here's something I would appreciate, that's if we could just use the sunshades just slightly. Because often you have them like a centimeter or two out because there is an air conditioning outlet right at the very top that blows directly into your face. Okay, so flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. Let's fly it down to 3000, and once we're down at 3 we are going to level off and let it lose that speed. 15 miles out, easy going.
Pendular 12 at 6, the rate of contact, climb and maintain.
Hold stop.
300. Lufthansa 422 heavy, or 5 miles from Wayne, maintain 3000 until established, or clear for the ILS 22 left approach.
3000 until established, cleared ILS 22 left, Lufthansa 422 heavy. Cat 1, glides look blue.
Walker 1400, cross crank,
stop.
added maintain 7000, steward altimeter 3028.
And localizer alive. Overshot very slightly, that happens. So down at the airspeed, and look at the pitch of the aircraft. That's something else that's really worth mentioning here. Airbus aircraft do this. So in config 1, you only have the slats which increase your angle of attack for the stall, but they're not going to do much more than that. Therefore, since they don't increase the actual lift, you end up with a pitch of like 7 degrees over here. 7.5, 8 degrees.
Maintain 4000 in your squawk.
That's typical Airbus widebody. And that's completely normal. Luck. So this is how they are meant to fly. It's just really interesting when you think about it. You got 7.5 degrees pitch, that means you're flying somewhere down here. And not up here. So, glide stop star, go around altitude set.
Repack is correct, Syracuse, altimeter 3025, call for taxi, runway 28.
Thruster idle, should descend very nicely. And it does descend very nicely. I like it.
World Express 527, leaving the airspace, Moncton's closed, have a good night.
But look at the airspeed. Man, this airplane.
2,500.
I mean, that's how it works. That's how it works.
422, heavy winds 24011, gust 16, runway 22 left, clear to land.
Lufthansa 422 heavy, runway 22 left, clear to land. Alright, gear down. And flaps 2. Speed check, flaps 2. To arm the speed brakes and put the lights on. That's easier in real life.
2,000.
Where you don't have to do everything yourself. Okay, so flaps 3. Speed check, flap 3. And the cabin should definitely be ready by now. Why are they not? Now they are. And flaps 4. Speed check, flaps 4. Landing checklist. Econ memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. Alright, the field is straight ahead, we can see the poppy, 2 whites, 2 reds. Beautiful. So, this time we're gonna land for real. Unless we mess it up. Which, if it happens, is not gonna be intentional. I gotta say, the control of the aircraft on final is just really, really good. It reacts the way I would expect it to react. The only thing where I think it is a little too sensitive is the aileron. I think it rolls a tiny bit too good. But then again,
1,000.
once you are used to it, you can fly it really accurately as well. It might just be the fact that the resistance of the Thrustmaster Airbus stick is different from the real Airbus stick, and therefore I'm overinterpreting this. But overall, the way the airplane reacts is really nice. Really, really nice. Glide slope, checked, correcting. Pause a little downdraft here. Correcting speed.
$500.
Come on, how much thrust do we need?
400.
Here we go, that's better. Interesting weather here. Land. A little bit of gusts.
300.
Here's another downdraft.
100 above.
Checked.
200. Minimum.
Continue. I've increased my speed a little bit, now it flies nicer.
50. 40. 30. 20 tard. 10.
Boston Center, JetBlue 1081 on the ground at Boston on Charlie, holding short of Alpha, requesting taxi runway 2.
Alright, spoilers, reverse green, decel.
1081 Boston
And now you
Center,
can see the
low, thanks for
PVD in
Yankee,
action over
runway
here,
right, taxi
helping us to
Alpha,
track the
November,
center line exactly.
Cross runway 15 right and hold short of runway 15 left. Alpha November, cross runway 15 right, hold
Manual
short runway
brakes,
15 left.
and look at that,
1081.
we got the very exit that we wanted to take. That's why that planning is really worth it. And lovely, here we are.
Lufthansa 422 Heavy, welcome to Boston. Taxi Papa to join Echo. Right turn Bravo to the ramp. You can cross runway 4 left and monitor the frequency. Have a good night.
Lufthansa 422 Heavy, taxi Papa, join Echo and right into Bravo. Cross runway 4 left and monitor your frequency. Good night.
Walker 1400 going to be leaving the airspace shortly with approach for Newark offline. Radar service terminated and your frequency change.
Okay, so nice and slow. We have Papa, right on Echo, cross 4 left, right on Bravo to the right.
KLM 166
That's
leaving the
gonna be
airspace New York Center closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change.
Okay, so with that, welcome to Boston. Now, let's do the after landing stuff. The earlier we got that out of the way, the better. So, we're cleared across runway 4 left, and let's see, the left side is clear, and the right side, which is the departure side. By the way, I just love that taxi sign here. Remember, there's a story behind every single one sign. And there's no traffic on 22 right. Perfect. So, cleared across. And then it's going to be first right onto Bravo, which is the first taxiway. And J380, was there a touchdown zone? Actually, no. Now, in the real aircraft, at least in the A330, you don't hear a touchdown zone sound either, but what you do hear is the rattling of the galleys. So when you smack that thing down, you will hear that huge thump when all the trolleys smash into their holders. And that's kind of the touchdown sound that you should be hearing on this airplane.
Runway 15 left.
And no, that is currently not there. That's one of the things that I've also reported to iniBuilds for future updates. Alright, lovely. So now, runway is vacated, we're in Bravo, taxiing all the way around, then to the left, and then we're going to go via Zulu down to our gate over here. So let's quickly go into the GSX menu. We're looking for a gate Echo 9. So gate Echo 9, and we don't need to follow me, thank you. Handling by shipboard. And here we go. So yeah, touchdown sound is one of my points of critique where I hope that they are going to actually do some improvements as well. So now, after landing checklist. Radar predictive wind shear, off, up landing checklist complete.
370. Rouge 1818, sorry, I didn't really understand the question. The instruction was to climb and maintain level 370.
Okay, so down to 10 knots for the turn over here. I mean, this isn't like completely tight, but better safe than sorry. We are up here right now on Bravo. And then I think we gotta go all the way here and then left via Lima into Alpha into the ramp.
JetBlue 1081, wind 24011.16, runway 22 right.
Now you can do 2-engine taxi on the A340, however we are pretty heavy today at about 170 tons. So for this reason I will not do it, but if we were a bit lighter, say 160 or so, then we could shut down engines number 2 and 3 on the taxi in, but ain't gonna do that today. And Austrian 331 Charlie, strokes, yeah, thanks. And Gareth, can we see outside? Yeah, sure. Note the effect down here on the engine inlet. A little bit of water here, and that certainly shows. Okay, so it's gonna be next left. This is just the Cat 2 holding point here. Left on Lima into the ramp. Okay, lights off please. And start APU. Alright, here we are. A little bit fast for my taste right now. Here we go. So Echo 9 is a tiny bit to the left. I think it's going to be the one straight ahead. Well, that was kind of unlogical, but that one here, tiny bit to the left. Is it? Does it say anything on there? Yeah, Echo 9. Good. And here it is written as well. Wonderful. So the lights are off, the radar is off. APU is coming, we don't need a taxi too slow. And the guidance system is on and says Airbus 340-300 on it. Thank you so much for controlling. See you next time. So, when is it gonna start counting? Here we go. And stop. Here we go.
Boston Center, JetBlue 1081 is
alright, park and set, APU avail, APU bleed on. Just gotta wait a moment until APU bleed shows down here.
Climate level 380, JetBlue 1081.
And Elton, yeah, we are not gonna forget that. Alright, that says APU bleed. Then, 4, 3, 2, 1. And here we go. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Now let's leave that frequency here. Okay, so that thing's coming down, then let's get those slides disarmed. So, no, not that one, but that one. Okay, toggle arm doors. Chocks in position, GPU in place. Engines are off, so let's turn that off. That off. External power comes on. And then fuel pumps are coming off. You can see the yellow electric pump coming on over there because the cargo doors are being operated by GSX. Remember, automatic GSX implementation. Okay, parking checklist please. Park and brake or chocks? Well, we do have the chocks in position, so park and brake off, chocks in. Engines off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. So let's go ahead and shut that thing down up here, and then we still gotta check if we've got a study level toilet on this aircraft. So transponder standby 2000, then let's see about our fuel usage. We used 52.6 and we were supposed to use, I do this check after every one flight because I want to know if my Simbri figures are accurate, 50.2. Okay, so that is 2.6 tons extra. A go-around costs about 2.5 tons. This one, I believe, yeah, pretty much exactly that, 2.5 tons. So that was pretty accurate. Well, then let's check our ADRs, because after every long haul you gotta check this, and look at that, they do not simulate the drift. Unfortunately, because the IRS drift is a really interesting thing on those Airbus long haul aircraft, because the ground speed readout comes directly from the IRS. And since those things are drifting during the flight, it means that after landing your ground speed readout is going to be incorrect, and I've seen differences up to 10 knots. So at some point I was taxiing into the gate at what must have been like 2 or 3 knots, and the real world aircraft read a ground speed of -5. That was interesting. So that way you really got to get used to your aircraft on taxi out so that you're able to judge the speed when you're looking out. And that's really a challenge when you come from a smaller aircraft like the A320 or the 737. So that's really one of those challenges, learning to fly the A340 and the A330. Okay, so you guys asked me to do the study level check on the airplane toilet. Let's do that. So right now we have the APU bleed on, and with that we should have a working toilet flush. So they've been so kind to open this up already. Let's see and listen. Okay, we do have a working flush with the APU bleed on. Now comes the challenge. Let's turn that off. Wait a little bit, because there is always a little bit of residual pressure that's got to dissipate. Yes, we want to do this realistically, my friends. Alright, now we've waited a little bit, so let's go back here again. Let's try. No, that might have been the residual pressure. Let's try that one more time. Nope, I gotta send a bug report about that. And Daft Duck, as you say, the real world toilet is a lot louder. But in any case, let's go ahead and turn that APU bleed back on again, because after all, we do have a lot of passengers that gotta disembark here. And it does get hot in those aircraft, like really, really quick. So you really want to have the bleed on with passengers on board. According to the manual, only if passengers are on board for more than 20 minutes, but I tell you honestly, in their practical terms, you will need them for quite a bit longer. Let's put it that way. That's maybe the easy thing to say there. Alright, so while we're waiting, let's go back out here again, and let's actually disconnect from that sim. Hell man, I got so many private messages here, people telling me that they like the live stream. Thank you so much, guys. That's really appreciated. Both Ana, Federico, Mohammed, Alessandro. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. And Matteo as well. Wow, so many messages. Let's disconnect from Vastin here for a moment. The outside sounds are really good. It is that loud along an A340. So I do like that, even though if it was, even though it might be, you know, like that. So, thank you very much for the reminder, 1CCAC, or 1CAC. Let's see. Time right now. Oh, come on, gotta go back inside. I promised to show you the night lighting, and I absolutely will do that. Before I forget, let's do it straight away. So right down here, and let's see, time right now is basically 2100. So let's go into here and turn it all the way to nighttime. the airport is giving us a little bit too much light in order to be able to demonstrate it like perfectly. But nonetheless, let's try. Just imagine this to be all dark, okay? Because this is the airport lights right now that we're seeing. Yeah, up there they are. Nasty things. In the real world, this would help. But not in the sim. Okay, so anyway, let me show you as best as I can. So we'll start with the dome light, and the dome light's an interesting one. So you do have a bright and a dim position. The bright position is like this. You barely see it, unfortunately. And the dim position, it's like just a very, very shallow shine of light there. So that's the dome light. Now something that's interesting that I hope they're going to do in the future is you have a second dome light switch right up here. That one's unfortunately not simulated. But this switch over here is meant for a maintenance staff, so that they don't have to reach to the front of the panel when they come in. And when you, let's say, have the lights on like you do right now, and then you have the control switch in the on position. If you now switch the dome light switch up here, then the lights go out, and suddenly your control switch in the front works inverted. That's a really nice thing on the real airplane. So that much about the dome light. Now let's turn that off again and have a look at the floodlight. So when you turn that one to like half or so, look at this. This shows really nicely. And I think it looks really fantastic. They got to work a little bit on the area where the light spreads on, so it should be rather confined to like here and shouldn't spread onto the displays, but I think it scatters really nicely, especially across those analog standby instruments. Look at this. That's real beautiful. And one CAG, maybe you can slew the aircraft away from the airport lights. Well, that's going to mess up the deboarding process, but yeah, I suppose we're gonna do it. Let's do it like this. Alright, look at that. So, gotta dim those displays a little bit. They're a little bit bright right now. In the real world, they have sensors that would automatically dim them. In here, we gotta do it ourselves. So, as mentioned, they scatter a little bit too bright over here, but look fantastic. Now this is half up. Let's go a little bit further. Let's bring them full up. So this is what they look like at full power. Pretty nice. Now let's just turn them down, and this is going to be really good. So this is lights all the way down, and honestly this looks fantastic, doesn't it? But let's bring that on and actually go ahead and put on just a bit of floodlight like that. Look at this. Now imagine this flying, you know, over the Atlantic or over Africa or something, looking at some Aurora Borealis outside, or just at the Milky Way or stuff like that, and flying along like this. I mean, fantastic, isn't it? Like really, really nice. Okay, gotta dim you as well. Here we go, that's better. And this view over here as well. Beautiful, really, really beautiful. Now let's just try that dome light once again. I'll just keep this, or actually I'll turn this off. Makes it a little bit nicer. So floodlight off. Now let's also tune the annunciator lights to dim, like this. And now let's put the dome light on dim. And this is what you get. So just a light mood light. It could actually be a little bit weaker even. This is still a little bit strong. And well, then you got the bright version, like this, which, yeah, you know, gets the flight up bright. Perhaps a little bit too bright at the moment, but that's kind of fine. Now, that much for the dome light. Now let's switch that off again, because we have another couple of lights. If you take the table out here, you know that in the A320 as well as in the A340-300, you've got that light that's mounted down here beneath the glare shield, and you don't have that on the A340-300 or on the A330. So what you can do is you got a light right up here. Let me see if we can see that with yeah, you can. So up here you've got a light, and you can tune that one on, and then you get this. Now this is a little bit too large. It should be smaller, and it should have a rectangular shape, but you get the idea of how this is working. You can actually move this light around as you see fit. You can also dim it as you want to, provided that I can get in a position where we can actually do that. Like, come on, here we go. So let's try it this way. So you got this. This is what you normally use to do paperwork at night or to eat at night. As mentioned, it's a little bit too big right now. It should really just illuminate like most of the table, and not like the half the flight deck here. But those are unique to the A330, A340 series, so pretty useful stuff. Unless you want to take photos of your load sheet at night, because then you have to hold your EFB in between the light source and the piece of paper. That's a bit of a problem. What I do to solve that is I put my phone on top of the EFB and put the flash of my phone on, and then I can use the EFB to take a photo. Yeah, improvised. Well, then of course we also have a floodlight down here, which is fairly strong, like this. So there's that. Obviously we can dim the intake lights, and remember, in the A330, 340, the intake lights are also controlling the overhead panel lights. So those are all bound to one single switch, unlike the 320 where you got separate controls. Now, then we've got the reading lights in the back over here, illuminating like here, the back of the flight deck. Let's close that door for a second. And those are pretty useful when you're sitting on the jump seat. You're the third pilot here, and you're departing at night, and then you have to draw up the plan when everyone is going to take a break. Now there are apps that can do this, but personally I still like to do this manually. So you put that jump seat up front, you can basically move this up here, then you're sitting like this, which is a good perspective. Then can, you know, put the seat up a little bit so that you can like see properly outside. You can use the slew mode of the printer, get yourself some paper, and then you can draw on that. Now, with that out of the way, let's also have a quick look at the cabin at night, because I think iniBuilds have done an excellent job. I mean, the galley is very bright over here, really gotta say that. But now look at the business class. Look at this. They've really outdone themselves on those lights. And what I like as well is that some seats are using the reading light, like that one over here, 1 Delta. But if you go a little bit further back, you can see that some rows don't use the reading lights. And honestly, this just looks really nice. Really, really nice. Also, if you view it from this perspective, great job. Absolutely great job. Now let's go over into economy class here. And this is what it looks. Fantastic, isn't it? Really nice job. Really, really nice job. Okay, so that's the night lights of the Airbus A340. Now, do we have lights in toilet, or is this going to turn dark? Do I even want to find out? Let's see, where's the click spot? No, that's the curtain. So something that I didn't find out yet is how to close those doors once you're inside. I know how to open them, but the other direction is a little bit more difficult. But yeah. Just looks good, doesn't it? By the way, did I disconnect from Watson before I slewed? Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, so Daft Duck asked about the outside lights, and yeah, we can absolutely do those. So let's quickly get back into the cockpit, and let's play with the outside lights as well. So let's get back up to the front. Okay, so we'll turn the lights on here. So right now it's only the nav and logo light that is illuminated. Let's have a look. Yeah. Looks quite okay to me. Now let's go ahead and turn on the next one. So this is with a beacon on. Damn, that is one bright beacon down there. But still, look at it, man. Fantastic. Beautiful airplane. Okay, so then let's turn the strobes on. And let's actually move to an angle where you should be able to see the strobes. Might be easier to do this from the outside view. And now the question, why don't we see any strobes? Huh. Okay, that's interesting. Are they on? Yeah, they're definitely on. Okay. Well, we gotta put that down as that. Let's try the other lights real quick. Wing lights. Oh, and now the strobes are working. Not sure why they didn't previously. And now the beacon at the top is flashing as well. Not sure why it didn't earlier. Alright, so that's your beacon over there, and your strobe. And then let's turn on the taxi light only. This is what it looks like. Now let's turn the runway turn-off lights on as well. That looks pretty good, I gotta say that. And then finally let's move back inside and let's put the nose light into the takeoff position. Quite a bit brighter. And Kanu Verma asks to slew the airplane 180 degrees. Okay, let's do that. Here you go. Let's actually move on the runway. Tell you what, let's actually move next to the runway. Here, I think that's better. Okay, so here's that. In my opinion, maybe a little bit too strong, because those old aircraft don't have LED lights, and this looks like LED. So this may be a little bit too strong there. Okay, so, and last but not least, let's try the landing lights on top of all that. And as you can see, the landing lights don't make that much of a difference. So let's go ahead and go back inside, turn those nose lights off and the runway turn-off lights off. And look at this. Landing lights? Rather weak. But then again, the landing lights are meant to make you visible to others and not, you know, the runway visible to you. Landing lights are no searchlights. So this is actually quite realistic. So let's try that again from the flight deck. So that's all the lights off. Then nose light taxi. This is too strong. This is really too strong. When you are sitting on, you know, when you're sitting on the tarmac and you have the nose light in taxi position, you don't see much at all. So this is too strong right now. Let's go in the standard taxi position here. Yeah, a little bit too much. Bit too much. You gotta reduce that. Now, let's continue though. Turn off lights. Just make it all a little bit brighter, but you suddenly can see something on the sides here as well, which would otherwise not be visible. And then the brightest one of them all, nose light, takeoff. And then of course landing lights with that. So yeah, that's quite nice. Not perfect, but certainly quite nice. And with all of that, I think we got it lit up like a Christmas tree. Yeah. I mean, look at this. It's nice. It's nice. Alright guys, and I think that this is all that I can show you for the time being. And honestly, the live stream went on for quite a bit longer than I originally anticipated, 6 hours now. But I think it was really worth it, so thank you so much everyone. We've set a new record. We've never had 1,100 people watching at the same time. Definitely set a new record here. And I think with all of that out of the way, this was pure fun to fly. Definitely gonna do more. Not tomorrow, unfortunately. Tomorrow I will be posting a couple of dedicated videos though. So don't worry, you will get some more A340 content. And I hope to be able to do something maybe on Sunday, but we gotta see about that. For the time being, thank you very much for watching everyone. I do hope you have all enjoyed this. So leave your feedback in the comments underneath the video. Like, comment and subscribe, and I'm really looking forward to see you all again on the next one. In the meantime, thank you so much, and I wish you a great evening, a lovely weekend, and hope to see you again very, very soon. Thank you very much, and as always, I'm looking forward to see you all again on the next one.